okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you kinda think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Acreditamos em um mundo sem resíduos. Por isso, criamos a Sustenta Pet, uma empresa da Coca-Cola FEMSA Brasil e Coca-Cola Brasil, dedicada à destinação correta de resíduos PET que fomenta a economia circular do plástico. A Sustenta Pet compra embalagens PET pós-consumo diretamente de cooperativas e agentes de reciclagem, negociando o material por um valor justo e gerando mais renda e condições dignas de trabalho aos catadores. Nossas unidades operativas estão localizadas em São Paulo, Porto Alegre, Belo Horizonte e Porto Real, onde o plástico é separado na triagem, prensado e compactado, facilitando o processo de reciclagem. O PET reciclado, RPET, é comprado por nós e usado para engarrafar nossos produtos. Com a Sustenta Pet todos ganham, evitando o desperdício e estabelecendo uma relação mais equilibrada entre consumo e meio ambiente. É um ciclo virtuoso por um mundo sem resíduos. Desde 2019, já coletamos mais de 90 mil toneladas de PET, o equivalente a mais de 3 bilhões de garrafas. E até 2030, temos como meta coletar o equivalente a 100% das garrafas PET que colocamos no mercado e incorporar 50% de material reciclado nas embalagens dos nossos produtos. Sustenta Pet, por um mundo mais sustentável, para nós e para as gerações futuras.
Award. It is a wonderful moment for us. And of course, we are thrilled for talking about great news. We see in many places that bad news is ubiquitous, but now I know that we are being influenced by those cities and their best practices. And of course, we can learn a lot from those cities and their programs. These best practices encourage us to be better. The Sustainable Cities Institute has been promoting this initiative through its program. I would say that the award is something very important to our institute. As it was said yesterday in the ODS Virada ODS, we saw that many cities have been awarded that prize. But let me tell you something. Cities cannot do everything by themselves. But of course, without those cities, we cannot reach our goals. Two-thirds of SDGs goals depend on cities themselves. That's why it's important to promote this initiative. And of course, we know that this initiative has a tremendous importance when it comes to social factors. And our program has been doing a wonderful job. And I would like to mention something important. I believe that local reports are very important. I would say that a very low amount of cities have a local report that is complex enough. I believe that some cities haven't been paying attention to the importance of that report. I know that we are talking to cities that are important. They developed best practices. By creating a voluntary local report, you are shedding light on good initiatives by integrating actions. By doing this, you can amplify the possibilities of funding. We know that institutions are related to that. And we know, of course, that this has to do with the 2030 agenda. By participating in this agenda, you are creating connections with other organizations, and everything can be integrated. I believe that this is worth doing and worth thinking. I know that's second nature, and we know that our institute and our program has been doing its best in order to contribute with those processes. We know that the institute is really important because it promotes the well-being of cities. And I would say there are three things that are important. Is that we have to understand that cities have to be aware of their issues. We have created a sustainable index that can map all SDGs. And I would say that this bird's eye view is of utmost importance because by doing this we can prioritize issues and we can, of course, be aware of the budget. By doing this, we can tackle specific issues. In a nutshell, I would say that we have to understand cities' issues and we have to develop tools such as inequality maps. We know it's important to know where issues are and how to tackle them. I would say that we have a plethora of tools that can contribute to cities. By doing this, they can come up with solutions. So by taking into account this diagnostic approach, we can help with the program. And how? By implementing the 2030 agenda. There is a myriad of components that are useful in the platform. And let me tell you something else. We have to assess progress. We have to understand how the plan is being tangibilized. And I would say that's the best moments that we are living because we are acknowledging our success. It's so good to understand the importance that we have when we give gifts, you see? When we exchange love and affection. And here we are exchanging affection and love because of course we are acknowledging the importance of cities. That's why it's important to be here with you today, acknowledging the importance of those cities. It's important to understand how those cities are relevant. I would say that we were able to reach a specific limit. And by doing this, we are able to understand how those initiatives can have an impact on people's lives. That's our objective, of course. That's the mission, the role of our institute. This is the most important aspect of uh, political figures. That's why politics is beautiful, because we have to understand how we can transform people's lives. We want to promote dignity. That's why it's a very interesting moment. And thank you very much for being here. We are going to show the best practices in many categories. We saw those categories last night. Now we're going to see the best cities, the best programs, and their initiatives. But before we continue, I would like to say something else. Thank you very much for all the Cidade Sustentável team in partnership with the City Hall of São Paulo. It is our second edition, and I know that this has been really good. The integration is of utmost importance. Now I would like to call Mariela Couto, Technical Advisor of the Technical Secretariat of Mercocidades, please. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. First things first, thank you very much for the invitation. And thank you very much for having an excellent team. I'm going to speak in Spanish because, of course, I have to respect my own language. It's a pleasure, of course, to be part of this activity. It's a joint effort between local government and civil society, and of course, universities too. We have cities with different sizes, of course, and they're all aligned because they want to work together. They want to promote SDGs. Those SDGs have to be part of our objectives. So thank you very much and congrats for all cities for this wonderful award. We have the Sustainable Cities Institute. Thank you very much and congrats for implementing the 2030 agenda. It is a very important job for sure. So now I would like to show you a list of these Merco cities, Mercocidades. I believe that the best way of doing this is to show you snippets, short videos, so that we can see the network of cities, please. As you can see, we're going to watch the video.
Portugal, coisas de Portugal.
So, 92 cities of this program are Brazilian, and we know that we have other cities as well that can join us in the future. We have cities from different sizes. We can have small ones, medium-sized ones, and big ones. But of course, we know that they all share something. They have, of course, major challenges to tackle. This, of course, has to do with many areas, of course, and companies. And this is something that we have to bear in mind. Mercosidade has focused on three aspects: innovation, environment, and care. And we have been working hard, of course, in understanding those issues. And of course, one item depends on the others. The last one was approved by many sessions, and we are highlighting the importance of our agenda in a vertical way. We have to be aware of the crisis that many cities are facing. It's important to implement care and understand it as a public policy in order to protect people and improve the well-being of people in general. With this commitment, we are going to understand the importance of those cities. I would like to say that among our objectives, I would say that the improvement of the well-being of people is of utmost importance. That's a tremendous challenge that can be overcome through commitment, of course, thanks to the initiatives of local governments. So all the SDGs, the 17 of them are important. That's why we want to implement the 11th SDG. It is a joint effort to promote the well-being of people. Without this awareness, nothing could have been done.
With the objective of achieving like the measurement and implementation of each one of these goals, this network is working in the inclusion of the SDGs in each one of these activities, such as the summoning activities and also capacitation that has been developed with the cities. Therefore, just to continue working together, we invite the local governments of Brazil to approach us all and work together with us, Mercosity, with this great movement for national integration, so we don't leave anyone behind. We understand that we need to be a great part of this change and not only a passive participation of this. And we need to have the city halls in the first page of our books so that everyone can be the protagonist of the story, just like they are right now in the lives of in the roles of the SDGs. Without further ado, we are here if you want to contact us and talk a little bit more about Mercosidade is here. I wish you all a good journey. Thank you so much. The diversity of Latin America and South America, there's so much diversity. Also, when we're talking about height and altitude, we're going to be talking. We start our meeting here by inviting. We're going to be talking about the 4 axes, and these 4 axes will be in dialogue, discussing our good practices. So we'll be inviting the social axis first, and I would like to invite here the good practice of medium cities. The good practice is Prozeis from Maringá in Paraná, and the person who will be speaking for us here is Estevan Palmieri, the Secretary of Urbanism from Maringá. And about the good practice of big cities in the social axis, It's the Pão e Leite program, bread and milk from João Pessoa, from Paraíba. And we have here to represent that cause its mayor, Cícero Lucena. And we also have the practices from small cities. And we have the city of Itapecurumirim, but Mayor Benedito hasn't arrived yet from Maranhão. And as soon as he arrives, he will join our group here. But first I would like Stevan, could you begin by talking about what is the good practice from Maringá, Proze? Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Institute here, our President Jorge, for this event. It has been a thing that was really done in well taste, it's well structured, it's well done. We have been amazed by everything that we could see outside. It's really cool to see this event. I would like to thank Zuleika, who is the person right now who is closer to us, who is the reference regarding the SDGs, who is the head of the SDGs here and who is in touch with us there in Maringá. And in the name of our president, our mayor, Ulisses Maia, I would like to congratulate everyone here for this movement, this articulation towards the SDGs regarding proximity, the cities. This has to be further strengthened. I would like to begin by naming the people who are here with me right now. Our Director-President of the Institute of Planning and Urbanism of Maringá, architect Bruna Barroca, advisor of the Secretary Thalita Torcato, and the Director of Housing, architect Celso Lourim, who is there headlining the program with me. First of all, I would like to give you an overview of Maringá regarding the SDGs, which through Bruna, who is the president of the Institute, has articulated this inside the City Hall with the other secretariats. So now we have a history here in Maringá following SDGs regarding everything that we've been doing regarding the 2030 agenda. Let me see if I can see it from here. Okay, in October 2021, we sanctioned a law about the 2030 agenda regarding public policies that were necessary to be undertaken. And this already shows like a commitment of our mayor Ulisses Maia with the 2030 agenda, because they created a municipal law with the commitments and goals of the city. We also signed a letter, a commitment letter with the Sustainable Cities program. In the same month, we had a global pact of mayors for climate and energy. So not only the SDGs, this climate issue has been parallel to us through other situations, and we have also already anticipated ourselves towards that. The insertion of data from Maringá in the Sustainable Cities platform, with the diagnosis of the city with the indicators from the SDGs. And this institute has worked with this need about the importance of the indicators, the analysis, the diagnosis, so that it may direct our public policies. In August, we had the forum in Maringá, the SDG forum. Zuleika was there and she could eat our super hot dog, cachorrão, the typical dish of the city. And we created a commission there, a commission for sustainable development. And this commission is really important for all of us because it articulates things with civil society and class entities. And it's something that embraces the whole city and brings up the importance of this agenda. We elaborated the plan of goals aligned with the SDGs inside the City Hall structure, and we have this commitment from the mayor and from the secretaries to create a plan of goals every year. And these goals are usually connected to the SDGs. And this is signed on a public document with the presence of the civil society, the Chamber of City Council, and the secretaries who do not follow these goals here, they can already look for another job because they need to follow and reach these goals. So what we need is that everyone participates and takes action. And in January 2023, along one more time with the Institute, we had a partnership with a German consulting company to create the local report on the UN. So once again, now with like international support, once again, we want Maringá to be a reference for all the medium cities regarding the 2030 agenda. Yeah, you can move on to the next slide, please. And here we have for you like a few of the projects that we have, and we have received some prizes about the SDGs for them. And now we have the Selo Amigo do Consumidor, Qualifica a Mulher, Qualify the Women. So these are projects that have received awards before, and we have received national and international awards for that. And now these are the titles that we have been awarded, like Best City to Live in Brazil in 2017 and 2021, Tree City of the World from the UN, Golden Seal from the Social Institute of Maringá, Social Seal. And now here's a program, PROSEIS. In Maringá, as a medium city with total exponential growth, we see the problem of habitational deficit. And it was born from a pilot plan. We have planned this city since the beginning, just like Brasilia. And this has brought a good quality of life for all of us, good infrastructure. And this made the price of land explode over there. The price of the square meter in Maringá is really high. Most of the spaces is about over 1,000 reais for the square meter. And we have seen this deficit increasing. And through the federal government, we've also seen like a dismantlement of housing programs. And we have understood the necessity to create something new for that. And the technology of PROSEIS is about involving the production actors, the housing actors all together, so that we may deal with populations that are excluded and they do not have access to housing. So we've done an inversion regarding setting the limits of areas that have social interest, which is something that usually the City Hall does. The City Hall understands that, for example, we're going to create some here social housing zoning here, and we have inverted that logic. So what are the premises that we have here? That construction industry and civil construction, they are able to increase their market. There are urban empty lots with a low construction potential here, and they have been used for speculation. They're not being used for their social roles. And we have a urban network that is ready to receive those zones. So the logics of these projects, through these lands, these huge lands of over 10,000 square meters inside the urban perimeter, that which would be normally by zoning be used to build only 2 houses. We create this a special zone for social interest, so we could produce like this housing units through apartments. And what are the incentives that we get for this program? An increase of constructive parameters. We have a specific law that we have created there for each one of these lots. So we do a urban analysis of the network, of the urban equipment, of how many units we can create in that specific unit. We exempt them from paying the housing taxes for and SQN as well for people who receive under 3 minimum wages. And how do we make that? What are the stages for that? We make a public call, a public summoning, and we publish it in the website of the city hall. And the people who have these houses are the ones, and these lots are the ones who look for us. So for example, the owner of this land will be in a partnership with a consulting company. Everything must come like in its actual structure. We have all the criteria over there. And then they give us an offer. And this offer is analyzed by a commission inside the Secretariat, a multidisciplinary commission, and we validate this proposal, and then we give them to the City Council of Planning, and they validate and do any alterations that are required. And then we sign a contract with this owner, with these construction companies to create these units. So what are the important points of these units? At least 1/3 of them must be sold to families that have an income of up to 3 minimum wages. And these families must be registered in our housing programs using the single registry from the government. So why do we talk about the innovation of this project? Because with that, the population is able to, towards the Minha Casa Minha Vida program, My House My Life from Caixa Econômica, we provide them a system that is an environment that is very favorable to housing construction. So we do not have connections with people from financing. It's connected to My House My Life from Caixa Econômica, and it's the program that takes care of all of that. But since this is a city program, it opens other doors. So we're talking about the family having support from the state, subsidies from the state to pay the first installment of this apartment. So we're talking about 15,000 reais here, and they have subsidies from the federal government as well, which may come to 15, 30,000 reais. And we have approved a new city law here because we have this fund of city living here. And we are also giving them some subsidies for the city. So this is an articulation to create an environment that's favorable to construction and selling of these apartments. And it's interesting that for all of us, this law right now establishes that we have a ratio of at least 30%, but we're about to reach 80 or 90% of these families who have been buying these apartments and currently live at under than 3 minimum wages per month. And we have here a chart of how many buildings we have built so far. Manacá was delivered about 3 weeks ago, and from 224 apartments, 180 were sold to families who earn up to 3 salaries per month. Therefore, in Maringá, we didn't have those types of units from the first range, and because the land was so expensive and this population didn't have any opportunities to live in those places, and they were expelled from the city. So this conurbation process started to happen and was increasing too quickly. So this program comes in a way to deal and reach this population that was excluded from the housing market. And we have signed 13 contracts for all these units, and it's very interesting for us because 1.5% of these apartments that have been built must be popular housing, so that we deal with families who are under extreme vulnerability and they can't even afford any of the installments for this. I believe I'm a little over time, and this is an image of one of our condominiums. This is a condominium that they're inserted in the context of the urban network, and we had a very interesting project there for wood frames, and we have delivered it this month. And here you can see a house that was created like as our standard housing model that we built with our own resources. Now we have built about 20. We've built already like 49, and we're going to be building other 60 ones in the future. And the construction companies must also adhere to this model. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for the participation for the lecture. It was really insightful. Now I would like to invite someone else. Itapicuru Mirim's mayor from Maranhão, Dito Nascimento Neto. Benedito, please join us. First of all, Itapicuru Meetings practice is the assistance center on behalf of medicinal plants, living pharmacy, and practical methods that complement health. Now I'm going to call Cícero Lucena, João Pessoa's mayor. He's going to tell us more about his program, Pão e Leite, bread and milk in Portuguese. Good morning, everyone here. Thank you very much, Jorge, Abraão, Zuleika. Thank you very much for the participation. It's a wonderful event. Let me say something. I'm not from Minas Gerais, but I'm going to tell a story. I'm from Paraíba. It's my third tenure. And God allowed me to, of course, be a politician in other roles. But I would like to talk about the social aspect, the social network. We know that Brazil is a continent, isn't it? And of course, we have idiosyncrasies, difficulties, and specific characteristics. But in 1997, my first tenure as a mayor, I wanted to make sure that we have slots for all students in school. And we were able to do that. We built a warning, so to speak, a sign actually, saying that students were entitled to be in school. We wanted to make sure that all students, all kids were students. On the very first day, I wanted to visit some centers, certain places, because we know that the place was not that good. And then I entered a room. When I entered that classroom, I had many assistants, of course, and I remember that I saw a child, and a child started crying because this child was sobbing. When I saw that child, I thought that this child was shocked or afraid. There were so many people in the classroom. But actually, it's always important to listen to those kids and pay attention to them. And I wanted to ask the teacher why the child was crying. I wanted to understand that reason. And she said, actually, this child, last night, this child did not eat. And this child came to school, and we, of course, are going to begin our class. And this child is starving. And I called my secretary and I told him, Neron is his name, his nickname. He was a rector from the Federal University of Paraíba, and I told him, look, I want to start a program that tackles nutrition aspects, and I want to make sure that all those kids eat. After some time, we have been awarded by the United Nations. We were able to buy food, and there was a council, of course, that would follow nutritional recommendations, and I was sure that was essential. We wanted to make sure that social justice was respected, and education as a whole. That's what we did. As I mentioned, I've been a politician for many years, and I wanted to understand the problem. Due to the pandemic of COVID-19, I wanted to understand other challenges. There are some things that we should pay attention to, especially in moments of crisis. That's why I went back to politics. I believed that other children were starving too, not only that child. That's why we created the Pão e Leite program, bread and milk in Portuguese. In order to save some costs, we were able uh, to ask bakeries to provide that bread. So that bread, of course, was used. We wanted to, of course, harvest soy too in order to have soy milk. And now we are back. We have to understand what's going on, and on top of that, we have to be concerned about daily problems. We have to understand what happens. We have to understand emergency issues too, and planning. That's why we created the Pão e Leite program. I'm going to show you this program in a second. It's going to be a short video. I do not know how much time I have left, but anyway. But let me tell you something important. It's just a suggestion, okay? We are talking about sustainable cities, of course, and there are many topics to be discussed. I live in Paraíba, as you know, and I know that I have lots of things to learn from you. But as I was saying, there is a program that was launched by me, a sustainable program that has been financed by BID. We remove people from flooded areas. But let me tell you something, it's not just a housing program. We remove those people, but actually we build the apartments, and we, of course, focus on tangible actions. Because, of course, we want to promote funding to that area, thanks to Eu Posso program, I Can program. But why am I saying this? I'm going to show a video about that, okay? Just 1 second. But why am I saying this? We are going to build 780 apartments. With the community, we were able to find room. We had to invest on that piece of land. And those condominiums, we were able to create a program that is really special that can be applied in other places in Brazil. We established a partnership with Senai in qualifying the labor market. And we are doing this because we want to promote the building of houses. I know that there are many young people watching me. There is a song that I love. Let me tell you that song. Cidadão, citizen in Portuguese. I love that song. It says there was a constructor, and that person was this person had to build churches and houses and apartments. And that professional said that he was not able to admire that piece, that building, the apartment. You know why? Because of social injustice. We know that social injustice is present in many places in Brazil. And I'm going to rewrite this story because he said that the building that he had built, he cannot even admire that building. He cannot enter that room, that building. And the school he has built, I mean, his child cannot study there. That's why we created a very important program called Cidadão, Citizen. We're qualifying women in the construction area, and those women are going to be hired by companies that are going to build the housing programs in our city. Those women are going to be hired to build in those places. They are mothers, of course, of students. Those women are going to be hired so that they can build the schools where their kids are going to study. So the women from these condominium are going to work. They're going to enter their place and live in those apartments. That's why we are rewriting the history. We are promoting those women. These women are going to become citizens of João Pessoa. So thank you very much for listening to me. And I would like to show you the video, Pão e Leite, bread and milk, so that you can understand the program better. Thank you very much.
Você carregar um peso em uma casa sozinha não é fácil, porque eu sou pai sozinho, então eu sou eu para botar a feira dentro de casa, sou eu para botar roupa, sou eu para pagar aluguel, sou eu para comprar remédio, sou eu para tudo. Esse projeto com o leite eu tenho na televisão, passando na televisão, comercial, e meu pai falou assim, olha Adriano, vai aparecer a inscrição do pão e leite, por que você não se inscreve? Aí eu disse, eu vou me inscrever. Aí eu fiz e fiquei aguardando. Um belo dia, você ligou para mim dizendo que eu tinha sido contemplada e que eu passasse lá na sede lá, que era para me entregar o meu cartão, o planeta. E já veio pegar em casa. Todo mês quando cai, é no momento que eu estou precisando. Graças a Deus. Aí eu vou no mercado, compro as coisas que eu preciso, né? Porque também é essa coisa eu preciso de umas luzes, compro um leite, um pão, comprar uma farinha, comprar tudo isso. Eu estou desempregada. Trabalho só em casa, né? Tomando conta da casa, dos filhos, eu, 3 filhos e meu esposo. Complemento a renda dos meus filhos para uma apoio. Foi fácil, no caso, cuidar e subir a inscrição. Esse mês mesmo aqui na minha casa sempre foi uma bênção do céu. E a solução da gente foi esse supermercado. Aceitamos o projeto do Pão e Leite aqui no nosso supermercado. É uma oportunidade incrível para muitos comerciantes terem essa questão do lucro, né? A gente já tinha visto o projeto, né, na internet, na televisão, mas essa questão do representante comparecer aqui no nosso mercadinho foi ele mesmo que compareceu no porta a porta. E a gente recebe um leitor, né, para estar passando, né, o cartão do beneficiário, né, gratuito.
Porque mais pessoas entram, o lucro sobe, né? Mais vendas, mais mercadorias e
Eu acho que é uma fez muito desenvolvimento, ensinar a você acreditar mais nas coisas, né? Porque tem que acreditar de se acreditar, né? O projeto pode acreditar.
Quando a gente pega um cartão, você vai no supermercado e compra, a alimentação é a salvação.
se você ouvir pessoas que não têm nada, têm só um cartão, e pessoas que nunca passaram um cartão na vida, quando chega com a organização, todo dia, tem que passar cartão, é tipo assim, se torna até incomodante você ver assim. E para uns é pouco, mas para as pessoas, o povo se dá muito, né? E multiplicar é muito. Parabéns, é muito bom.
É bom para todos. É um projeto muito bom. E que várias pessoas sejam mais auxiliadas, né, desse programa.
It was really good for us to be able to have this contact with the program Bread and Milk from João Pessoa. So I would like to hear right now our Mayor Benedito Nascimento Neto from Itapecurumirim, from Maranhão. Please, Benedito. Good morning. I would like to manifest my joy of being here with you all, sharing an experience, a small experience, but that for our community has been really transformative, has had like a huge repercussion. I would like to make a special thanks here for the Sustainable Cities Institute, for Jorge Abrão, for Zuleika, for the people who I was able to meet in São Luís. I had the pleasure of meeting both of them in São Luís last year and telling them just quickly here what is our story. Itapecurumirim is a small city, 17,000 people in Maranhão, in Nordeste. It is a city, a poor city. It is a lacking city, a city that needs more, where public policies haven't reached us so far. The public policies haven't reached most of the people, so we live in a poor city. And I, as a mayor of the city, I come from the public ministry. I am a retired attorney, and I've had like a huge fight as a prosecutor to really, come to the mayors and, ask them, for their righteousness. And I'm now paying for my sins and my excesses because I didn't expect going through this huge purgatory right now as a mayor myself. So in this scenario, we have become like, we have got a city that was full of problems. And what is our sadness about it is that this is the problems that we have. For example, our indexes for education, health, and social indexes are really low. And we have a real problem in terms of food security. And myself, as a Christian, I have to say, like, God, this was a moment to really purify my errors, to really to pay for my sins here in this earth. So we have started to work on a series of projects, and we have put 3 of our projects here in the Sustainable Cities Award, and we got the award with Casiplan, which is a project of inclusion in the public policies of health. And it shows an experimental way and an alternative way of including people who were marginalized up to the health system, so that they were able to get a health system and health insurance in the end of the day. So in the end of the day, that is it. We want to have people who have this health issue and who have no money to buy medicine, who have no money to buy medication, who have difficulties to reach a doctor. And we want to help these people. We want to bring them inside the health system. And I already knew at that time, and I got together with some friends from the healthcare area and our professor Kalini here, who decided, and together we were able to create this project, and we were able to implement this project together. And we have been working on this project for 1 year now, and we have received so many other awards. This is a simple project, but the things that really excite me about this project is how much we can really embrace people and welcome people to it and help people with it, promote people, include people. And this is the great satisfaction that I have of this project. I'm really joyful to be here in this moment, not because of the award, but because we get out of here stimulated to work more and more and more. We were excited because we want to work more to improve the quality of life of people who are, especially those who are marginalized, who has always lived in the margins of society. And when I talk here, for example, with the mayor of João Pessoa, who has this project that's called Bread and Milk, that for many people it may seem silly, but for us, we have this a great part of the Brazilian population who still has issues with food security. And this is a terrible, terrible issue. And that's why we must do something about it, to solve these problems, to overcome these problems. So I would like to ask you all for a moment here, so that Kalini comes here. And Kalini, She's a person who, you know, a real scholar of the health area, and she's the one who takes care of my project. I'm really grateful for every day when I see Kalini, because Kalini is excited to show us about what is the daily life here for our project, and this is a health issue that we have there. It's an alternative health program that we have for medicinal plants there, and we take care of people with diabetes, not only with the medication that the normal healthcare system provides, but we have medicinal plants, and of course this is not something that is done randomly. This is something that was the result of research. We have there in Maranhão a lot of experience from the Federal University of Maranhão, and Professor Terezinha has passed like over 50 years studying medicinal plants, and we were able to get that from the University of Maranhão in order to insert that through our experience, and Kalini was part of this. She participated in this. I would like to bring you here, Kalini. Please, Kalini, come up here so you can talk to us. I would like to ask Kalini to come up here because, you know, I'm from the law area, the legal area, and she's the one responsible for the health area. She's really an expert in this. She'll be able to talk to you about this experience. So thank you very much, and I'm going to give you a fraternal hug. Thank you very much for indicating, Kalini. So Kalini, I would just like you to be short in your words as fast as quick as possible, maybe 2 minutes, so we can end this discussion here, this panel, so we can have the other panels soon. Yeah, I'll be short, as we have like this Center for Integrative Health here, Casiplan. It was began by the program Farmácia Viva, Living Pharmacy from Maranhão, and Casiplan is our most successful seed. Because it's our most successful seed, the video that we will show you later will be my speech. So I'm a pharmacist, my name is Kalini Bezerra, and I'm really grateful for be from Maranhão, to be a pharmacist, a woman, and to be fighting for public health. When nobody believed in this project, Benedito Coroba, who is the mayor, believed in this project. So I come from a legacy of suffering by taking care of poor people in a poor region from a poor state, which really wants like public health. And we've been taking care of patients with these integrative practices and medicinal plants, and everything that we are and everything that we represent in our state of Maranhão, which I'm really proud of to be a part of.
Inaugurado na gestão do prefeito Benedito Coroba, o Casiplan é um espaço terapêutico coordenado pela farmacêutica doutora Kalini Bezerra e que iniciou através da parceria do programa Farmácia Virada ODS Terapêuticos do Maranhão. Tudo iniciou com a adesão do município ao Farmácia Viva, que fez o trabalho de 20 hortos inaugurados no início da gestão. Após isso, Coroba criou o Casiplan como semente de maior sucesso do segmento em nossa cidade. O Casiplan foi criado com o objetivo de cuidar das pessoas com tratamentos naturais, com uso de plantas medicinais, prescrição de fitoterápicos, óleos essenciais, meditação, osteopatia, auriculoterapia e acupuntura. Nele são oferecidos consultas farmacêuticas com plantas medicinais, meditação guiada, dança circular, rodas de conversa com idosos, escalda-pés e esfria-pés, argiloterapia, massoterapia, auriculoterapia, acupuntura e osteopatia. Devido ao seu pioneirismo, que já virou referência nacional, o órgão recebeu homenagem no primeiro simpósio das práticas integrativas e educação popular em saúde, promovido pelo governo do estado do Maranhão e também pelo Conselho Regional de Farmácia, que concedeu a honraria para Benedito Coroba, por ele ter sido o primeiro prefeito em nos ter sempre focado em cuidar das pessoas com plantas medicinais e práticas integrativas pelo SUS. Mas, recentemente, por falta do Casiplan, Itapecuru-Mirim foi premiada no primeiro Congresso Estadual do Municipalismo Maranhense, promovido pela Federação dos Municípios do Estado do Maranhão, FAMEM. E as boas notícias não param. O Casiplan social para a premiação pelo Programa de Boas Práticas. Pelo sucesso na execução das ODS 3, 5 e 13, o órgão será condecorado em São Paulo, em seu Casiplan. Órgão pioneiro, fruto do desejo da gestão do prefeito Benedito Coroba de revolucionar o município com desenvolvimento em todas as áreas e que já está virando uma verdadeira referência. É assim que se trabalha.
Well, I would just like to thank once again for this. And it's really good for us to be able to listen to these experiences and have these exchanges, which are so inspiring for us. Thank you very much, mayors, for your work in your cities. Thank you. And now we move on with the axis of governance. I'll be inviting here to the stage about the governance axis for the prizes for the small cities, which was given to the good practice for Agenda 2030, strengthening good practices for Taquaritinga do Norte in Pernambuco. Here I am inviting the Secretary of Cabinet, Ronaldo Veiga. I would also like to invite, because of the good practices, Pelotas Pact for Peace, Mayor Paula Mascarenhas. Please, Paula. And also, when we're talking about big cities, the Santo André 50-year program. Santo André 500 years. I divided it by 10, sorry people. It is the ambition of Santo André, 500 years. So it's a very good thing to see a program focused on the future here. So it's 500 years of Santo André, the name of the program. And I would like to invite Acácio, who is the Secretary of Planning of Santo André. Please, Acácio. So I would like to begin this panel by asking about Taquaritinga do Norte. Ronaldo, please. But before we begin, I would just like to ask you all to make an effort to be quick and synthesize everything, to summarize it, because we have further panels coming up. Igor has a sign there showing us the 5 and 1 minute signs. So I would like to ask you to be give you maybe tell you if the things don't advance in that direction, but it's with all the respect that I ask you that, just so we have this opportunity to listen to everyone, because this is a very rich process and rich learning process. So good morning everyone who is here at the panel. And for us, it's really important to be talking about the SDGs and our history of the SDGs, when we began with it, the implementation of 2030 agenda of conducting good practices, the implementation of these things in Taquaritinga do Norte in Pernambuco, which is on the top of a hill. It's a cold city in Pernambuco. It's 11 degrees here for us, which is relatively cold for us. but it's a very interesting city. We live with like different types of vegetation, from the forest, from the desert, and we live in that together in our city of Taquaritinga. And I would like to show you a little bit about our good practices there, what we have implemented in terms of governance, in theory and in practice, to show you where we have arrived here in terms of our execution.
So we created some laws, of course, implementing the 2030 agenda in 2019. My relation with the SDGs happened in 2018 when we launched a graduate course that was developed locally, of course, on behalf of sustainable development. And we had 99 students that were from different places in Brazil, and we were experts in SDGs. That's why we implemented those SDGs in Taquaritinga do Norte. And why did we do that? Because those best practices are not just those colorful squares. Actually, we can develop very good projects in our city. So why are those SDGs important? So let's see why they are essential. Let's continue. So we have decrees and laws. Let's skip this part. Okay, let's focus on something more interesting. So the implementation of SDGs in the planning tools. I'm going to show you some leaflets so that you can see those pieces of information. We can better understand the plan that we devised, how we established this methodology, how we applied the SDGs onto our planning, our plans. Anyway, all the tools that were devised, how we were able to achieve those objectives. So how we organized those goals and how we made them tangible. So let's talk about the steps really quickly. So the first step, we were able to map the goals in PPA and the plan. Second step, we wanted to validate the mapping, of course, of the issues. And third item, we want to, of course, identify the SDGs objectives. And of course, this has to do with the environment, this has to do with socioeconomic factors, and this has to do with how the community understands this. We, of course, asked people to help us. And of course, we learned a lot thanks to Kodak Videm from Pernambuco. We learned a lot, and we wanted to apply this to cities. We listened to people. And that was very important, because by listening to people, you can better understand their needs, and that's why we were able to give back to the city what they deserve. So people got, of course, more empowered, and they felt that they were part of the local context. That's why our contribution was really valid, because people understood their presence. We had people from Porto de Galinhas as well watching me. Okay, so thanks to the implementation of SDGs in our plans, we were able to deliver the first product, the diagnosis, second product, the guidelines, and third product, the law itself, the plan. And why did we do this? Because we wanted to deliver this plan to the city councilors. And thanks to this plan, we were able to review its characteristics, and we applied the method. We built a very important guideline. That's the process that we developed together. Why are they important? Why are these SDGs important? Because of course we are getting close to the inhabitants, and by doing this we can get close to our objectives. The 2030 agenda is going to be reached if, of course, mayors and city councilors are together promoting the well-being of people. I'm going to mention a very important project. I think we have people from Garapava. Yeah, Garapava is here with us in our project. Innovate Together is a project by the European Union. We have a partnership with Portugal. We have been learning a lot. We have been establishing best practices. We have been exchanging information. We visited Coimbra, Lisbon, and we, of course, are applying our best practices to Lisbon and vice versa. We are bringing the 2030 SDGs there too. Igarapava, Itabirito, and other cities as well. We are developing a joint effort. SDG 11. I'm going to skip this one and many others. And we inserted these SDGs in our plan. We have the guidelines, the objectives, everything is described in the leaflet. Now let's talk about some intervention processes, projects. This is a place we transformed the place through graffiti. It was an ugly place, and now as you can see, it's much better. We are using the local vegetation to promote that. We have established some partnerships with uh, other companies in order to promote uh, to combat deforestation. We have another program called Peaceful City, and that project is really important. We had established partnerships with other people. Somebody asked me in a previous lecture, but why do you want to do that? What is the objective of the city to adhere to the SDGs? There are many, of course, because by applying the SDGs, you can get connected to other institutions, other ministries. In Pernambuco, we can see that it's important to be aligned on these topics, on these issues. In practical terms, we established another partnership. We collected trash thanks to Lixo Zero initiative, Zero Trash initiative. We live in Pernambuco and we have many clothing companies there, Caruaru, Toritama, and other cities. So the economical aspects of the town revolves around the clothing companies. That's why we have to be aware of that. We have the investment of on entrepreneurs and other programs. We have established many partnerships. As you can see, we have some factories in Taguaritinga and in Pão de Açúcar as well, a small town that belongs to Taguaritinga, close to Caruaru and other cities, a very important place. We have established other projects. Taguaritinga is famous for being the capital of coffee. You see, organic coffee. So that's a very important market in the place, in the region. We have Christmas too. That's a major investment that we have in the place. The way we implement Christmas, people themselves create that party. And to wrap up, we have other projects as you can see here on the screen. We have Leader Sebrae, the SDG leadership, the Pernambuco Institute on behalf of environment that of course develops best practices. It takes the residues from the clothing companies like pieces of thread and other items, and they use those residues and transform them by teaching poor people how to use those items. That's really important. So we are reusing those items. It's a very good partnership. Innova Juntos as well, Innovate Together from CMM and other projects. Now we have a new project, Cidade Presente. I'm sorry, we don't have much time. And that's it. Actually, I have just finished my presentation. Thank you very much. And Ronaldo spoke so fast, right? He was so eager to speak. He wanted to share his experience. Thank you very much, Ronaldo. Now I'd like to invite Paula Mascarenhas, Pelotas Mayor. Paula, please join us. Can you please tell us more about Pelotas and its project? Good morning, everyone. George Zuleika, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a wonderful partnership with Sustainable Cities. We are thrilled to receive this award. We were the runner-up. Thank you very much. Congrats, Ronaldo Acacio, for being here with me. Let me say something. I believe that we have been noticing the importance of public policies and public services on the municipal level. So congrats, everyone, all cities that are here being awarded. Let me just mention Benedito and Kalini from Maranhão. I'm really grateful for your initiative because actually my husband is from Maranhão and that's why I respect Maranhão, I love Maranhão, and I was really touched by your emotion, the emotion you conveyed, because by being emotional you can see the importance of towns and other municipalities. That's my intention today. I'm going to show you a video in a second, but let me just introduce you to some ideas. I think I have some time. So Pelotas for Peace is a public safety program. Our city was very violent in 2017, in my first tenure, and we noticed throughout the years the importance of public safety in Pelotas. It doesn't have to do with police itself. Actually, encompasses other things. It has to do with transforming people's lives and preventing violence. And we know that in order to prevent violence, the town is responsible for that. Because, of course, we are talking about children, childhood, we are talking about schools. We know that thanks to education, we can prevent violence, housing projects, healthcare assistance, and other social projects. They're going to prevent violence, and by doing this, we can build a better society, and we can, of course, overcome conflicts in a non-violent way. We have also worked with the Public Observatory. I have here Alide Crochemori. She's the coordinator. Mauricio Martins, another coordinator. We have another person here, Samuel Ribeiro. Those people are very responsible. And we have many institutions too that are involved. We have been working with other institutions regarding safety, police, civil and military police. We have firefighters, federal police, public ministry, judges too. Everyone is involved by establishing sessions on a weekly basis so that we can provide data and those data are analyzed. A collective plan is devised and this plan is executed in a collective way, of course. And this, of course, has yielded lots of benefits. On the video, you're going to see that the data are up to 2021, but in 2022, we have news. In 2017, we had 34.4 murders per 100 inhabitants. That's a very significant percentage. We're going to show the figures in 2021. It's 9. In 2022, the figure is 6.79. It was a significant decrease. We had a decrease of 80% of lethal and violent crimes, murders and other crimes. On average, we had a decrease of 70% of property crimes, and this happened due to the program that we have established. We have been preserving lives and saving lives thanks to the integration of all members of the team, public companies and private companies too, because we know that society has to be involved. I know that I don't have much time, so now we can watch the video and see the data and information.
Estão ouvindo a gente não?
Pacto é a união. As operações integradas das forças de segurança e de fiscalização do município são sistemáticas. Pacto é integração. Áreas distintas passaram a trabalhar de forma integrada, em busca de soluções para a cidade. Pacto é organização. O Observatório de Segurança Pública analisa e mapeia todos os dados para reduzir assim a criminalidade.
Pacto é sorte.
Ações importantes como remar para o futuro, vida ativa, sacada cidadã, para desporto e o quem luta no crime são importantes eixos para a prevenção da violência. As equipes já trouxeram muitos prêmios para Pelotas. Pacto é cuidado. Ações como o SAT e o mapa de oportunidades mudaram a vida de muitos jovens.
Pacto é proteção.
Os programas RECT e Ponte Comigo auxiliam no fortalecimento de vínculos pais e filhos. As metodologias auxiliaram centenas de famílias pelotenses. Pacto é oportunidade. O programa Cada Jovem Com oferece escuta para jovens das escolas municipais, com o objetivo de afastá-los da violência. Pacto é trabalho.
Just as a final note, I would like to say that this public policy, maybe its bigger feature, is not only working with scientific evidence and integration, is that it has been generating further and better new public policies in the city. So we've had this project first with the young people and then in the housing area because we have realized the risk of violence that requested like more public policies in the areas, and then especially in the first part of the childhood because Jundiaí got the third place in the social axis. We want to make Pelotas the city of children because we understand that this is the thing that will actually change the future of our city. Thank you very much for all of your attention. Thank you, Paula. And of course, this issue of safety here in security here in Brazil. We spend over 40,000 people in Brazil to murder. And this is one of the most violent countries in the world. And looking at Pelotas and understanding how Pelotas has managed in this short period of time, reaching such good standards for security and preserve life. And it's really great to see that happening with this integration of actions. It's really good to hear about that. So now let's move on to the Santo André 500 years, 5,000 years? Okay, 500 years Santo André here with Acácio Miranda, the Secretary of Planning. Welcome, Acácio. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Jorge. Good morning, Mayor Paula, my friend here, Ronaldo, my co-worker. So, two informations. Yeah, I would like to tell you that I don't need to use all my time here because I got a lot of recognition from Paula, and Ronaldo here. And governance is the same thing despite using different projects. And the 500 Years Santo André project was created specifically with this basis. So in 2020, the technicians from the City Hall had two complex matters from which they were debating on what to do. The SDGs and the plans of objectives of 2030, the agenda of 2030. And there was a need to build these goal plans for the next 4 years. And despite the difficulties, I believe they were so fascinated by that challenge that instead of thinking of a 10-year term until 2030 or maybe a 4-year range for the plans of goals, they were trying to think about the next 30 years. They were there to thinking of the next 30 years because we're talking about when it's 2500, when it's 2053, Santo André will be 500 years old. And we need a plan of goals that takes into consideration the future of the city, the construction of the basis of the city for the next 30 years. And in order to structure a project that's so daring, we would like to consider 3 phases. The first phase, where we went to the streets to survey the population and understand what they wanted and what were their wills, what their wishes for the city, and what were the objectives of the people who were mostly interested in the next 30 years of the city. On a second stage, we planned what were the possible actions and projects for the next 30 years. And I calling them like the possible actions because we don't live in a city that is constant. And of course, in the next 30 years, these objectives and goals will change and will probably change. And therefore, we need that planning to take into consideration the possibility of changing for these goals. And in third place, the execution stage, the execution phase, which is something that we are currently starting. But if we thought about planning the next 30 years in a way that's random, we wouldn't have any kind of planning. So we have decided to structure Santo André 500 Years program in 4 main axes. The first one is related to the economic development. The second one is related to urban development and environmental development, because 62% of our city is composed of environment, plants. And an axis that's mostly related to management and innovation, which is something that we discuss when we're talking about the internal part, and we develop our public management for the next 30 years. And the final axis, which is social development. Based on these 4 axes and these 3 stages, and we would have several, and I would not have time to talk about all that. All the projects that come from this structuring and this governance that we have established. We have Moeda Patch, where we exchange with the population recyclable waste for healthy food. So in many places of the city, we started to collect recyclable waste in exchange for healthy food. And that was Moeda Patches for us. And the green coin, we also created like the pet coin. And we get like recyclable waste for dog food and cat food. And we created 4 photovoltaic plants, PV solar plants. And all these public buildings here from Santo André, almost 100 of them, they will not be paying for power anymore. They will be self-sustainable, and these 4 plants will produce all the energy that's required for all of our 100 public buildings. We have also structured healthy nutrition through an app. We have heard all the children and all the parents that have children who study in our schools who have like a food insecurity. I have a a food problem too, because I was diabetic since I was a kid. So when I was a kid, I want to get food at school. I would have some restrictions, and through this app, the children were able to say what were the restrictions, and we would receive them from them. And with that, we were able to give them food that was appropriate to the restrictions. And in the end, just by quote on one of our examples, we have a tech park. We are part of the São Paulo ABC area, but we used to be an industrial area, but we have some of our industries leaving like us, and we need to reinvent ourselves economically. And since then, we have become a tech hub. So many of the tech companies are now in Santo André. They have their headquarters in Santo André, especially tech companies related to logistics. And we used to make jokes about it, that Santo André is the best corner of the Brazil, because we're right in the middle of the biggest airport in Brazil and the biggest port in Brazil, Guarulhos and Santos. So we had now the opportunity to restructure ourselves economically. So this is a very superficial way to talk about what are the things that I wanted to say. I would like to invite everyone to visit our website, Santander 500ANOS.com.br. You can see all the methodology for this project, and we are open to dialogue with all the other municipalities and cities, so we can learn with you, and maybe in the future we can also contribute with you all and improve the structuring of our cities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Acácio. Well guys, thank you so much. We're ending now the governance access. Thank you, Ronaldo. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Acácio. Thank you for all for being here. It was a great pleasure to have you all here. And now we're going to our economic axis, the second to last axis. And I would like to invite the cities, the medium cities, the small cities, for the good practices. First, São Cristóvão in Sergipe. Sandra Sena, please. Sandra Sena, representing São Cristóvão. The good practices, the program Dialogues, Diversity and Inclusion, Reducing Inequalities for the LGBTQIA+ population. And in the first medium city, the first place in the medium cities with the program Echo Smiles from Sorriso in Mato Grosso. I would like to invite Marcelo Alves da Silva, please. So Diogo, actually, so there was a replacement. Diogo, please be welcome here. Diogo Martins. Welcome, Diogo. And I would also like to invite as the big city in the big city first place in the economical access, collective action for employment, Bruno Santana from Sorocaba. Please come up here, Bruno.
Let's begin with a good practice. From São Cristóvão, Sandra, please. You have 7 minutes. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to do something that I always do in my presentations and lectures. Let me just describe myself. I'm a black woman. I'm a bit short. I'm wearing black clothes, black trousers, and a brown jacket. As you can see, my hair is black too and long on my shoulders. I'm doing this because I want to include everyone. That's why I'm describing myself. So our city is next to Acaraju, actually a very good city in Sergipe. It is the fourth oldest city in Brazil. That's San Francisco Square. It is a World Inheritance Square. It is a very old city, as I've just mentioned. It's from 1590. So, from the 1800s, it was not the capital anymore, and Aracaju became the capital of Sergipe. It was the capital until 1855. São Cristóvão has more than 90,000 inhabitants. I'm sorry, can you please go back to the previous slide? Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Okay. Let me talk about the project. It is a major challenge because my fellow mayors, congrats for being here and congrats for the Sustainable Cities program for being so sensitive in bringing cities from the Northeast and talking about their projects. It's not easy to work in such region because we have so many inequalities and we have major challenges before us, especially for the LGBTQIA plus people. According to a survey, actually, let me say something. We don't have official institutions that know the accurate figure. But according to this piece of research, 10% of the population sees itself as LGBTQA plus people. And of course, we are talking about bisexuals, transgenders, lesbians, and gays. And according to this piece of research, 51% of LGBTQA plus people reported that they have suffered some sort of violence regarding their sexual orientation or gender identity. Out of those people, 94% of them suffered verbal violence. In 13% of those cases, they also suffered physical violence. Now let me just make a comment, something important. Of course, it's not my identity lane as a LGBTQA plus person, but I am a mother on behalf of diversity. So I'm a mother of an LGBTQA plus person, and we fight against prejudice. And we know that violence has no specific origin. We know that this happens because some people have prejudice against LGBTQA plus community. That's why we wanted to launch our project, Dialogue and Inclusion. This project is 1 year old. Let me tell you something more about this program. It was really necessary Because how we can talk to that community if mayors and public servants do not know that reality? That's why we launched this project. So we had the following objective. We wanted to promote uh, public policies in order to help those people in São Cristóvão, our city. We talk about SDG 16 because it talks about peace, justice, and other initiatives. That's what we are doing. Let's continue. So let's talk about the project itself. We have three main axes. So of course we are talking about policies for the LGBTQIAPN plus people from São Cristóvão. We have to understand who these people are, where those people are, their needs, of course. We have a form on our website. And we ask questions. We want to understand these people's needs, these people's characteristics, courses that they would like to take. Because by doing this, we are able to understand the people, and then we can apply public policies to those people. And we also have another project called Did You Know That? We have a folder here that we produced so you can have more details about the project. It's a continuous program. Let's continue. We do have another program. It is a mapping campaign, and we of course applied the SDGs 10, 17, and 16. We have our website and our Instagram profile. We want to make sure that those people have access to courses, professional courses. We know that it's very tough for those people to work in the labor market. There are many things involved, poverty issues. These people are mainly black, they don't have access to education, so that's a major challenge that we have to overcome. We have a project called Você Sabia, Did You Know? We talk to civil servants, and we are tackling the tools, the equipment itself. It's not something instantaneous, so we access hospitals and other institutions. We establish conversations with the people that work in those places. Everyone, no exceptions whatsoever, doctors, social assistants, psychologists, anyway, all people. We want to make those people aware of the problem, and we want to make people aware of the problems that happen there. Let's continue. Let's have a look at the results. 166 people that have been registered, but somebody would say, but that's not very significant. Yeah, but it is a starting point. 140 people that were assisted, 25 people that were helped too from a legal perspective. We have a specific office dedicated to those people. We have 325 public servants that were that took this course, 80 people that work in snack bars, restaurants, and other places too, amusement parks too, 33 trans people that were benefited thanks to the health program, and they were treated, 35 artists that work in specific places focused on tourism. Sandra, I'm sorry we don't have so much time. Sure, have just finished. Of course, we want to have more towns, more cities without prejudice. We want to make sure that those people have access to services. That's something of utmost importance. We have to respect people's characteristics regarding gender, race, ethnic groups, and gender identities. Let's respect everyone. Let's not kill our sons and daughters. Mark Santana and his secretary Luciani, congratulations. thank you very much for believing in my project, because we do have to respect this population. I'm really emotional. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Sandra. I forgot to bring like the qualifications from Sandra here. Sandra is like the municipal coordinator of policies for the LGBTQIA plus people from São Cristóvão. And I would like just to make an observation here, Sandra, for thank the program for bringing cities from the Northeast. And we do not bring the cities from the Northeast. This is a merit from the city of the Northeast, since it's all like a merit from all the cities that are here. The Sustainable Cities program does it's not something that we do classifying this and defining the prizes and the awards. We want to have an impartial posture, and therefore we invite like a group of judges who are really specialized and qualified to do this analysis for all of us, and we started this process here. So these cities here, there's no geographic determinism here. It's the award that is a merit of each and every one of these cities here. And for that, I would like to congratulate you all once again. So continuing here, thank you, Sandra, once again for your work in São Cristóvão. Moving on then, with the good practice of medium cities in the economic access, I invite Marcelo Alves da Silva to talk about the good practices from Sorriso in Mato Grosso. Diogo Martins, once again, I'm reading the wrong name. Sorry, Diogo, once again. Good morning, everyone. How are you all? I would like to say sorry because our mayor couldn't be here. He had to go to São Bento in Rio Grande do Sul. And I'll be here representing him because I'm the manager of the Sorriso program in our city. Sorriso is a city in Mato Grosso, which is known because it's the national capital of agribusiness. We are one of the we are the biggest city in terms of grain production in the world, and that's what Sorriso has built in the last years. Up to a recent time, like Sorriso didn't even have like a selective waste collection. And you will see that soon, like with these programs, we have built that in these last 3 years. So in the beginning, we couldn't understand that. We understand now there's a niche here to be found here in Brazil, because we tried to find like a reference here in Brazil because of cities who were able to do waste recycling, but we're not able to get like in public management. The mayors here can confirm that to us. We have trouble finding good references so we can implement these plans in an
Mais uma edição da Virada ODS. Seja muito bem-vindo. Vocês estavam acompanhando aí um bate-papo incrível das cidades sustentáveis. E agora, aqui no estúdio, eu quero fazer uma apresentação para vocês, que eu tenho certeza que vocês já viram por aí, mas ela está aqui, ó, presente. Estou falando dela, Vitória Oliveira dos Santos. Ela que foi uma figura muito emblemática aqui na cidade de São Paulo. Para quem não sabe a história, uma família de capivaras nasceu às margens do Rio Pinheiros. E aí, uma dessas capivarinhas foi chamada de Vitoriosa, porque ela sobreviveu a tantas coisas. E por isso que ela e a família dela passaram por tantas situações e elas precisaram lutar para sobreviver. E ficaram super famosas ali nas margens do Rio Pinheiros. E aí a gente conhecia ali aquele espaço por ter muita poluição, por ser ali fazer parte de todo um sistema ali da cidade grande, né? E ali era muito poluído. Então ela já foi uma sobrevivente e a partir daí a gente conheceu a Vitória, que inspirou a nossa mascote, a Vitória Oliveira dos Santos. Porque eu vou explicar para você. Vitória de virada, certo? Todo mundo está aqui na Virada ODS. Oliveira de O, D dos, né? Que seria o D, e o S, Santos. Então por isso Vitória Oliveira dos Santos. Vitória, eu estou tão feliz de conhecer pessoalmente. seja bem-vinda à Virada ODS. Você que já foi porta-voz aí por toda a cidade de São Paulo, já andou aí por São Paulo, andou de metrô, andou de ônibus, já andou de carro, já andou de todas as formas para poder chegar na população aqui de São Paulo e é a nossa mascotinha. Então, ao lado de Vitória, ao lado aqui de toda uma equipe que está preparando esse evento há meses, eu desejo a vocês boas-vindas e principalmente também para você ficar antenado aqui na nossa transmissão. A gente vai ter muitos convidados aqui passando pelo nosso estúdio, a galera que está participando dos painéis também passarão por aqui para a gente aprender um pouco mais. O objetivo da Virada ODS é todo mundo ficar antenado em todas as 17 ODSs, sobre a Agenda 2030, sobre tudo que o mundo está preparando junto com a ONU, junto com agora a Vitória, junto com tantas pessoas, né, as cidades do país todo já estão se programando para essa Agenda 2030 e o que estão fazendo? O que vai acontecer? Tudo isso você vai ficar sabendo aqui na Virada ODS também. Agora, eu estou sabendo que ali fora tem uma galerinha que eles estão já olhando para o futuro. Eles fazem parte da imprensa jovem. Eles podem entrar aqui? Vamos trazê-lo para cá, a galera da imprensa jovem, junto com a Vitória aqui, porque é uma molecadinha que está fazendo história. Eles fazem parte desse projeto junto com a Secretaria de Educação aqui de São Paulo e estão aqui conhecendo como imprensa. É verdade, estão desbravando tudo que está acontecendo aqui na Virada ODS. Então a gente vai convidá-los para entrar aqui no estúdio. Cadê a galera do Imprensa Jovem? Vem para cá, vem para cá. Olá, Vitória, Imprensa Jovem, estamos aqui, ó. A Fernanda já está chegando aqui. Eu não sei seu nome, cadê seu nome? Ih, perdeu. Está atrás do seu pescoço. Aí, muito bem. Você é a Nicole. Fernanda, você é da Imprensa Jovem. Quanto tempo que você está nesse projeto?
Com esse ano vai fazer 2 anos. Três anos.
E você?
Eu entrei quase agora.
Tá nova aqui no... Agora eu tô sabendo que esse cara aqui, o Iago, é o chefe do jornal, é o chefe da redação que manda em tudo. Ô, Iago, como que é... Vem cá do lado. Como que é participar desse projeto fazendo parte da Imprensa Jovem?
É muito importante sempre estar ali aprendendo junto com a imprensa e junto com todos, né? A gente sempre estar vendo os erros, ajudando os outros e vendo como que é. Por conta que pode ser o nosso futuro. Sim. Pode ser o meu futuro, pode ser o dela, pode ser o dele. Então, sempre tem que estar junto ali, sempre juntando e sempre um ajudando o outro. Eu acho muito importante.
E ó, todo mundo uniformizado aqui, todo mundo com crachá. Agora eu quero saber o seguinte, vocês estão antenados no que são as ODSs, né? 17 ODS. Você sabe uma ODS?
Não.
Vamos aprender juntos, porque estamos aqui para aprender isso. Você, Verônica, faz parte de qual área dentro do Imprensa Jovem?
Eu fico mais na parte da entrevista.
Certo, então você fica entrevistando todo mundo. Você vai ter o prazer de entrevistar a Vitória logo mais. Tem muitas autoridades aqui presentes também. E você vai ter a oportunidade junto com a gente, assim como o Rian está aqui também, o Riquelme está aqui também junto comigo, para aprender sobre as 17 ODSs. Agora... Ô, Davi, você participou agora cedo aqui com a gente, você leu até, você já descobriu o que é um TP aqui no estúdio, descobriu? Você não leu ali, ó, chama um TP, é tudo que a gente vai falando, ó, ali, ó, quer ver? Vamos fazer, você, Larissa, você vai ser a apresentadora da Virada ODS, segura a ficha aqui, e essa é a Vitória, certo? Você vai entrevistar a Vitória agora. Como que você faz para ser uma apresentadora da Virada ODS agora, entrevistando a Vitória? Você vai ler o TP, que é o teleprompter, que a gente já falou mais cedo, né? Você já até ensaiou aqui, mas agora é na prática, estamos ao vivo em todas as redes sociais da Virada ODS, na Secretaria de Relações Internacionais, no Terra também, e você vai ser a nossa porta-voz, fechada? Então vai lá, conversa com a Vitória agora, eu vou ficar só vendo.
Oi, Vitória, tudo bem? Então, Vitória, você está curtindo o evento aqui? Tá? De 0 a 10, quanto que você está amando? 10? Então você está gostando, né? E você já conheceu muitas pessoas inspiradoras aqui no evento? Então você está gostando, né? Obrigada.
Mandou muito bem. Aplausos para a Nicole. Nicole não, errei, é a Larissa. Quem que é a Nicole? Vem cá, Nicole. Vem cá, olha você agora. Você vai fazer igual a Larissa fez.
Ai, não, meu Deus.
Vai sim. É agora, estamos ao vivo, vai lá. Você é a apresentadora, segura aqui. Você vai amarelar aqui na frente de todo mundo? Não, vai fazer. Ela tem que fazer ou não tem que fazer? Sim. Pronto, segura aqui. Ó, vai lá, entrevista a Vitória.
Se eu conseguir falar...
Ó, o microfone e lê ali, vai. Vai, microfone.
Oi, Vitória, você tá curtindo o evento? Muito? De 0 a 10, quando você tá amando?
Muito bom, ó. E o legal é que a Vitória faz assim, com a mão. A Vitória tem quantos dedos? 4 dedos, né? De 0 a 10. Ela faz assim várias vezes, ou seja, ela gostou muito mais do que 10, né? Cadê o nosso... Vem cá, Rian. Vamos lá, agora a gente, ali no TP, já esgotamos todas as perguntas. Agora vai ser na sua cabeça. Entrevista a Vitória aí, vai.
Vitória, o que você tá achando da ODS?
Ela não responde, ela só... É sim ou não?
Você tá gostando da ODS? Você gostou de conhecer a gente? Você gosta de estar aqui? Legal.
É sobre isso, é sobre improviso. Então, ó, quero parabenizar a toda a galera da imprensa jovem que está aqui. Ó, tô aqui com o Davi, o Arthur, a Larissa, a Fernanda, a Nicole, que não queria entrevistar, mas entrevistou, o nosso amigo Iago. Estou aqui com a Vitória, Vitória já conhecemos, Sofia, Verônica, Rian e Riquelme. Muito obrigado, divirtam-se, aproveitem, aprendam bastante sobre as 17 ODS, porque até a Agenda 2030 chegar, todos nós, eu, vocês, a gente pode ajudar a fazer esse movimento das ODS. Então, a gente está falando de combate à fome, a gente está falando sobre diversidade. Para o quê mais?
Vida na água.
Vida na água, o que mais? Alguém sabe mais alguma coisa? Ó, é o momento... Oh?
Desigualdade.
Desigualdade. Então é o momento de aprendermos juntos e vocês aqui vão ajudar a gente nesse movimento, beleza? Então na casa de vocês, assim que vocês chegarem lá, falam, eu aprendi isso, isso, isso. Quando você chegar para os seus amigos, ó, lá na Virada ODS eu aprendi isso, isso. É isso que é importante. A gente conseguir passar a mensagem do que são as viradas, do que é a Virada ODS, do que são as 17 ODS, para que a gente consiga construir um mundo melhor. Você não quer um mundo melhor? Quem não quer um mundo melhor, não é verdade? Vitória, você não quer um mundo melhor? É isso, então estamos aqui para isso e a gente precisa de todos vocês. Então, muito obrigado pela presença de todos vocês. Vitória também continua aqui comigo, mas vamos aplaudir então a imprensa jovem. Muito obrigado. Valeu, gente. Obrigado. Quer falar?
Depois, se quiserem ver sobre o nosso jornal desse mês, vão lá no Instagram da MF Aclamado e vejam o nosso jornal. Muito obrigado.
Qual que é o Instagram?
É MF Aclamado.
Repete.
MF Aclamado, tudo junto. MF Aclamado.
MF Aclamado. Tudo junto no @MF Aclamado. No Instagram vai ter... Vocês estão fazendo uma reportagem aqui da virada?
Sim.
E vai passar lá, vocês vão colocar lá no Instagram. Sim. Então é isso. Muito obrigado. Continua aí, ó, cobrindo tudo que tem da Virada ODS, tá bom? Gente, vocês podem sair agora nesse momento dando tchau pra câmera. Pronto, aí, ó. Isso! Vitória, você viu que bacana? Ó, assim como você, que você faz parte da história da cidade de São Paulo, a capivara tão famosa aqui na cidade de São Paulo, a gente tem também a imprensa jovem, a gente tem também os nossos patrocinadores, a gente tem toda a imprensa que está fazendo a cobertura aqui para o evento também. E mais do que isso, a gente quer também mostrar para que vocês consigam aprender mais nesse evento, a que vocês consigam mergulhar mais em todos os objetivos e principalmente se divertir também. A gente tem uma programação muito grande hoje, a gente tem os shows que vão acontecer também aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú, e esses shows, deixa eu te falar uma coisa, esses shows estão super... Eu não sei nem o que falar, porque, ó, Olodum com planta e raiz, a partir das 18 horas. Aí a gente tem a DJ Vivian Reis, e para finalizar o dia de hoje, aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú, nós temos ela, Maria Rita, a partir das 20 horas, com um show incrível, com um show para fazer realmente o primeiro dia da Virada ODS, porque esse é só o primeiro dia, tá? Amanhã a gente volta aqui com mais programação e também com outros shows. Mas os shows de hoje, Olodum Planta e Raiz, a DJ Vive e também Maria Rita, você não pode perder. Ainda dá tempo de você vir, é de graça. Você pode se inscrever também no site da Virada ODS. O site lá você faz a sua inscrição. Você aqui vai poder participar de uma feira, tem uma feira aqui com tantos expositores que tem produtos sustentáveis, que tem de mais outros produtos que você vai poder se inspirar também para fazer parte desse movimento e fazer parte dos shows. Então, os shows acontecem aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú e aqui na Praça das Artes, onde está localizado o nosso estúdio, onde tem todos os painéis que vão acontecer aqui. Você não pode perder, né? Faz o seguinte, fica ligado, se você vier para cá, tira uma foto, já marca @ViradaODS, usa a hashtag ViradaODS e também participe de alguma forma. Você tem alguma dúvida? Manda aqui pra gente que a gente te ajuda também. Você tem alguma sugestão? Você tem como que você está colaborando para as ODSs aqui em São Paulo? E também para que você consiga fazer dentro da sua casa uma bandeira, fincar uma bandeira da ODS também. A gente tem que ir do mundo para os países, para os estados, para as cidades e para dentro da sua casa. Então, essa informação a gente quer passar para você, mas você também pode colaborar com a gente aqui. É a Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo com mais uma Virada ODS, aguardando você para curtir tudo. Tem mais alguma coisa? A gente tem a palestra, tá rolando lá no palco, então vamos fazer o seguinte, vamos voltar lá para o palco para falar mais sobre as cidades sustentáveis e já já a gente volta.
It's so good. It sums up the project.
Vivi, muito obrigado.
Let me explain the video. This video, as you can see, this video shows the structure of the program, of the event. This video, of course, talks about the logistics of the process. We have lectures too. People, of course, can take courses, free courses. And why is that? Because we want to understand the needs of companies. We want to understand what kind of people do those companies need. So, as part of the city counseling, we want the best for people. We have to understand those job offers and if there are people that are suitable for those job posts. We have lots of examples. We have businessmen and businesswomen talking about the project. So the cost was reduced too because sometimes we can find good candidates. As you can see, we have people saying that they were really successful and of course they were able to save money. They sent their resumes to a single place and people were interviewed. Sometimes people can choose the best opportunity thanks to our project. That's why I always say that employment, of course, is connected to blessing people. Let's listen to the video. Let's listen to it.
Nós somos convidados pela Prefeitura para participar do programa Empresa de Sorocaba com duas intenções: levar para a rede discussões e qualificações para as pessoas que estavam procurando emprego, também como a gente fazer a ponte entre o projeto e o nosso RH. Hoje nós temos alguns colaboradores que entraram através desse mutirão e estão através do nosso projeto. Nós temos recebido diariamente relatos de pessoas que têm conseguido a sua recolocação profissional graças a essa organização de toda uma equipe, de todas as empresas que acreditam no projeto estão aqui conosco gerando essas vagas. Fiquei sabendo do mutirão de empregos através das redes sociais. Foi um processo bem rápido e eles estão conseguindo a vaga de emprego. Através desse evento, todos os candidatos que participam vão ter contato com as agências, com as empresas, conseguem ter contato de como estão o mercado e o emprego atual. Também troca das águas e até mesmo realizado pela prefeitura direto lá no evento também.
Eu fiquei muito encantado, muito feliz de ver quantas pessoas já estão trabalhando nessa saída. Só para dar um dado para vocês, passaram mais de 14 mil pessoas nos lobbies de quilômetros anteriores. Praticamente quase 12 mil passaram por entrevistas. Eu estava conversando com a equipe e me posicionando sobre os números. Assim, muita gente trabalhando. Graças a Deus.
O mutirão de empregos ele é muito bom aqui para evitar serviços, porque ele acaba sendo um processo mais ágil e eficaz e a gente consegue encaminhar candidatos qualificados para as vagas. Eu fui ao mutirão no momento que eu tinha acabado de terminar minha faculdade. Assim que eu participei desse mutirão, alguns dias depois eu fui chamada para uma entrevista. Acabou sendo muito positivo para mim e eu estou atualmente trabalhando há 3 meses.
Quero dizer que esse aqui é um projeto para valer, uma realidade. Então, para nós aqui que estamos aqui no Parque Tecnológico, é um prazer recebê-los aqui. Contem sempre com essa equipe.
O mutirão de emprego tem facilitado a vida das consultorias de emprego aqui em Sorocaba, no nosso processo diário de contratação, porque a gente consegue verificar em um só local todo o processo, desde a captação do candidato, mostrar quais as vagas que nós temos e já fazer o processo ali mesmo, porque às vezes o candidato consegue, inclusive, sair dali do local.
Já fazem 2 anos que eu estava procurando um emprego, fiquei sabendo do mutirão pelo WhatsApp, mandei o currículo e já fui chamada já no mesmo dia para fazer a entrevista de emprego. Foi bem rápido, eu fiz a entrevista numa quarta-feira, na quinta já entraram em contato comigo e na sexta já fui fazer o exame admissional para começar a trabalhar na segunda-feira.
Esse é o resumo do nosso.
So that's a summary of our project. We are at your disposal. If we have people here from different cities that want to talk to us and so that we can have a joint effort, Rodrigo Manga is our mayor is at your disposal. Some cities from the Sorocaba region establish connections with us. It's something simple for sure. We just need to establish a joint effort. We are blessing people thanks to employment. In a single place, people send their resumes, they take courses, and they subscribe to those courses. Not only do these companies select those CVs, the hiring process is made possible. And let me tell you something, many people are interviewed, and on the following day, some people start working, sometimes not on the very same day because of issues, medical issues, so on and so forth. But anyway, this project has been essential. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much. So now we have just finished the economic access. Thank you very much, Sandra, Diego, and Bruno, for being here. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much for sharing. One last axis, the environmental axis. So now, let me invite someone special, Socorro. So we have Alexia Nunes Miller. Join us, please. Here she is.
Alexia is a coordinator. She's the coordinator of the Sustainable Cities program of Socorro. We'd also like to invite the winner of good practices in the environmental axis, the plan of conservation and recovery of the city of Santos. And I'd like to invite Secretary Marcos Liborio here for the forest recovery plan. the first one from the big cities, from Parque Orla, Piratininga, I would like to invite Andrea Leonel. So let's begin now. You may all take a seat. So let's start with good practice now in the environmental axis from Socorro with Alexia. So good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity of being here with you all, with my colleagues, everyone who's here. Unfortunately, not the mayor, nor the vice mayor could be here. Neither the mayor nor the vice mayor could be here, but they are in Jundiaí receiving another award because we are a touristical city. We focus on ecotourism, so therefore we're being prestiged by that award now today. So what was awarded in Sustainable Cities is about rural sanitation, and these programs amplificates this rural sanitation in Socorro. 1/3 of our city is a rural area. Our city has about 40,000 people, and we have about 12,000 people living in the rural area, which is quite a lot. From this population, about only 5% of them have access to basic sanitation, which is a really low number. So we are there next to two huge rivers, River Cadamanduca and River do Peixe, which supply our city. They are very important rivers. And nowadays we have a huge problem in challenging and dealing with the pollution from these rivers. So we're thinking about, like, say 5% of the population has access to basic sanitation. This means that there's a huge percentage of waste that's going to the ground and contaminating the ground and our groundwaters and going to the rivers that supply our city. And we have a high level of cancer in our city. And we have studies being currently conducted now to understand that this pollution, this water pollution, is what's causing the cancer. So you see that everything is connected there in the city. So we can't talk about the environment without talking about health, without talking about education, without talking about everything that contemplates our style of life. So we have some people here talking about environmental education, empowerment, governance, integration with the population. All of that is really important, and in Socorro we look to do that. And I'm going to show you a video here that I have with our Secretary of Environment, Thiago Sartori. And he is the main head of this program, and he can conduct this program really well with our colleagues from the Rural Department, of Health Department, Education Department. We have our health agents who've done a great work, had a great participation in these actions, because they are the ones in touch with these communities. They are the ones who understand the social and economic reality of these populations, and without them we couldn't have gone through with our programs. Because who do we choose? Who will be part of this program? We needed to have criteria for that. Therefore, we needed help from our partners, our co-workers and colleagues who understand these realities. So that was a very important criteria for all of us, to understand who actually needs, who doesn't have resources to pay for the implementation of a system that is actually efficient. Then we also had to understand things that were close to the rivers, so it could benefit the highest number of people that was possible. So we created this project, and we were able to service about 400 families. We are at about 2,000 people with this whole 400 families. So we're thinking about, like, say 5 people per family. We're talking about more than 2 million of waste liters being treated. We're talking about 10 liters per flush, so we're talking about 5 flushes per person, and then we get to that number. So before I show you the video, there's another really cool data that our ex-Minister of Health, Ricardo Barros, brought here. that for every real that's invested in base sanitation, we can save about 9 reais in health. So multiply that by the population and you will see that's a great number. So if we invest in waste treatment in an ecological manner, and we need to do it in an ecological manner, it has to be done in a certain way, especially in the rural areas. The rural areas who do not have access to that. It would be great if we got it in the urban areas, but also there's a lot of bureaucracy for that. It's more complex. So why not do that in the places where there is no access to that, since we can do it? Of course, each city does that according to their own policies, but in order to promote the quality of life and well-being of people there in harmony with nature, I'd like to promote like this good and healthy environment that's good for not only for the humans but also for the animals and for all the species that live in that common space. And I would like the guys there to play the video for us. It's about 2 minutes long, and you will be able to see a little bit more of our program with the people who are in front of the program right now. This is actually Rio do Peixe, our river, Peixe River. It's our main tourism corridor. Good. So I would like to end my speech here talking a little bit and mentioning the importance of integrated work. As you can see, our environment secretary, our health agents who are leading this program. We have also involved businessmen and business people who have contributed to this, the civil society organizations, non-government organizations. So there's a lot of people who are, leading this program. And I'm here in the name of Socorro and in the name of all this team here who gives me all this honor to work with. And I would like to foster you all in these actions and give you an incentive to work with that. And we have so much more power when we work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexia, for working so much. Now I'd like to invite Marcos Liborio, the secretary, talking about Santos with the preservation plan. on preserving the forest in the area. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Zuleika, thank you very much. I know that she's very busy. It's a wonderful place, isn't it? I'm really grateful for being here, sharing my experience from Santos. First things first, thank you very much, Rogério Santos. He has been doing a tremendous job regarding the environment. I've been the secretary since 2017 to 10 years. And we have been moving forward. And of course, we know that Santos is on the border between, of course, the beach and the Atlantic forest. Let me highlight something. We have a wonderful team. Not only do we have the secretariat, of course, but there are many teams involved. I would say that those teams are intertwined and they are highly motivated. We have Fabio as well taking pictures. Fabio, can you please stand up? He's the coordinator of SDGs in Santos. A round of applause. Congrats. Thank you very much, Fabio. Gracie, she's also the coordinator of the Atlantic Forest Plan. Could you, Gracie, stand up? Congrats. We have a wonderful team of experts in our environment secretariat. That's why we have been doing a wonderful job. Of course, we know that many objectives are related to SDGs. They are part of our government plan. And those initiatives are integrated with other results in Santos, and those ideas are attached to benefits as well. So all secretariats have specific metrics and objectives that are connected to SDGs. On top of that, people know that we have been doing our best. In Santos, we have a peculiar situation. 99% of the population lives in the area next to the island. It represents less than 30% of our total area, and the preservation index is near to 76%. It is a very significant figure if we take into account the average in Brazil, but there are some specific characteristics and challenges. We have vulnerable areas regarding certain places, and of course, dwelling issues. This happens, of course, in other places, especially on the seaside. Sometimes vulnerable people are not able to occupy, to live in pieces of land that are close to the beach. That's why the price is a consequence. When we establish a connection between this fact and urban development, and when we establish connections between climate change and rain and flood risk areas, and we can have mudslides too. So this, of course, is important when we devised the plan. So the Atlantic Forest method encompasses many axes. We released a very important initiative in Santos. We took care of we took into account the possibility of mudslides to happen. We, of course, observed the forest too, and thanks to people's participation, thanks to our Environment Council. This council was created by experts. And why did we do that? Because we wanted to include people in general. So I would say that in the last 3 years, we were able to make people participate in this plan. Institutions, and other places, other organizations. We know that the climate plan is essential because we took into account all measures. We have a specific follow-up program. We, of course, check the results, and by doing this, we can monitor if the actions that have been defined previously are being tangibilized. It is an operational plan, yearly operational plan. It's really important. We have to check if the objectives have been fulfilled or not. I know I don't have so much time, but let me just summarize the project. Do we have a video? Let me check. We do have a file, but anyway, let's continue. I don't have to show the video. I can explain. On that video, I was going to show the vulnerable aspects of Santos. Our city is, of course, next to the beach, and all the draining system was built based on gravity. Of course, this happens in other places too, but in Santos we have a peculiarity, because when we have a high tide, and they're getting higher and higher, there is an occlusion of the draining system because of the high tide. When water from the rain tries to flow, we have the high tide, you see, so it's a problem. So thanks to our plan, our method, we were able to strengthen the draining possibility. So that's why in some places of Santos, some areas have been benefited. We have to mention this as well. The yearly plan checks this fact, if those measures are being respected or not. So we have established the plan, we measured the objectives, and I believe that 45 years ago we launched a specific system in vulnerable areas. We started workshops too on hills with the poor community, because not only do we talk about the aesthetic forest, but also we talk about how these people can move to a better place. Because in a nutshell, we want to empower people, we want to promote gender equality, because we want to engage all families in this transformation process. We want to, of course, strengthen the Atlantic forest. That's the idea of the video in a nutshell. My takeaway message is, the plan is real. Thank you very much for acknowledging our success. Thank you very much for the experience. It is an ongoing process that has been monitored and has been successful, of course. You can check that on our website so that other mayors and councilors can contribute and check. Yes, Lake, I can send a file too. I can send you the video, okay, so that you can watch it. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching and listening to me. We are doing our best. Thank you. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus, for bringing this experience from Santos. And to end our meeting here, I would like to invite Andrea Leonor to talk about the Orla Piratininga Park, which is the winner of the big cities from Niterói. Please, Andrea. Good afternoon, everyone here. It is a great honor that I'm here to participate in this meeting, which is a dream of our city hall for a long time now. It is a project with our mayor, Axel Grael, has been working on it. He's been heading this project for a long time from now on. And we all know that he has been working with the environment for a long time. And this is an achievement that we want to, it has been a great achievement for all of us. Orla Piratininga Park has been a program for the Oceanic region, and we call it POP, Orla Piratininga Park. And it has its objective to improve the quality of the water all around the lagoon system of Piratininga Itaipu. These are lagoons inside the urban territory. And we were able to create a urban territory, a urban park, which work with solutions based in nature. The whole park was created based in nature-based solutions. We have lots of systems of filtering gardens, which filter the waters from 3 tributary rivers through this lagoon system. And we have an improvement of over 80% of coliforms in these waters. And you can see that in the Jacaré River we have been able to treat all the springs to reclaim the rivers. I will be able here. I have brought like a slide presentation, but this is a short time. I'll be running through it. The biggest thing here for us is that from these filtering gardens with bio-vallets and all these things, we have planted over 40,000 macrophyte plants in these gardens. This is available on our website. Yeah, you can move on. These are the three rivers, the three tributary rivers. We have Jacaré, Arrozal, Cafubá, and everything is being inaugurated today by our Mayor Axel. That's why he's not here today. And this is the area of the Piratininga Park here. And this is only one part which we haven't worked with here, which is where there are bird nests. These are three communities that we currently service, not only from the park. We deal with sanitation, regulation of the land all over the lake. This was the park before our intervention. This is during our intervention, the area of the Cafubá Gardens. This is during our work. This is, we have already made a few of the filtering gardens in the shape of a leaf. These are three gardens that filter the waters from Rio Cafubá, from the Cafubá River. This is the construction work. And here the gardens are already at work. These are the filtering gardens. We can see where we were able to attract all the fauna and flora. We have renaturalized the place with these native plants and native species. And we are bringing an incredible number of fauna there. This was the Rosal part without the work during the construction of the filtering systems. And now the filtering gardens have walkways where the whole community can walk over the gardens. There's no smell there are no mosquitoes. It's a feeder remedy with macrophyte plants. This is the Jacaré system. Before the work, during the work here, they have 11 filtering gardens. There are 11 filtering stages. It goes through decantation. It goes through a gate, and then the water comes clean on the other side. Here's the garden already at work, the Cafubá garden. And here's the one that we brought from the last year. And we have this huge fauna there that we see inside the gardens, that it is one of the best indicators that we have. Here's the population interacting with the river, and it's a premise of our sustainable project to have an effective participation of the population and of everyone who lives in the community. We were able to get like 85% of the requests done inside the project. And this was done, on a door-to-door survey that we've carried out. And we've used this channel, like a channel that was very dirty, a river channel that was very dirty there. And we were able to implement like plant-based solutions there to clean it with these macrophytes and also to treat this channel. Nowadays you have people who can fish in this channel. Here's the pop, and we were able to find like a nest of alligators. We were able to find 25 alligator babies there, and we could protect them by creating the first alligator protection area. And this is another spot where we have maintained it just by enriching it by flowers. And this is just an explanation of the urbanization here.
So this is the beginning of the project, and now we are planting a specific species. So in this case, there was no way of having the filtering gardens. So all the paved path, we established this project. So here we have the project being analyzed along the park. We also have social actions performed with the dwellers. Let me tell you something. The path became a park, so to speak. It is not just a road per se. It is a specific project. Andrea, I'm sorry. I know that we don't have much time. Yes, please, let's continue. So this is a structure for fishermen. So we have stations, actions that we perform, training sessions. We always do this. This is an eco museum that has been built, encompassing all the structure. Those are the aspects of our project. And this is something, a statement from a dweller. Let's have a look at this statement. She said that there was not life there, but now we can find it. Thank you very much. This is the website of our project. We have all information there regarding projects and programs. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, it was a bit fast. No, it actually was awesome. Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you. So now, that's the end of our event. Thank you very much. It was a joint effort with Sao Paulo City Hall. Thank you very much for the presence. Congrats for your amazing work. So that's the solution. You have been doing something really important in order to achieve the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much for all the team from the Sustainable Cities program. Zuleika Goulart, a round of applause for Zuleika. She deserves it. She's a leader, you know her. Thank you very much, Zuleika. And thank you very much. Congrats. Before we go, let me say something. We are in this ODS Virada, and there are many stages. We're going to have many events there. They are taking place. We have artists presenting their art there, so enjoy the event. At 2 o'clock, we're going to have other round tables, and we're going to discuss other SDGs. Thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Amiga.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you. You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Virada ODS 2023, direto aqui da Praça das Artes. Aqui também a gente vai estender para o Vale do Anhangabaú com os shows que começam hoje no final do dia, mas tem muita coisa acontecendo. Nós tivemos agora há pouco o painel com as cidades sustentáveis. Agora a gente tem grandes outros palestrantes a partir desse segundo, vamos falar o segundo bloco da Virada ODS, que vocês estão acompanhando tanto aqui pelo Terra, quanto pelas redes sociais da Secretaria de Relações Internacionais e também da Virada ODS. Muitos de vocês estão perguntando o que são as ODSs, o que é isso que vocês estão movimentando, que a Prefeitura de São Paulo está trazendo. Virada ODS é mais um evento realizado pela Prefeitura de São Paulo e, junto com a ONU, o mundo todo está de olho na Agenda 2030 e você, eu, todos nós temos a obrigação de saber e de poder participar também. Assim como muitas instituições e muitos movimentos estão sendo realizados para a ODS, eu quero trazer aqui um convidado no nosso estúdio, que é o Jorge Abraão, que ele fala das cidades sustentáveis. Agora, Jorge, vem cá, por favor. Primeiro, parabéns pelo trabalho, muito obrigado.
Tudo bem.
Eu quero saber o seguinte, o que é o projeto Cidade Sustentável?
É um programa, o Instituto das Rentáveis, ele quer estimular as cidades a avançarem na direção do desenvolvimento sustentável. Basicamente é isso. Mas para que isso? Para que as pessoas tenham vida mais digna. Todos têm direito a ter uma vida digna, na verdade, que no fundo é o objetivo da Agenda 2030. E as pessoas vivem em cidades hoje, cada vez mais, e no Brasil, 8 em cada 10 pessoas vivem em cidades. Então, se as cidades forem melhores, nós vamos conseguir entregar uma vida melhor, de qualidade melhor para as pessoas. Então, o Instituto estimula as cidades a avançarem nessa direção.
E é a segunda vez que o Instituto está na Virada ODS, né? Ontem a gente teve a entrega do prêmio Cidade Sustentável também. Como que é você vê esse crescimento também, a participação das prefeituras também se inscrevendo nos projetos? Você vê que a gente tem jeito ainda, né? Vendo esses projetos todos realizados pelas cidades, a gente fala assim, poxa, tem essa esperança de que alguém está fazendo alguma coisa boa, né?
A ideia é essa, é de inspiração mesmo, Guto, né? E a ideia de dar um prêmio, na verdade, é trazer uma boa notícia, porque nós temos muitas notícias más no dia a dia, né? E o Instituto, ele estimula esse avanço, as cidades avançarem, digamos, na redução das desigualdades, no respeito à natureza, na participação da sociedade. Tudo isso é desenvolvimento sustentável e a gente tem que integrar essas coisas. E tem muitas cidades fazendo coisas boas, na verdade. E reconhecer isso, trazer essa boa notícia, trazer essa inspiração é o objetivo do Prêmio Cidades Sustentáveis. Então, nós tivemos em vários eixos, ambiental, social, governança, econômico, cidades que estão fazendo acontecer. E eu queria dizer, Guto, assim, se não forem as cidades, se não for a política tem um dom de escala. Quando você faz uma política pública, se atinge muitas pessoas. E nós estamos com desafios no mundo que a gente precisa atingir muitas pessoas. Então, daí a importância do envolvimento das cidades e o reconhecimento de quem está fazendo coisas legais para que outras se inspirem.
E realmente é um pacto mundial, né? Que a gente está falando das ODS, a gente está falando do mundo, a gente está falando de países, a gente está falando dos estados, aí tem as cidades, até chegar nas casas das pessoas, né? Então, acho que a política vai ajudar muito isso, a chegar nesses objetivos na população, nas comunidades, na sociedade em geral, né?
Você tem toda a razão. Eu acho que a gente tem que, no fundo, a tradução disso é melhorar a vida que está lá na ponta de cada um de nós, das pessoas, né? E isso lida com uma calçada melhor para as pessoas poderem andar, um respeito, não é, a quem tem, todas as pessoas de uma forma geral, a você ter uma mobilidade melhor na cidade, que as pessoas gastem menos tempo em ônibus menos lotados e que tenham condições das pessoas a alcançarem o que elas querem acessar, seja saúde, educação, trabalho, né? Passa por segurança na cidade, passa por um ar que não seja poluído. Então, essas coisas que vão nos tocar, porque essas coisas afetam nossa saúde, nosso bem-estar, né? Às vezes a gente não percebe, né, Guto, mas o tempo, às vezes, que a gente gasta num transporte coletivo, né, que chega em São Paulo, para você ter uma uma ideia, 2 horas e meia, na média, muitas vezes essa hora e meia mais essas 2 horas a gente poderia estar dedicando a uma boa
família.
conversa, a um afeto, a um aprendizado, não é? E essas coisas mexem na nossa vida. E é um pouco isso que esses ODS traduzidos chegam na vida das pessoas.
Agora, o que mais te chamou a atenção dos projetos? Eu sei que cada projeto tem a sua importância, mas teve algum que você... Não sei se você pode falar isso, porque eu vi ontem você falando que tem os jurados, né, que escolhem,
Sim.
vocês são isentos. Mas falando você como cidadão, qual que chamou a atenção? Qual projeto que desses premiados todos que estão representando o Brasil, né? Os prefeitos trouxeram aqui, representando através dessa premiação. Qual projeto assim que você falou, poxa, que legal?
Olha, realmente é delicado isso, mas eu não vou ficar em cima do muro.
Isso, por favor.
Porque, na verdade, não é dizer qual é o melhor ou o pior, eu vou dizer alguns que tratam algumas dimensões. Por exemplo, eu acho uma coisa que a gente tem que cuidar muito na nossa sociedade é a infância. Então, a primeira infância, essa fase de 0 a 6 anos, ela é determinante na vida de cada um de nós, né? Muito do que nós somos depois dependeu dessa idade, dos afetos, das trocas, dos aprendizados, do que for. Então, tem um projeto, por exemplo, de primeira infância, que foi premiado em Jundiaí, que tem um cuidado muito grande com a primeira infância, na escola, nos parques, no aprendizado, e é muito bonito ver isso. Quer dizer, você entender que você está apostar na primeira infância, você apostar no longo prazo da melhoria da cidade, do país, é muito legal. Esse é um projeto que eu citaria. Um outro que eu posso citar também é um que a Paula, prefeita de Pelotas, esteve aqui apresentando. A segurança é uma coisa que nos amedronta muito na sociedade, né, Guto? Então, todos nós temos medo, né? Muitas pessoas têm medo. E Pelotas começou com um índice muito grande de homicídios, de 36 por 100 mil, e hoje ela conseguiu reduzir a 6 praticamente. Então, a 1/6 em 5 anos de trabalho. Então, questões que dizem assim, não, nós temos como encaminhar soluções, nós temos como resolver problemas que são importantíssimos. Citei aqui infância, citei segurança, podia citar outros, mas só para dar um pouco de uma pitada para as pessoas que estão nos vendo e ouvindo, né, de que existem soluções.
E cada um aí, você pode fazer isso no seu trabalho, né, com seus amigos, você pode fazer isso na sua casa, você pode pensar como eu posso colaborar com um mundo melhor, né? Como que a gente consegue juntos ajudar na Agenda 2030. Assim como o trabalho do Instituto Cidades Sustentáveis, assim como tantos outros trabalhos que a gente vai vendo por aí das prefeituras, a gente pode ser um porta-voz de tudo isso. Então, você aí fica ligado, a gente tem uma programação incrível ainda para acontecer. A gente vai chamar uma vinhetinha agora, mas só para falar para vocês que a partir das 18 horas vão ter vários shows aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú. Aliás, eu sei que você vai ficar aí curtindo também. Tem Planta e Raiz com Olodum, Maria Rita. E mais do que isso, a gente já conta mais um ano, o ano seguinte, porque até 2030 a gente vai continuar com Virada ODS, contar com o seu apoio, contar com a sua... você sendo porta-voz também, ajudando a gente a conhecer tantos projetos legais. Muito obrigado, parabéns pelo trabalho, viu?
Prazer.
Muito obrigado. Ó, Virada ODS, volta já.
Valeu, obrigado, Guto.
Seja bem-vindo mais uma vez. Estamos aqui no estúdio da Virada ODS, direto da Praça das Artes. Lembrando também que aqui, pertinho da Praça das Artes, tem o Vale do Anhangabaú e a gente tem uma programação incrível, começando a partir das 18 horas, com shows de graça. Então ainda dá tempo, corre para você chegar aqui para curtir tanto os assuntos que a gente está abordando numa Virada ODS, todos os palestrantes, todos os convidados, quanto os shows você vai poder conferir. Além disso, acabei de voltar lá de baixo, que a gente está no segundo andar aqui da Praça das Artes, e tem uma feira rolando com vários produtos sustentáveis, com vários projetos sociais, com roupas incríveis, tem cada artesanato legal. Então, vale a pena, é um programa muito bacana para você curtir junto com a sua família, hoje e amanhã, aqui na Praça das Artes, pertinho do Vale do Anhangabaú, tá bom? Serão 2 dias completos, onde a gente vai ter uma programação, como eu falei, tanto lá no Vale do Anhangabaú, quanto aqui na Praça das Artes. É um evento realizado pela Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, junto com a SP Tours, com a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais e junto com toda a população que está aqui. A gente está curtindo o evento, vendo que tantas pessoas estão engajadas nas 17 ODS. Você sabe o que são as ODS? Já vou falar para você, então, para a gente poder recapitular. Sempre tem uma ODS que mexe mais com a gente, né? Vamos ver qual é a ODS que mexe com você e qual você pode ser o porta-voz. Você pode ser porta-voz no seu trabalho, pode ser porta-voz na escola, na sua família, com seus amigos, naquele grupo das redes sociais também. E é um programa das Nações Unidas para o Desenvolvimento, que é o PNUD. Esse projeto, todos os países estão engajados para a Agenda 2030. Então, o Portal Terra, junto com a Sprite, com a Coca-Cola, Cristal, Shopping D, Roda Rico e Santa Rita, são os apoiadores desse evento para que a gente consiga fomentar cada vez mais e fazer com que a gente consiga chegar nos objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável, junto com você, junto com cada um de nós, junto com os órgãos públicos, junto com as políticas públicas e, principalmente, a gente contando aí com o discernimento, né, para que vocês consigam entender e para que eu consiga também. A gente está aprendendo muito aqui no estúdio, todo mundo a gente vai aprendendo um pouquinho, assim como eu vou aprender agora com ela, que ela é influencer, e ela tem um Instagram dedicado a falar sobre um pouco também deste movimento das ODS. Aurora, vem para cá, por favor, que eu quero saber de você. Como começou esse movimento todo? Já quero um beijo. Bem-vinda aqui. Eu já percebi que você é uma carioca.
Sou carioca.
Eu percebi, não sei porquê, gente. Mas o trabalho que você realiza nas redes sociais, você mora lá, você mora aqui em São Paulo? Como me explique?
Eu moro lá.
Mora lá, tá.
Porém, acho que depois da pandemia a gente já não tem mais uma fronteira, né?
Não tem raízes fixas.
Não tem mais. Eu trabalho muito mais com as pessoas de São Paulo, inclusive, do que do Rio, inclusive, né? Então, eu tô lá, mas tô cá.
Então, seja bem-vindo à cidade de São Paulo. E a gente quer isso, a gente quer que tudo se expanda, né, para o Brasil todo. A gente sabe que esse movimento da Virada ODS aqui em São Paulo, nessa segunda edição, São Paulo acaba sendo o holofote para o Brasil todo, né? Estamos sendo para o mundo todo através desse evento, reunindo tantos líderes de tantos países. Mas você aqui, como nossa vizinha, como começou esse movimento seu na internet e o que te motiva, né, para isso?
Então, eu sou engenheira florestal, né? Então, o meio ambiente sempre trabalhar o meio ambiente, cuidar do meio ambiente, para mim sempre foi o meu objetivo, né? E aí, uma coisa que sempre me deu muita angústia são os resíduos, porque é um recurso que a gente retira da natureza e que nunca mais vai voltar. Então, para mim, trabalhar a reciclagem, fomentar a coleta seletiva, para mim, faz muito sentido para que a gente possa recuperar o meio ambiente e sustentar isso tudo, que é um dos objetivos aqui das ODS, né? Então, foi assim que ele começou, e aí a gente tem vários vídeos lá na nossa rede social, onde a gente ensina como você faz o descarte correto de diversos resíduos. Tem muito conteúdo lá produzido. E o que mais?
Eu quero saber, assim, algo na prática. O que a gente poderia fazer no nosso dia a dia com o descarte que pode ser utilizado? A gente sabe, A casca da batata, você pode utilizar isso nos alimentos, né? Mas o que mais a gente pode fazer no dia a dia que a gente consegue fazer utilizar também, né? O que iria para o lixo, como que a gente pode utilizar no nosso dia a dia? Tem algo que você possa...
Olha, isso tem várias dicas,
Mas
né?
uma para deixar de
Upcycling.
lição aqui hoje para gente.
O que pode jogar fora? Eu não sei, porque como eu coloco tudo que você falou aí, para mim vai para minha compostagem, então nunca joga fora.
Já é uma forma de você já...
Nunca joga fora. Então, dica, composte. 50% do seu resíduo, de todo o seu lixo, é de origem orgânica. Então, quando a gente composta, você está resolvendo 50% do problema do lixo do mundo. Então, eu acho que essa é a dica de ouro.
A
né?
dica de ouro.
De
então,
ouro.
é aprender e como você fazer do seu dia a dia algo com uma rotina. Né?
Uma rotina.
Então, de repente, você pode fazer a compostagem lá e fazer uma hortinha na sua casa.
Ah, não. Depois vai para a horta, porque depois o que você vai fazer com aquilo? Né? Então, depois você vai ter que nutrir o solo. Então, você vai fazer sua horta ou você vai nutrir o jardim da rua... qualquer coisa, mas o que a gente precisa mesmo é voltar os nutrientes para o solo. Hoje, por um acaso, é dia de combate à desertificação.
Pera, hoje mesmo? Que dia que é hoje?
17.
17 de junho.
Dia de combate à desertificação, que é o empobrecimento do solo, a desertificação. Né? Então, quando a gente está fazendo a compostagem, você já está ajudando muito a enriquecer o solo e não deixar que a gente cause essa degradação tão grande, né?
Antes de falar o seu arroba, para todo mundo já te seguir, para ver essas dicas de ouro aí, eu quero saber o que você está achando desse evento aqui na cidade de São Paulo. Você como representante do Rio de Janeiro, vindo aqui. O ano passado você esteve aqui ou não?
Não, não estive.
Então, o que você acha da Virada ODS? O que você está achando desse movimento todo? E como vai contribuir para você também?
Eu acho tudo maravilhoso. Fiquei muito feliz de ver tantas cidades. Ontem eu participei do prêmio das cidades sustentáveis. Fiquei muito feliz de tantas iniciativas que estão sendo feitas.
Inspiradoras,
inspiradoras, né? Elas vão... E, assim, fiquei um pouco triste, vou já dizendo, de não ter visto nada do Rio de Janeiro. Alô, Rio de Janeiro.
Só tinha Niterói, que é pertinho ali, né?
Mas a gente está precisando trazer mais e se inspirar no que foi feito, que a gente viu, para que a gente traga mais esse tipo de iniciativa para o Rio, né?
Qual projeto te chamou mais atenção? Teve algum que você fala, poxa, que legal que estão fazendo isso?
Eu não vou saber te dizer agora de cabeça. Não sei.
Tá, mas aí é legal porque todos esses projetos a gente consegue ter como inspiração, como eu falei, tanto para o nosso dia a dia, quanto para uma cidade inteira fazer projetos. Né? Alô, Rio de Janeiro, alô, Minas Gerais, alô, Acre, alô, Brasília. É muito legal a gente mostrar, né, que, poxa, tem gente fazendo, não vamos ficar para trás, não. Mas mais do que ficar para trás, que não é uma competição, é fazer parte de tudo isso. Né? Assim como você, na sua comunidade, na sua rede social, você consegue mobilizar as pessoas, assim como cada um de nós podemos mobilizar, cada um ser porta-voz e a gente conseguir juntos, né, com o mundo todo, fazer parte da Agenda 2030 junto com as ODS. Quero muito agradecer a sua presença aqui. Agora fala seu arroba para todo mundo seguir, né?
Meu arroba é @recicle, reutilize e plante.
Recicle, reutilize e plante.
Não tem o E. É tudo mandando. Recicle, reutilize e plante.
Certo. Isso. Recicle, reutilize, plante.
É mais ou menos um ciclo, né? Recicla, você vai reutilizar e depois, na sua reutilização, você planta.
É isso. Então, ó, já planta lá o seu dedinho para seguir a Aurora também nas redes sociais. Assim como a Aurora, outros influenciadores passarão por aqui pelo estúdio também. Quero muito te agradecer e tem muita coisa. Ó, tem a palestra agora, tem a programação aí que a gente vai passar já, né? Mas a partir de agora vão ter outros convidados, não perca nada, porque tá incrível. Então, ó, 18 horas tem Olodum Planta e Raiz, vai ter a DJ Viva, vai ter Maria Rita hoje aqui no Vale. Então a gente se encontra lá no show também, tá? Valeu, muito obrigado. Agora, para você, eu quero deixar um recado aqui. Além de agradecer todos os nossos patrocinadores, eu queria muito deixar um recado para você que pode vir até aqui ao Vale do Anhangabaú para curtir os shows e também para poder viver essa experiência e fazer parte desse movimento da Virada ODS. Quero agradecer agradecer mais uma vez. Esse evento é uma realização da Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, com a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais, junto também com a SP Tours e apoio ao Programa das Nações Unidas para o Desenvolvimento, que é o PNUD. Mais do que participar da Virada ODS, você pode ser um porta-voz da Virada ODS. Eu queria muito colocar na tela as ODS para a gente repassar juntos. São 17 ODS. Cada objetivo, né, para um desenvolvimento sustentável do mundo, existe aí um quadradinho com uma cor, ó, a gente está vendo aí. O 1 é a erradicação da pobreza. Imagina se a gente já não tiver mais pobreza no mundo, que beleza que vai ser. Fome zero e agricultura sustentável. Então, a gente trabalhar para que todo mundo tenha a condição de não passar mais fome, né? De ter a agricultura sustentável, onde a gente consiga plantar, colher e comer, assim como a Aurora acabou de falar aqui para a gente também. Isso faz parte da ODS número 2. A gente tem a ODS 3, que é saúde e bem-estar. Todo mundo tem direito à saúde, todo mundo tem direito ao bem-estar. Então, esse é o nosso terceiro quadradinho da ODS. A educação de qualidade. Imagina nossas crianças todas lendo, escrevendo. A educação de qualidade, ODS número 4. 5, igualdade de gênero. É para ele, para ela, para eles, para quem for. As pessoas, como eu vi esses dias a Leo Aquila participando, que é a coordenadora de projetos aqui da cidade de São Paulo, da prefeitura, e ela falou, olha a pessoa da cintura para cima, né? Então é a igualdade de gênero, independente da escolha sexual. A gente também tem o quadradinho número 6, que é a água potável e saneamento. Imagina a gente ter água para poder tomar com qualidade, a gente vai ter uma vida melhor. Então é legal que cada ODS vai puxando a outra. A gente tem a 7ª, energia limpa e acessível. Imagina a gente podendo ter acessibilidade. Tem lugares no país, no mundo, que não tem energia ainda. Então, a gente tem uma energia limpa e acessível. A ODS número 8 é o trabalho decente, o crescimento econômico. Né? A gente não vê todo mundo aí prosperando, trabalhando e tendo um din-dinzinho no bolso também. No 9, a indústria, inovação e infraestrutura. Então, a gente trabalhar aí para que a gente consiga ter essa infraestrutura também a favor da sociedade. 10, redução das desigualdades. A gente vê muita desigualdade no mundo, né? Então, a ODS número 10 é para combater e reduzir as desigualdades. 11, cidades e comunidades sustentáveis. Então, as cidades aí crescendo e sendo cidades sustentáveis. A ODS número 12, consumo e produção responsável. Então, imagina a gente poder consumir e produzir com responsabilidade, sem afetar o meio ambiente. Na ODS número 13, ação contra a mudança global do clima. A gente percebe aí que o mundo, a gente percebe cada vez mais que as geleiras estão lá na Antártida, já estão se quebrando. A gente percebe aí muito o clima bem diferente, né? Então, a gente combater e ajudar aí nessa ação da mudança global do clima. Vida na água, a gente ajudar nossos peixinhos também, é parte da nossa missão aqui das ODS. Esse é o número 14. A 15 é a vida terrestre. A gente tem a 16, que é paz, justiça, instituições eficazes. E a 17ª, que é a parceria e meios de implementação. Imagina só se a gente conseguir fazer com que a Virada ODS consiga atingir desses temas das 17 ODS, um aí você pegar como porta-voz, um aí você ajudar a gente conseguir levar e fazer um mundo melhor, vai ser muito importante a gente ver no futuro, que está aí pertinho, né? A gente está em 2023 agora, ó, agenda 2023, né? Tô certo, né? Não tô atrasado nem 2023. A gente tem aí alguns anos até a Agenda 2030 para que a gente consiga atingir esses objetivos, junto com todo mundo, junto com todos os líderes. Mas mais do que isso, você aí com o seu amigo, o seu grupo no WhatsApp, fala, poxa, o que a gente pode fazer? O que a gente pode colaborar, né? Assim como a gente também tem aqui dois influenciadores que vão vir bater um papo comigo aqui no estúdio da Praça das Artes, que é a Camila e o Gabriel, para que a gente consiga entender o que eles estão fazendo aí nas redes sociais, o que eles estão fazendo aí para poder colaborar. Sejam bem-vindos, tudo bom? Você é a Camila.
Isso,
prazer.
Tudo bem? Prazer.
Tudo bem, eu sou o Guto, prazer. E você deve ser o Gabriel, né, Gabriel? Como vai? Tudo bom? Prazer. Agora, Camila, o que vocês fazem? Me conta aí, eu quero entender como que vocês estão movimentando aí nas redes, nos seus amigos, nos seus seguidores. O que vocês fazem para poder colaborar com as ODS?
Beleza. Bom, a gente é criador de conteúdo, né? Vou contar um pouquinho do meu projeto, depois o Gabi pode contar um pouco do dele. Eu sou bióloga, formei em 2021. Para essa câmera. Trabalhei com algumas pesquisas durante a graduação, principalmente com conservação de fauna. Também fiz uma pesquisa na Embrapa relacionada com sustentabilidade. E aí eu percebi que pesquisa não era muito a minha área e mudei para São Paulo para trabalhar numa consultoria de sustentabilidade aqui. E junto disso eu já criava conteúdo, muito mais no lugar de compartilhar coisas relacionadas à biologia que eu queria que as pessoas soubessem, ativismo socioambiental, chamando a galera. E nisso comecei a me associar a ONGs, então hoje eu sou embaixadora do Greenpeace, da SOS Mata Atlântica, da empresa Menos um Lixo também, sou embaixadora da comunidade da Menos um Lixo. Então, estou bem inserida aí nesse meio de sustentabilidade. E meu @ é Camilibrio, né? Esqueci de falar.
Qual que é?
@ Camilibrio.
Camilibrio. Agora você falou que veio aqui para São Paulo para estudar. Você é de onde? Que lugar?
Eu sou de São Carlos.
São Carlos, interior aqui de São Paulo.
Isso.
E aí você percebeu que dentro da expertise que você teve como bióloga, tudo, você pode fazer, disseminar ainda mais os assuntos, né? O que você faz no seu dia a dia como pessoa, como Camila, como seu PF, como pessoa, como agora vivendo aqui em São Paulo, no seu dia a dia para poder colaborar com as ODS?
Nossa, muitas coisas.
Vai
assim.
uma só para servir como exemplo.
O principal é o coletivo, é você se conectar com outras pessoas e disseminar aquilo que você está fazendo. Não precisa ser nas redes sociais com uma câmera e ficar, sabe, se expondo, falando sobre isso, mas só nos seus meios, amigos, família, escola, faculdade, enfim. Só de você ter, por exemplo, o seu copinho ali para você não usar descartáveis.
Cara, isso é uma boa dica, né? Porque às vezes quantas copos a gente tem durante um dia, né? Se você não tem o seu próprio copinho. Então, isso daí vai acumulando lixo que vai trazendo tanto problema, né? Para a sociedade, para o meio ambiente em si. Se a gente tiver essa consciência, pô, tem aquele copinho que dobra,
isso,
né?
Ou é menos um lixo.
É verdade, é verdade. Agora, Gabriel, fala para mim, conta a sua história, como que você está achando desse movimento das ODS, o que você faz no seu dia a dia e como criador de conteúdo também.
Belezinha, Guto. Posso olhar para essa câmera aqui?
Olha para onde você quiser,
beleza,
rapaz.
Então.
A gente vai te acompanhar.
Gente, prazerzão, eu sou o Gabi. Tenho minha página, minha empresa, que é o Planeta Pós-Pandemia. A gente atua dentro do Instagram e também do LinkedIn. E a gente faz toda essa parte da conscientização e educação socioambiental. Tanto a gente traz atos regenerativos diários para também contagiar, né, a comunidade, mas também a gente traz notícias, que é importante a gente saber o que está acontecendo nesse ramo socioambiental, né? Que é até um ponto que a gente fala bastante dentro do Planeta Pós-Pandemia, dentro da comunidade de influenciadores da sustentabilidade, que nenhum problema é só ambiental, né? Então, até é muito legal a gente falar sobre os ODS, pelo fato que, para a gente ter noção que todo problema é socioambiental. Então, aquele problema que tem aquele consequência final ambiental, ela vai ter um viés ali que tem o social. A gente pode falar, por exemplo, dos catadores, da logística reversa e da reciclagem. Os catadores, eles fazem o bem para o meio ambiente, porque eles colocam os materiais dentro da logística reversa, dentro do sistema da reciclagem, só que também a gente, lavando nossos materiais, destinando adequadamente, a gente está dando renda para eles também. Então, a gente já tem um viés social. Então, a evidência é que todo problema, realmente, toda problemática é socioambiental e a gente tem que ter esse pensamento mais sistêmico da coisa, sabe? Falei demais, mas...
Não, mas é isso. Eu já quero esticar aí uma pergunta que você falou, que o seu projeto é Planeta Pós-Pandemia.
Exato.
Como que é isso, cara? Como que rolou esse movimento? Porque realmente, depois da pandemia, que acabou agora há pouco, né? A gente passou aí 3 anos, aí maluco, foi decretado ainda, foi nesse ano, né? Que foi decretado o fim da pandemia, realmente. E aí você, com esse projeto, como que é pensar daqui para frente para uma sociedade mais justa, para uma sociedade aí que tenha esse problema, né, vamos dizer assim, colocada também no cotidiano, no dia a dia.
Então, a gente tem que sempre partir daqueles hábitos sustentáveis diários, que nem a Cami trouxe aqui pra gente. Pô, trocar o copinho, separar o lixo, compostar os resíduos orgânicos também, quando a gente puder. Mas trazendo um pouquinho, né, do planeta pós-pandemia, o que significa isso? Todo mundo chega assim pra mim e fala, pô, Gabi, você vai continuar com esse nome, decretado o fim da pandemia? E quantas pandemias a gente vai ter que passar pelo desequilíbrio socioambiental que a gente está causando no mundo? Então é mais nessa pegada e eu acredito que, pô, papo de futuro, assim, a gente tem que pensar cada vez mais em uma problemática realmente muito mais sistêmica da coisa. Porque um ato que você está fazendo aqui, você pode estar diminuindo um copo plástico, mas se uma pessoa vê aquele hábito, ela pode se influenciar por muitas coisas da escolha da vida dela.
Aí vai o lance do influenciador, né? Influenciador pode ser a Cami, pode ser o Gabi, pode ser o Guto, mas pode ser você no seu dia a dia, na sua casa, para sua família. É isso que a gente vai bater na tecla aqui. Todos vocês podem fincar a bandeira de uma das ODS. Pode ser da parte da diversidade, pode ser dos oceanos, pode ser da energia limpa. A gente pode escolher uma das bandeiras, assim como vocês escolheram, né? Pela profissão, pelo que vocês estudaram, pelo que vocês que movimentam dentro de vocês. Mas todo mundo pode ajudar. E se a gente conseguir fazer essa corrente, assim como vocês falaram que tem essa comunidade de influenciadores ambientais, né? Que você pode fazer isso também no seu dia a dia. Então, é muito importante. Ajuda nisso daí e coloca aí, manda um comentário pra gente. Manda aí na Virada ODS, @Virada ODS. Manda lá, o que você faz pro seu dia a dia? Tem alguma dúvida? Manda aqui também, a gente pode compartilhar com o Gabi, pode compartilhar com a Cami também para ajudar. Agora, Cami, qual que é a importância de um evento desse, como a Virada ODS, que a Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo apresenta pela segunda vez, e qual que é a importância para vocês, né, de inspiração, de ver que pessoas no Brasil todo, assim, outras cidades estão fazendo um trabalho tão incrível, tantos outros influenciadores estão aqui. Qual que é a importância de um evento desse?
Cara, acho que é muito importante pela visibilidade, né, para as pessoas conhecerem, entenderem o que está sendo trabalhado e o que aborda a sustentabilidade, porque tem muita gente que acaba colocando a sustentabilidade muito no lugar só de preservar florestas, o que é essencial, mas reflorestamentos, enfim. Mas muita gente coloca muito isso na caixinha só do ambiental e, como o Gabi falou, sustentabilidade tem que ter o social também. Então, acho que divulgar as ODS traz muito essa ideia de que esses objetivos precisam contemplar todo o social, todo o ambiental caminhando junto sempre. E eu acho que também de aproximar do público o que são essas ODS e, como você falou, né, o que a gente, como indivíduos, o que podemos fazer nesse cenário de crise climática que a gente está vivendo hoje, que também é um problema sócio e ambiental. E, às vezes, parece que é uma coisa que a gente não tem solução, assim, que o que a gente vai fazer não importa.
Mas cada atitude importa, né? Cada movimento no seu dia importa. A gente fala, depois eu faço isso, depois eu lavo a Tetra Pak lá, como que fala? A embalagem, né? Eu já fez propaganda da Tetra Pak. Que eu já... Mas você lavou ali a lata de extrato de tomate que você usou, você não vai jogar ali e falar, lava, deixa separado, porque alguém vai pegar ali para poder reciclar. Se você não lavar...
Imagina, por exemplo, você é o catador. Você gostaria de receber uma embalagem limpa ou uma embalagem suja?
Exatamente. Aí você sabe que vai criar fungo, vai criar o mofo, vai ficar horrível ali. Não, a gente pode dar condições pequenas, né, do nosso dia a dia, na nossa educação, e é isso, acho que tudo vem a partir da educação. Agora eu quero saber o seguinte, Gabs, você é criador de conteúdo, certo?
Correto.
Estamos aqui no estúdio da Virada ODS, eu vou lançar um desafio para você e para a Cami aqui também, para vocês fazerem um story agora, e a gente vai gravar como que um criador de conteúdo faz um story chamando para a galera vir aqui para a Virada ODS, porque hoje a gente tem shows de Olodum com Planta e Raiz, tem a DJ Vivian, vai ter Maria Rita, então eu quero que vocês ajudem aí a gente fazer um belo
Bora.
no show. Cadê o seu celular?
Vamos pegar ali.
Pega o celular, vamos fazer agora ao vivo como que um criador de conteúdo faz o seu conteúdo chamando pra galera das suas redes. Depois eu quero seguir vocês também, mas eu vou ficar aqui, ó, só vendo. Vai, primeiro, vai todo mundo junto? Vão junto? Vai juntos, faz junto aí. Quero ver. Vai.
Mas de costas aqui, vamos
Não, pode fazer de costas. Finge que a gente nem tá aqui. Finge que vocês estão aqui. Vai.
E aí, gente, estamos aqui na Virada ODS, planeta pós-pandemia. O que a gente quer para esse futuro, né? Aqui com os maravilhosos aqui também, trocando uma ideia. E é isso, a gente precisa entender mais sobre os impactos que a gente está deixando no planeta, porque os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, como eu sempre falo, todo problema é socioambiental. Então, bora agir e vir para esse evento maravilhoso aqui, que tem todo mundo aqui com imagens bem especiais, pessoas bem especiais. E é isso, gente.
Bora.
Vai, câmera, você agora, vai ter que fazer no seu
vamos.
também. Você acha que eu vou pegar só a audiência do Gabi? Quero só a audiência também. Porque, ó, a gente já tá começando a palestra lá, já vamos pra lá. Mas vai lá, Cami, ó, encerra agora com o Mega Story aqui.
Galera, estamos aqui dando entrevista super chique na Virada ODS. E queria fazer um convite especial para vocês. Estou aqui com o Gabi também, do Planeta Pós-Pandemia. A gente queria convidar vocês para virem para Virada. Vai ter um monte de show incrível. Fala aí as atrações.
Olha, hoje a gente tem Olodum com Planta e Raiz, tem a DJ Vivian, tem Maria Rita, que vai começar aqui no Vale do Engabaú. Então, a partir das 18 horas, você pode vir. Amanhã tem mais também. Vai ter Gami, vai ter Gabi, vai ter estúdio aqui. Vem pra cá. Gente, é isso, ó. Então, com Gabi, com Cami, aqui eu encerro este momento. Já já a gente volta. Quero agradecer mais uma vez à Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, a SP Tours e a todos que fizeram desse evento um evento que é pontapé inicial para o mundo. Agora você vai acompanhar mais uma programação aí exclusiva e já já a gente volta aqui direto do estúdio da Virada ODS.
Historically, Brazil is the fourth biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. We're talking about deforestation and other places such as the Caatinga and Pampas. And agriculture, we have 84%. In China, 85% of the country's the second biggest emitter of fossil fuels. And Brazil has become the fifth biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. On the other hand, unlike China and USA in other European countries, in this case, we have generation of energy due to fossil fuels. In Brazil, 75% of emissions come from deforestation. I would say that nearly everything is illegal and in agriculture. So let me tell you something. If Brazil fulfills its promise that it's going to reduce, is going to zero on in the emission of greenhouse gases, that could be good, of course. The Para government has been able to decrease the emission of greenhouse gases, and that's very significant. This happened in 2022, and it is still decreasing. It has been decreasing for the past 5 months. If we're able to reach this objective, if we are able to do this by 2030, and if we are able to move forward in implementation of regenerative livestock, we are going to be able to be the first country to break even when it comes to emission of greenhouse gases by 2030. Maybe by 2040, we're going to have zero percentage of the emission of greenhouse gases. We know that São Paulo and other cities have been talking a lot about the emission of greenhouse gases, and for the Amazon, we have been trying to establish a program. We want to, of course, restore Amazon. So that's the challenge that we have before us. Brazil can be the first country to not emit greenhouse gases, and that's very significant. I would like to thank Carlos Nobre, Professor Carlos Nobre. It was an honor to listen to you, and it's important to learn so many things from you. We have a very complex issue to tackle. We want to have a better planet for sure, a more sustainable planet. Now we're going to have Daniela Chiaretti. She's going to talk to us about her career, her trajectory regarding climatic issues. And Daniela, I would like to ask you a favor. Could you please tell us more about your perspective towards the Brazilian scenario when it comes to preservation and Amazon bioeconomy? Because we know that you have to take into account the low emission of carbon gases, as Professor Carlos Nobre has just mentioned. Could you please? Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for being here on a Saturday afternoon. We are in São Paulo. It's a cold day, but it's a pleasure to have you here. We have so many people that are interested in this topic. First of all, I've been working as a journalist since I was 15. I fell in love with the profession. I loved writing and talking about news. I like to hear people's news. I like to take notes of what they say, what they believe. let me tell you more about my history regarding the environment. I love the sea and I love journalism, but I chose journalism as my career. When I worked for Gazeta Mercantil many years ago, I was granted a scholarship in Germany, Berlin, the capital. And to be honest, I didn't learn anything regarding economic journalism, but I was fascinated by the city because back then, young people back then were interested in talking about nuclear energy, green movement, organic agriculture. It was way expensive, of course, but those people used to talk about that. But here in Brazil, I didn't know those topics. So when I came back to Brazil after living in Germany, those ideas were stuck in my mind. And then I became a journalist, but I had these ideas in my mind. And then, let me tell you something that happened. I was working for Folha de São Paulo, and then we had Echo 92 in Rio. I was the only woman working for Folha covering the event, Echo 92. I was pregnant, and I was able to understand governments' strife, conflicts among scientists, the government itself, and I was fascinated by this discussion. Back then, I was able to understand certain things: climate, biodiversity, of course, and desertification. That topic's not discussed, unfortunately, and a very important agenda, Agenda 21. I saw those things happening there, being born there, and I had two small kids, and I was able to see that that was going to happen in the future. Let me tell what happened. To make a long story short, I worked for Valor Econômico. And then journalists, researchers, actually scientists, said that we had to change the way we produce. So, in my experience as a journalist for Valor Econômico, I thought that this topic was worth talking about. I tried to talk to Carlos Nobre, Professor Carlos Nobre. We scheduled an interview. And he said, okay, perfect. But are you going there by car or by bus? And I said, by car. So please do not come by yourself. Otherwise, you're going to emit too much gases. I mean, carbon gases. But I went there, of course. It was unforgettable. But you work for Valor Econômico. I mean, you deal with economy. Why do you want to talk to me? Yeah, because people know you. So if I'm able to interview you, even though you're a scientist, maybe I'm going to attract a different target audience. So thank you very much, Professor Carlos Nobre, for this lovely interview, because this interview opened doors regarding this topic. I always remember this interview. Anyway, when we talk about climate, as Professor Carlos Nobre has just mentioned, it is the biggest challenge before us. When we study climate, everything that you think about it is understood through those lenses. Of course, my carbon footprint is really high because I do travel a lot. How do I compensate that? I try to plant some trees, and I try to work a lot too, of course, in order to compensate that. I try to convey what I learned, what I listened to. That's my way of compensating the emission of gases. Let me tell you what I believe. I'm going to answer your question. I believe that right now we are living a transition moment. We have to go through that moment. It regards, of course, energy and deforestation. SDG 12 is the hardest to fulfill. That's my opinion. So in ECHO, Rio actually plus 20 years after ECHO 92, SDGs were born. And in Nairobi too, those SDGs were born. And I saw many people arguing, and countries, of course, diverge. You know why? Because SDGs are related to complex issues. There is lots of controversy. The environment is a complex issue. So we are going through a transition phase, and we are also living a contradiction moment. We can see those contradictions before us. Let me give you an example. We have 17 ministries, and climate is anywhere. Maybe it's a topic being tackled by a department, being tackled by a secretariat. Actually, it's a topic that is prevalent in many departments. President Lula mentioned the word climate too. And 20 days ago, we experienced a major crisis because we were talking about oil drills in the Ecuador. So it encompasses the Amazon and some states in the northeast of Brazil. And that was a very controversial discussion. We saw this on the news because we are talking about oil. And this, of course, goes against the climate agenda. We have a contradiction. Carlos Nobre has just mentioned that. It's a dichotomy. So we have to replace oil. We should not, of course, explore new areas. We should not do that. On the other hand, and I'm talking about SDG 12. On the other hand, I think you remember Pré-Sal in the Campos Basin. There are states, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro. Of course, they are rich states. There are inequalities too. There are problems too. But the states in the Amazon region, they understand that we are extracting something important, something rich, something tangible that can generate revenue, and not replacing that with anything else. That's a big issue that we have to overcome. So what are we going to do in this place? Professor Carlos Nobre has a plethora of projects. So we have to have sustainable projects. No, it's not the answer. And I believe that the Environment Ministry knows that. So I would say that the difference between today and between Marina Silva's perspective is exactly what I'm going to say, what I said actually. From 2003 to 2008, the deforestation in the Amazon has increased, and they wanted to control and monitor the deforestation practice, and they were able to decrease the amount of forests being cut down. This happened until 2012. And let me, some people argue the following way. We failed in the past. You know why? Because we were not able to replace that method, because trees were cut down, and then we were not able to recover that. We are not able to plant another kind of tree, for instance, another kind of harvest. Sergio Leitão said something important, something that is stuck in my mind. In the Amazon menu, we have the chainsaw. Chainsaw is ubiquitous. So let's go back to the topic. I'm really thrilled to have you here in the audience, because we have to have new solutions, new stories, new projects, so that the forest can evolve. And we have to do this. We don't know how to do this actually. So countries nowadays have developed their economies through cutting down forests. And Professor Carlos Nobre said that we shouldn't do this and we should replant those trees. It is the opposite movement. How can we do that? So, of course, projects are created, ideas, and the financial market is concerned about that too.
And people start to worry about that, and that excites me, because, ideas will come up. Ideas will appear, and if we ask the questions, at some point we'll get some answers. Maybe not the speed and the pace that the scientists require us to be, And I mean, maybe at the speed that the scientists request of us, but I mean, I believe I've gone over my 5 minutes, but yeah, thank you so much. Oh, I really thank Daniela for that, but I mean, you have brought like several points and several worries, but I would like to highlight one that's like common between you two here. I believe it's really relevant one. I know you have participated in several international negotiations. You have this trouble of, revising national policies. But it's very interesting to understand about your individual aspects too. Because this is a very relevant theme for me. Because, listening to Professor Daniela telling that individual actions also contribute. This is a big great reinforcement to that. Because sometimes when we look at statistical data, we see that, well, I look at the big numbers, like big indexes here, the great impacts, but it's good to hear that the individual action does have power and it's able to bring some kind of relevance, and the changes of behavior can bring some kind of changes in terms of behavioral movements for all of us. I took a little bit too long, Professor. I just stopped eating meat in 2020. But yeah, I believe there's a whole process there in terms of learning. And we end up learning that, having a very healthy life is not always expensive. So I'd like to invite Mundano here to talk to us a little bit about everything that he has developed. And we're looking at all these themes that have impacted the climate change, but we also know that maybe in a better, a lower level, a lower degree, but the production of solid waste that we have in society nowadays and in industry nowadays, we produce so many packagings that are sometimes maybe not necessary. And why do we need to buy our tubes of toothpaste, and the tubes of toothpaste come inside a box? Why do we need that box? And all those things impact in many ways, like the great urban centers here and the climate change. So I would like to talk to us a little bit about what is your history and how you have impacted the waste residue, solid waste. So thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's good to be here in this panel speaking about the biggest challenge of humanity. I, as a graffiti artist and activist here, I've brought some images. So what I do is basically graffiti. I'm an artist. Let me stand up a little bit. So I use the public space to bring up messages. So for example, from the Munduruku during the Olympics, inside the Olympic complex. Or for example, I had to go to Brumadinho to get some toxic mud from the biggest social environmental crime of our history to create art here in São Paulo. A rereading of Tarsila do Amaral's painting, but painted only with toxic mud from Vale. In a way to make us never forget, SDG 12, which is this consumption and sustainable consumption, which is completely the opposite of mining, and the way that, the trash collectors make it happen with bauxite and aluminum and other things. So what I did was that I went inside the forest, the areas. I'm inside there, you can see there, but I'm inside like that place, to gather ashes from the Amazon forest, and ashes from Pantanal, and ashes from Cerrado, and ashes from Mata Atlântica, all the biomes in Brazil, all the burned forests in Brazil, to make a pigment using the ashes. And I created this mural in the center of São Paulo, which is a rereading of the coffee planter from Portinari, honoring the brigade of firefighters here. And from the fire smoke in the back, there is an SOS that's hidden there. And that nature is screaming that SOS, and we can't listen to it. And we see here a map of Brazil with a dry faucet. And I invite you all to check it out up close. But I'm really happy to be here in this panel talking about the trash collectors of recyclable materials. And these realities of these pickers and these residues and this waste and everything that, sponsors of this event here, as we saw, Coca-Cola, Sprite, Crystal, the mall. This consumption that we're talking about, and that is completely irresponsible in so many ways. Right now in Brazil, we have over like 3,000 open waste fields. And what is currently happening here in Brazil is a linear economy: extract, consume, and discard it. Instead of promoting like a circular economy that needs, something regarding the waste pickers, who currently collecting over 90% of everything that is effectively recyclable. And they do that without any support from the public powers, without any support from companies, and they do that in a very precarious and invisible way. And they are saving water, they are saving CO2 emissions, they are saving trees when they're talking about paper, oil when we're talking about plastic. And this is Igarapé, São Raimundo, a tributary of the Amazon River in the Amazon forest. It's not only the oceans of plastic, people. You also see the rivers of plastic. And this is all over the world. This happens all over the world. So I was trying to bring like this history here to you. I started making graffiti about 16 years ago by painting the waste picker carts all over Brazil. And I've painted over 400 waste picker carts, and also sending them a message about it. So, for example, I was amplifying the voice of waste pickers. But until what happened was that in one moment here in the valley of the Aganhabu, we did like the waste picker, raise money for waste picker, and we gave them like safety gear, and we gave them medical appointments, and we were able to give them some visibility and acknowledgement since that event. And of course, since that, many events have happened, many things have happened so far. And you know how many people who are living, in a vulnerable situation, homeless population here, many of them are waste pickers, but they are treated as trash itself. People say, oh, let's clean off this, let's get these people out of the way. Let's throw like gas bombs at them. And São Paulo, for example, had like a rate of recycling of 4%. Is currently throwing bombs and removing collectible waste pickers from the street. So we have created in these 11 years an app for recycling. To find the nearest recycler next to you. It's an Uber for recycling. No, because we're not exploiting anyone. We're not exploiting the driver. We're not exploiting the waste picker. We're giving them the best conditions to find who are the waste pickers here. So we have about 900 cities here. We have about 2,000 people like Fabiana, who is here with the pictures. And the waste pickers that are registered here in Cataqui, they collect they do more than 60% of what is recycled by the City Hall of São Paulo. So this is an invisible and informal market. So even with all the oppressions that we have, what actually makes recycling in the cities are the waste pickers. And I'm really happy to be here, invited by PNUD, by the UN, to talk about waste pickers, to talk about our solutions. And last year, in the SDG Virada, in our event here for the last year, we had an electric vehicle, a cart for the future. Yeah. And it was an electric cart that people could use to carry their things there in a recyclable material on top of it. It was recognized by PNUMA like that the tricycles and electrical carts not to use any kind of fossil fuels. So why not take like renewable energies? So it's not like something that's restricted to the elites. We should make its access democratized. We should bring this issue with the waste pickers here together with the climate change issue. And all these SDGs that we work together with. So for example, the eradication of poverty, number 3, health and well-being, growth of the worker, number 8, number 12, which you have already mentioned. But this is the first time that we are able to talk about climate change and climate emergency related to waste pickers, because there is a direct connection to that. And what I leave to you as a provocation is the following. Brazil, for example, is celebrating that they have recycled 100% of the aluminum cans. And I saw the City Hall of São Paulo celebrating that, and many other people celebrating, corporations, the industry. But we're only doing that because of social inequality and the public powers who are not paying attention to us, unemployment and waste. And because of hunger, I mean, when you see a worker who can carry a whole car on the back, push a car, you see what is the disposition that these people have, how how much energy they have to fight against those situations. So if everyone, the City Hall of São Paulo, the industries of packaging industry, and everyone else here, all of you here, you can refuse a few packages, and if you have the appetite for change like this waste speaker here has, I believe we'll be reaching at what Carlos Nobre has mentioned of Brazil being a reference in reducing those greenhouse emissions. And maybe we can't reduce the emission from forest fires, but of course everyone can change their irresponsible consumption at home. People who don't have a selective waste picker at home, you can call them, download the app, find the closest waste picker and call them.
Congrats. Congrats. Everyone enjoyed your presentation. A wonderful job. And it is really good to see how you are interconnecting all SDGs. We know that they have to work together and they encompass many areas. And of course, you are adding art to it. You have so much talent. Congrats, Tiago. For our second round, I'm going to do the following. Look, based on everything that you mentioned, Tiago, I'm going to ask Carlos Nobre a question. Professor, I'm going to call you again, okay? Let me ask you something. I was listening to Tiago. I was thinking about something. How we can combine and deconstruct, how we can create a new model that can deconstruct the so-called opposition between environment and economic development. You were saying, Tiago, how we can generate revenue for this, for the vulnerable population, how we can eradicate poverty, how we can tackle the environment, sustainability, SDG 3. So, Professor Carlos Nobre, how we can generate revenue and help vulnerable population in poor biomes, how we can protect biodiversity in the climate, how we can do this, and how we can diminish the controversy between economic growth and development and is eager to get more money. Of course, we have to have revenue. Daniela mentioned this already when she talked about states in the north of Brazil, about oil drills. In the northern states of Brazil, we have to understand that we have to have revenue for public policies, how we can integrate, how we can coordinate those needs, and at the same time preserving the environment, how we can tackle those two things. There's apparent contradiction. First of all, 70% of our emissions of greenhouse gases comes from fossil fuels. But before we talk about biomes, I would like to say something interesting to all of you. We see renewable energy, for example, solar energy, and it has a great potential to generate all the energy that we need for vehicles, for electricity, so on and so forth, for many kinds of needs, for our well-being in general. Nevertheless, Albert Einstein in 1905 discovered the following. If the sunlight would hit on a semiconductor material, it would generate electricity. We are talking about 1905. That's so sad, isn't it? We were not able to develop the application of solar energy. Since then, By if we had done this, it wouldn't have been so dependent on oil and other kinds of energy. That's something very important to bear in mind. Let me give another example. When we talk about energy, electricity, and wind energy, that's one third of the cost of thermoelectric energy. So, from an economical perspective, it doesn't make any sense to continue focusing on oil. We know that's of utmost importance. We have to abandon coal and oil. We should abandon those resources. But now let's talk about biomes. Since the 1970s, I would say in all tropical areas of the earth, agriculture was being applied, was being used. We are talking about the production of commodities such as bovine meat, soy, and other kinds of products, palm oil, and other commodities. And that's the most important vector of deforestation in all tropical regions and the most important factor in Brazil. So the question is it possible to have a different kind of economy, or maybe we have to cause deforestation because forests are useless? That was dictator said in the 1970s in Brazil. Trees are hindrances to development. In 1972 in Belém, two people came up with the following sentence: occupying the Amazon is going to follow the feet of oxen, so to speak. So, because we are the paws of oxen. Because the soil is so poor in the Amazon that in order to use the Amazon, we have to burn it, and we have to use fertilizers too. And consequently, the soil is not productive, and we have to perform deforestation too. So that's a very negative cycle. This is the model that we have been following in the Amazon and in all tropical regions. In Indonesia, palm oil, for instance. But livestock is the most important factor. 65% of all deforestation caused in tropical forests is cattle raising. Is that the model? Daniela said that. She said that the answer is no, because according to her, we know that there are many studies that show that we should use the so-called stand-up forest or stand-up trees. There are thousands of products. Let me give you an example. Indigenous people in the Amazon, they used more than 5,000 products that come from the biodiversity of the Amazon, especially in the medical area. And those products are important for many areas. And even though we live in the modern world, we can say something really interesting. We can understand something called bioeconomy of the forests and of flowing rivers. But why do we have to have flowing rivers? Because we don't have to have hydroelectric plants anymore. Those hydroelectric plants do interfere a lot with the aquatic ecosystem. Amazon, of course, has lots of species. We know that 30% of plants and animals that exist in the world, the Amazon has lots and lots of it. We know that the Amazon is known for its biodiversity, and hydroelectric plants and the contamination of mercury, they are very bad problems for aquatic life. Do we have to have hydroelectric plants in the Amazon? No, we don't have to have those plants. You can, of course, produce energy in Brazil and in the world thanks to green hydrogen and other renewable sources. We know that green hydrogen has been produced in Brazil as well. So when we talk about flowing rivers, we are talking about cooperatives that are in the Amazon that produce hundreds and hundreds of products. Here in São Paulo, we know cocoa, acai, and nuts, tucumã, buriti, and other products. These forests can yield dozens and dozens of products. And when those products reach the economy, you're going to preserve the forest. And those cooperatives are the only places in the Amazon where producers were poor in the past and now they are getting richer, reaching C, D, or C level. And that's the model that we have to implement and pursue. That's the model of bioeconomy that we have to pursue. This model respects the forest. Those systems represent 66% of ecosystem services. You keep the carbon level, decrease the temperature, you recycle water. So we know that the recycling of water is important because most of this water comes from specific rivers that feed the rain systems in Cerrado, in the southeast of Brazil as well, in the south of Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. So those services are essential. And that's why the forest has to stand still. Is it possible? Yes, it is, for sure. And before I finish my talk, I would like to say something. We got really emotional. Something happened last week. Four indigenous kids in the Amazon. There was a young girl, a 13-year-old girl taking care of her brothers, 40 days surviving in the middle of the Amazon forest. And what is that? This, of course, has to do with the knowledge that stems from the indigenous tribes. When I was younger, I got lost in the Amazon with three friends of mine. I would never be able to survive. And fortunately, a boat found us. I'm talking about the knowledge that stems from the indigenous people. That's of utmost importance in order to save the Amazon.
Thank you so much, Professor. So we see there are alternatives and possibilities to have harmony between the economic and the sustainable world. I would like to ask Daniela a little bit about, Daniela, just a little bit about the co-responsibility of journalism when we're talking about making people aware about climate change and its effects, and how it happens in Brazil and in the world, and if we're doing that in a proper manner here in Brazil and in the rest of the world. Because, I mean, I believe you have mentioned that already en passant in your speech, when we're talking about your carbon footprint and when you're trying to do that compensation to help society. But we also have like social media, quick reading, and maybe some kind of lack of interest for an analytical and profound and deep text. So how can we work towards with this new generation to create this new generation? I mean, not only this new generation, but the whole planet nowadays, which is currently addicted to, say, social media and using a type of communication that is so diverse for the traditional reading of newspapers and books, which is a reading in depth about a topic. How do we deal with that difficulty nowadays? These solutions that the professor has mentioned so many times. We're talking about voadores. Like, I would remember that. What was the first time I heard about that? Did that come to the people or not? Are people understanding what is the contribution of the Amazon to the other regions of Brazil? How do we improve that when we're talking about getting the information to people in general? Thank you so much. I will try to answer that. I don't think there's like a simple answer to that. But answering your second question, are we being efficient in our communication? Not really. If we were efficient, we wouldn't even be here having this conversation together right now. We would just have, internalized that, and we would be trying to learn a little bit more about that problem and acting and finding new ways to act on it. But first, I would like to bring some data from a survey that came out yesterday and made me think so much about it. It's from the Social Institute of Rio de Janeiro, from IPAC, and Yale as well, which I believe has helped them. And they are measuring they do the survey all over the world to understand like how many people are actually worried about climate change. And yesterday, the one from Brazil showed that 52% of Brazilians are worried about climate change. It's a really, really high number compared to other countries. We're one of the top 4 countries who have the most concern about climate change. And these things are, very interesting for us because they have voted for 50% of these people have voted for, politicians who were advocating for against climate change and who were worried about the environment. And how are people getting themselves informed? Most of them are getting information from their families. 79% of these people get insights. 70% of these people get information from WhatsApp groups. 56% from the TV. 30% in newspaper and print media in general. So 94% of Brazilian people who are interviewed in the survey, they say that global warming is happening right now. And 74% say that this is a result of human activity. And 99% of these people have heard about the Amazon fires. So 99% of the people here have heard of the Amazon forest fires. So the Yale professor would compare it, we didn't bring the USA numbers, but they're usually half of the ones I've just mentioned to you. So this is a very interesting survey because I asked him something else here, people from the survey. Brazilians feel that the climate change is actually affecting us right now. The climate change is affecting us on a daily basis, and it affects our lives. With the Americans, there were only 25% of the Americans with the perception that climate change would do something to us. That's distant from us in time and space. They believe it's not for this generation. They believe it's something that happens to the polar bears in Arctic. Not to them, not to the Americans. And I believe that makes us reflect a lot on these topics. So what in terms of communication, for example, we're talking about what Mundano does here. Mundano does a communication work. They see your work, Mundano. And then in their own carts, they see those messages when they're walking around to pick waste. I've just came, I don't know if you had the opportunity, a few days ago there was Ecofalante from a cinema exposition. Like lots of documentaries, and I was really excited to see like so many more people trying to communicate there from several different segments, and that would make me really happy. Not only journalists enjoying that, but also I'm lucky to be here as a journalist talking to a professor like Carlos Nobres, to meet Mundano, to meet the UN, and trying to communicate these things. But I believe there are some things that we have to think about a little bit more. 5 years ago, Datafolha made a survey that I think I would never forget. I believe it was 5-6 years ago. They asked Brazilians how many people believe that the man had gone to the moon, and 1 in 4 people would say that the man had not been to the moon, and 1 in 7 people would say that the earth was flat. 1 out of 7 Brazilians believe that earth is flat. 1 out of 4 Brazilians that the man hasn't been to the moon. That's a TV prop. And I think we need to live with that reality as well. It's not just communication and journalism. It is about education of children, so that they understand what is climate change, what is the environment, and how we always impact the environment. There's no option here. We always impact the environment, either we want or not. I was looking at some numbers from biomes, some figures from biomes that they published a few figures last week about deforestation, and they identified a very important deforestation which can't be compared, of course, to farms and solar farms and wind farms. And of course, it can't be compared to other kinds of deforestation. But in Brazil, we already have so much land that's open, available to make solar farms and wind farms, open land that doesn't have any kind of vegetation or forest. But I mean, this is a matter of choices. And if I can close my argument here, people, I think it's an argument about, changing our whole mindset. Because there's so much here. We're talking about these new theories that talk about economic degrowth. We need to understand that there is a way for us to make economy degrow, and that will mean well-being for people. We celebrate every time the GDP increases. That's our world measure for richness and wealth. But think about this, like the pollution of São Paulo. I'm asthmatic. How many people didn't go to the hospital because they were sicker, because they had asthma attacks? In Acre, in the state of Acre, during the forest fires, that ensured also like a higher number of medication that was being sold, and the GDP accounts for that higher sale of medication, but it doesn't account for the other side, the loss in health, the expenses in health. So the GDP is being questioned by many people nowadays because of that kind of thing. I'm really fascinated by these discussions because they involve us in a way that we have to change the way that we think about things. We make choices all the time. And I don't think it's fair that our choices are all on our own backs. I mean, there must be public policies, there must be investment, there must be social pressure to make these public policies happen. But we can also help or, get in the way if we want to. Yeah, thank you very much. You've brought like some really interesting elements, and just listening to you, I was thinking about the statistics that you've brought. We still need to make more about that, but it's interesting to compare those statistics from Brazil to other countries, because maybe if we make an extra effort in order to engage us more like with this type of event to raise awareness, and all this communication work that is conducted by journalists, artists, and all these people from different segments may actually help us in the future and actually do what the professor had mentioned before, to make Brazil a country that actually is able to do, to flip that page in climate change. So I'm asking Mundano now to do that here now. And Mundano, if you were able to go deep into that topic now, about the waste pickers in big cities here in Brazil, and how you see that work with waste pickers, of course, inside a supply chain here for the whole solid waste chain. What public policies should we make? How could the public sector deal with those things? How we could support you in your activities? How do you see that in a more like a systemic view of the supply chain for solid waste? And that we need to think about solid waste in that way, of course, removing what is not necessary, but what resists that, and how can we add value to that solid waste and reduce pollution and solve that problem that you have shown us visually in so many ways in your presentation?
As you said, it's something that is systemic. Of course, we have to take into account all factors in order to reduce what we are generating nowadays when it comes to solid waste in all its categories and kinds. But we know when we study civilizations, when we watch museums, for example, you can see lots of vases, you can see objects, and we study those civilizations through trash, residues, waste. So when we go to a landfill, for example, we can understand why our civilization has collapsed because of the stupid way we consume objects and everything else. And Daniela said something important. She said it's a matter of choice. Nowadays, the private sector chooses to spend more. They want to convince us that they are sustainable, but actually they are not. Of course, the government chooses to benefit. And in São Paulo held an event last month. And in that event, some contracts, some agreements were still held. It was a public deal and one on solid waste. So waste pickers are being removed, so to speak, benefiting the same groups for more 20 years, and that's a closed deal. And this goes against what they have promised in the past. São Paulo has said in the past that incineration was the best method, and that's terrible. I mean, when you burn trash, that's primitive. And you see, maybe you saw this on the news. No, but actually, incineration is amazing. You can generate energy through burning trash. You see, that's amazing, but actually, that's awful. If that was a good method, Professor Carlos Nobre would have an incinerator to generate energy from it, right? Or maybe, I mean, we could do that. We are privileged. That's awful and goes against everything that is good. In São Paulo, actually, let's be honest. Even though you are well informed, maybe you do not know what I'm going to say. If we have those incinerators generating energy, this is going to be applied everywhere in Brazil, and it's going to be irreversible. It's really important, and there's a great pressure to continue doing this. And for the next 20 years, in a specific forum, São Paulo said that the solution for all problems would be to burn trash, garbage, waste. In addition to burning raw material, natural resources, and we know that natural resources are lacking, at the same time, you are polluting the air for obvious reasons. I mean, not only do we have, of course, emissions, but we also have this extra amount of trash being burned. So the choices that people are making, the governor, the mayor, those decisions go against science, against other countries. That's something unacceptable. So let me tell you what governments should do. In my opinion, we should, of course, pay waste pickers. We wouldn't have so much inequality on the streets. We would be able to recycle even more, because nowadays the amount of trash that is recycled is really low. At the same time, we would save energy. So it is a matter of choice. And I believe that we are going against the planet by doing this. We are diverging from other countries. We could be a world reference. We are talking about renewable energy and other things, and incineration. That would be really awful, of course. São Paulo says, look, but in Europe we have this. Yeah, that's true. But actually they are choosing a different strategy. They are leaving this strategy behind. And this, of course, goes against the idea of clean energy, renewable energy. And this can be applied to the private sector too. The private sector doesn't do that much when it comes to generating energy. Of course, we have great ads. They say that by 2030, we're going to have 100% of recycling, but nowadays, the investment is really low. And be honest, if we do not include waste pickers in Brazil, without them, we won't be able to reach those goals. We are not going to fulfill the SDGs. In the recycling chain, we know that we have slavery, and nobody says anything about that. And in my opinion, the worst crime that we have against the environment is the following. Every year, Brazil wastes 14 billion reais in recycling material. So actually, you are buying companies in very biased deals. We are actually paying those companies to bury, to waste money, and we have people starving. That's the prevalent method that we have in Brazil. We are wasting money, and we are, of course, wasting natural resources, oil, trees, of course. Anyway, energy per se, it is a very silly thing to do. And this is going to happen for sure. And unfortunately, this is something that many governments have promised. Some people say that they are supporting waste pickers and unions. They say that they like waste pickers and decrees, so on and so forth. But that's not enough. We have 3 million landfills. We generate 1 kilo of solid waste per day. And I believe that we should understand this a bit better, how indigenous people were able to live without creating so much solid waste. In the past, milk bottles were made of glass and of plastic and other things. Actually, we are used to feel comfortable, and we are coming out with solutions that are not good. If we use paper cups, for instance, you're still generating solid waste, aren't we? If you use, for example, a bottle of water, you can, of course, contribute to this problem. Sometimes we see brands and governors and mayors saying that incinerating is the best option, but actually that's not it. You should consume in a responsible way. So the mayor, of course, is promoting the Virada ODS, but actually he's going against many SDGs. Thank you. Thank you very much, Thiago Modano. That was a very insightful presentation. I believe that that's the way we should change the world. We should talk about ideas, and I would like to say something else. I think that we should discuss those ideas so that we can move forward, which is bringing this topic to the table. We should talk to the government and to the civil society in order to promote those changes. I would like to mention something else. In 2022, we had the first international conference on solid waste in Recife. We talked about the topic that you have just mentioned. We are talking about the solid waste chain and each step, how we can deal with different methodologies, different tools, different solutions, you see? So, of course, we have extreme cases. We have chemical issues and other chemical compounds that maybe should be tackled and treated differently. But we're talking about residues per se. So that's a very good presentation, Thiago. And we do have a high expectation in PNUD. Maybe we can hold another event, and we count on you, of course. And we count on people that would like to take part of this event. I think that we are about to finish, but actually we're going to have 15 more minutes because we were a bit late, and this is such an interesting topic, isn't it? So I would like to be with you for 15 minutes more. I want to ask you some questions, and then maybe we can answer some questions that were posted online. Okay, so I would like to ask you to answer those questions, please. Let's tackle the first question. We have been experiencing a significant increase of violent cases, droughts, mudslides, and of course deaths, and lots of suffering, of course, that stems from mudslides. We have seen this, we saw this recently in São Paulo. I know you know this. So I wonder, if I were the mayor of a city, what would I do? How do you see that? Because I know that climate change is related to lots of topics. It is, of course, a plethora of events, but let's imagine mayors of vulnerable cities. What could they do? What is it? How we can tackle this? If you were a mayor of a city, for example, in order to protect its citizens. So I would like to ask Professor Carlos Nobre if you could shed some light on this.
Climate change, as we have mentioned before, like the global climate has gone up over 1.5 degrees here when we're comparing to the middle of mid 19th century, 1.6 in the continents, 0.88 in the oceans. And the warm oceans, they evaporate so much more water, than they create these extreme events. And this meteorological change that induces drought and heat waves and very severe storms. So science knows about these topics very well, and the intergovernmental panel on climate change has been forecasting the increase of these extreme events for a long time right now. And at this point now, we must answer to those things, of course. If we just think about like the Paris Agreement and we do not stop like this 1.5 degrees, we are at 1.15 right now. If we have to stop them, we have to do so much more than the Agreement of Paris in order. We have to do huge political policies, public policies to stop these events. And in Brazil, especially heat waves, droughts, and intense rains have increased over 50%. And from December 2021, that event in the south of Bahia, those intense rains, floods, to this last event here recently, the bomb cyclone in the Rio Grande do Sul, we have the highest frequency of extreme events in Brazil. With the landslides in February in São Sebastião, in the north littoral of São Paulo, a terrible episode in Petrópolis in 2022, which killed 241 people, the terrible episode at Recife from May 2022, which killed 150 people. So this is a reality, something that's happening all over the world, and we need to adapt to that. We need to find a way to adapt to those things. So the first thing, in order to adapt, is that we have good alert systems. So Brazil has built, and I was really involved in that, with the National Center of Monitoring and Alert for National Disasters here in São José dos Campos. And nowadays, SEMADENS makes alerts for about 1,300 cities which are under risk. And I believe all these disasters which have already happened, we got warnings about them. The warnings from SEMADEN got to them. But even so, in the last 12 months, we've had over 550 people dying from natural disasters in Brazil. So, of course, there are lots of challenges for us here. And what are these challenges? SEMADEN has made a study that showed with the data from IBGE, from the Brazilian Statistics Institute, and we're going to redo that institute with the data from 2022, about 10 million people in Brazil live in risk areas. 10 million people. Most of them in urban areas. And 2 million people live in areas of so much risk, especially regarding landslides, floods, that they should not even live in where they live. So in Brazil, the cities have a huge responsibility of finding sustainable places for their people to live. Or, I mean, at least immediately for these 2 million people who live in areas of really high risks. There are so many people in Petrópolis, over thousands of people here living in hills which are over 35 degrees of inclination. The slopes are too steep, and nobody should live on slopes like that. You saw it on São Sebastião. We had the President Lula coming up, the governor of the state, Tarcísio, coming here. They said so many beautiful things that they would solve this problem, but we see a lot of difficulty in creating solutions for that, because we need to remove those people. Because when we had the biggest disaster in Brazil in January of 2011 in the hill region of Rio de Janeiro, and that's why SEMADEN was created, in order to respond to that kind of disaster. They had decided to try to take people. They were created like housing for these people about 50 kilometers from where they used to live. So they were really far from their workplaces, and this is not an easy solution, but this is a solution that must be made. Something must be made about it. At least 2 million Brazilians, 95% of these 2 million here live in urban areas, and we have hundreds of thousands of people living in these really high-risk areas in the hills of Rio de Janeiro, in Salvador, in Recife, and in many other cities all over Brazil. Especially in these regions, like including the south, the southeast, and the east coast of the northeast. And of course, I understand like this is a big challenge for all of us. And let me tell you some very interesting data that not only removing these 2 million people from this very high risk area, because I mean, actually, 2 million in a very high risk that they shouldn't even live there, and 10 million people living in risky areas. And when we created the Center for Natural Disaster Observation, we also created an educational project, and a project that aimed to educate people on natural disasters and make people aware about it. And we bought over 1,000 rain meters, pluviometers, and we installed those 1,000 pluviometers all over schools and high schools, elementaries and high schools in the Rio regions here of São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, Ubatuba, Caranguacatuba, all over the Rio regions. And we've also put one of these pluviometers, one of these machines, in Recife. And when we had that episode, the children, they are trained now to monitor the rain. And they are trained to understand what that rain means to them. What is the risk of a landslide, of a flood? And there was one neighborhood, like over 140 people dying in Recife last year. This neighborhood that had this school with the pluviometer, when it started to rain too much, all the children went outside and they were knocking on the doors in every house that there was a high risk of a landslide, and nobody died on that neighborhood because children were knocking on their doors and bringing people out. So this is the solution that we have: education, information. We need to educate our children to fight the climate emergency. Congratulations, and that's a really fantastic experience with the children, Professor Carlos. There's a whole process of acting on that. They become real citizens. They were heroes, and I believe that these are measures of adaptation that must be taken on a short term. We can't wait for them. We can't wait for people to die facing these natural disasters like landslides, extreme drought, with measures that we have here in order to transform our economic model, our sustainable model, in a middle term, in the midterm. Since we're not talking so much about the long term anymore now, like the time is rushing. So Daniela, you have talked about education and you have brought this topic to us a little bit about, but could you explore it a little bit more in terms of adaptation and mitigation of these aspects, and what would be possible to do in order to protect our population from situations of extreme vulnerability due to climate change?
So when we talk about adaptation, I believe that this word is essential. I believe that's really, really important. I do not know the exact figure, Professor Carlos, but I believe that 85% of Brazilians live in cities next to hills. And we live close to the sea, of course, the ocean. So that's why those cities have to bear this in mind. Those cities have to be planned. Many people have lived in those cities, so we have to understand that we have to know how to adapt them. Is that easy? No, of course not. We have some cities, such as Santos. Santos has developed a plan in order to tackle this problem, but what does that mean? Let me give you some examples. Of course, this has to do with discussing the guidelines. We know that São Paulo has many neighborhoods that suffer from lots of problems, of course. Many buildings have been destroyed, and many of those buildings have not been condemned, so to speak. So one of the most important aspects of SDGs is to not exploit natural resources. And we can see this clearly. If you destroy, for example, some buildings that have cement, glass, and other materials, I mean, if you want to build a new one using the same materials, that doesn't make sense, does it? So there's a discussion that we should bear in mind. we want to actually we're going to have more traffic jam and more buildings. Okay, but this area has been creating lots of jobs. The construction area, yes, that's true, but those people could be employed in different kinds of jobs. Maybe, I don't know, we could replace cable lines, for instance, because we know that we have lots of problems on Police Avenue, for example. We have many trees that could collapse those cables. Let me try to tangibilize another issue. We had Hurricane Katrina in the USA some years ago. Lots of people died, and of course we had a flood, lots of flood. When people ran to hospitals, and there was a blackout in those hospitals because the generators were underground. Since we had the flood, so of course those machines stopped working. So the hospitals could not work properly, could not run properly. That's why hospitals try to devise a different method on how to adapt to such a problem. They understood that they had to listen to scientists, and they understood that they had to listen to indigenous tribes and their knowledge. That's essential. So they said the following: so we're going to have future floods, similar problems. So, of course, generators shouldn't be placed under the ground. That means adaptation. I remember I traveled to Germany. We have two different oceans next to Germany. We have high tides and low tides in that place. And I heard that they were trying to adapt the coastal region, and I wanted to know more about that. And I asked them, okay, but can you please tell me more about this method? Are you going to create walls in order to tackle this problem? I mean, how are you going to build those walls? Are they going to be really high? No, actually, we are talking about something else. We are talking about the foundation of those walls, because of course we are going to build those walls. That's of course obvious, but we are concerned about the foundation, not the height of the walls. Of course, we know that Germany is a very strong country when it comes to economy, and I believe that I was talking to a doctor. It was an international meeting on climate change, COP. I was having some coffee, and I wanted to write an article on adaptation, and I couldn't begin that article. The word adaptation is not that tangible, to be honest. And I was lucky to see a doctor next to me. And then I asked that doctor, are you working harder now because of extreme events? Yes, I would say 4 times more, maybe 5 times more. And then the doctor said, sometimes we see good examples. People are changing somehow. How? Bangladesh, for example. Bangladesh has been having lots of floods because of winds. It is a poor country, highly vulnerable, and of course it does suffer the impact of floods. And then every year, those doctors would meet an old lady that had some chicken. And that lady had lots of chicken, and that lady would complain that floods had killed those chicken. And then after 1 time or 2 times, the lady was not complaining anymore about that. And then we asked her, but you don't have chickens anymore? No, actually I have ducks. You see, so she was able to adapt. She was able to somehow overcome that problem. It's a simple example that illustrates my point. So, in a nutshell, I would say the following. Adaptation has to do with education, but not only in the curriculum. I believe that students in public schools should start studying those topics: waste, recycling, circular economy, adaptation, deforestation. I mean, since they are very young, of course, but from an early age to university. Psychologists, for example, they work with teenagers, right? We know that adolescents are a tough time. They are pessimistic. We know that many teenagers are introvert. Okay, but what are we teaching those teenagers? We are telling them that their world is going to be way harder than ours. Your world is going to be different. You will have to deal with extreme events. You will have to deal with things that we are not aware of. Therefore, teenagers get way more depressed. Maybe they are angrier because we know this. Our generation knows the problem, but we are not able to solve it. Psychologists have to learn something about this topic, about climate change. It's going to be present in the future. Architects, engineers, they have to learn how to build in a more sustainable way. Create bridges, for example, that use different kinds of material. They are movable to a certain extent. So we do have a major challenge before us, and education could be a solution. Health. According to science, as time goes by, we're going to have problems: dengue fever, malaria. European labs, American labs, they don't deal with dengue fever on a daily basis or chikungunya. They don't have that problem. So that's something that we have to either demand or make do with what we have. So if I were able to say something important to you, there was a very good experience called C40. It is a very interesting experience, a purchase experience. Some mayors tried to do some public purchases, some LED light bulbs. You can, of course, change the fleet to electric buses. There are lots of things that can be done. And of course, we can demand more. We do use mobile phones for everything, of course. And of course, apps have to be updated, and we have to buy new mobile phones. Of course, we have to have a new mobile phone, but you have to have an extra charger. I mean, are they so high tech? You see, maybe we have a pile of chargers somewhere. Here's a main. Do we have to have a new charger? Maybe they should be standardized. We can, of course, buy a new mobile phone, but of course, you can keep the same charger. Why do you have to buy a new one? Let me tell you something else. Kinuma, executive director, she's a Danish lady, Miss Anderson. She says the following: when I was a child, soaps they were shaped like a bar, and actually they were turned into liquids, and this means that we have to have more plastic packages. Maybe we should go back in time and use more solid material. I've seen some young people using solid shampoos. I believe that we should take that into account. And we are so rich, aren't we? We have Carlos Nobre, one of the most important scientists in the world, and other people as well. And of course, in Brazil, we speak more languages than are spoken in the United Nations. Of course, we have many indigenous tribes, and they have so much knowledge, and we should learn more from them. That's my idea. Wonderful, Daniela. Thank you very much. I think that time is up. Maybe we could just talk 2 minutes more. I would like to listen to Mundano regarding solid waste and adaptation, and then just some final seconds of this so that we can wrap up our session. Okay, so let's continue.
Well, just quickly then here, I believe Daniela has mentioned so many ways of how we can reduce our impact and making more sustainable choices for real, and actually spread that information around. And I believe we need to understand that climate change sounds like maybe, a name that is mostly related to something that are changing. We need to think about it like climate emergency, climate collapse. We're talking about an emergency. We're talking about a survivor in this planet. And the things that we've been doing in the last 50 years, and we intend to continue, just because of greed and hunger for money, and in the end of the day, we don't eat money. It's taking us to self-destruction. And here, all of us here, who have like invaded these indigenous lands, these original native people there. This started 523 years ago, and we're still going backwards. And we have put like things like that, the new landmark for regulations against the indigenous lands, and we need to understand that we are nature. And that's the biggest thing that from indigenous people. They are part of nature. We need to think of ourselves as part of nature as well. Oh, this climate emergency, this collapse. And we need to think about education as well and art as well in that sense. And art for me, the art that makes sense nowadays for me, it's for local and global challenges that we are living, is an activist art. It's activist art. It's like the thing that I made like for the forests, because the people that make thousands of professors here from Brazil who mentioned Brumadinho because of the art class, because of Tarsila do Amaral and Portinari and all these other painters. I think we are on this way, and myself as an activist, I do not defend nature. I am part of nature. I am nature, and I'm defending myself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. It's an honor to be here with all of you. With Professor Carlos Nobre, with Daniela Mondano. It was a real class in all these topics here. I think I've heard like the voice of a child here from the audience, and I want to end this conversation talk saying that one of my my niece had a child, and I called her, "Oh, what do you need? What does the baby need that maybe I could give her as a gift?" And she told me, "A sustainable planet." And that is what is this generation is asking. Let's give them a sustainable planet. Let's do our part. Thank you very much.
E aí, tá acompanhando aí? Não tá deixando passar nada. A Virada ODS é isso. É um dia completo, na verdade, um dia não, 2 dias completo de informações, de convidados e de muita interatividade também, né? Você pode mandar pra gente aí o que você tá achando. Acompanhando aqui pelas nossas redes sociais, pelo Terra também, que estamos ao vivo. Você pode mandar suas perguntas. Tem alguma dúvida sobre o que é a Virada ODS, o que são as ODS ou de algum tema que a gente está discutindo aqui, você pode mandar para a gente vai responder para vocês também, tá? Muitos convidados vão passar aqui pelo nosso estúdio. Além disso, hoje os dias terminam com shows. Nós temos diversos shows a partir das 18 horas aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú, de graça. Você pode vir correndo para cá. 18 horas, a gente começa com Olodum junto com Planta e Raiz. Nós vamos ter a DJ Vivian Sena na sequência e depois tem o show de Maria Rita a partir das 20 horas. Já se programa, vem para cá que é ao lado do metrô em Agabaú, ou você pode vir dos transportes que você quiser. Mas venha para cá para o Vale do Anhangabaú, participe desse momento tão importante que é a Virada ODS. Assim como ela está participando aqui com a gente também, eu vou trazer mais uma influenciadora que vem, com certeza, somar junto com a nossa Virada ODS. Vem pra cá, Carol, tudo bom? Feliz de você estar aqui com a gente. Beleza? Você é daqui mesmo, de São Paulo?
Olá, boa tarde. Sim, sou de São Paulo.
E aí, me conta, o que você está achando, qual que é a importância da Virada ODS para a cidade de São Paulo, para o seu trabalho, para a população?
Eu acho muito importante a gente ter um espaço de debate em que a gente consiga apresentar para a população formas que cada um de nós temos para combater as mudanças climáticas, sociais e todo esse contexto que a gente vive, e todo esse contexto em que a gente convive hoje. E é isso, né? Quanto mais a gente comunica, quanto mais a gente fala sobre isso, mais a gente tem ferramentas para realmente construir o futuro que a gente precisa.
E as redes sociais acaba sendo uma plataforma, né, muito importante de assuntos tão intrínsecos assim do cotidiano que a gente vai apresentando, né? E não tem como ignorar o impacto do comportamento na sociedade, seria todo esse trabalho nas redes sociais. Você está nesse ambiente produzindo o entretenimento também, né? E informação. Me conta um pouco do seu canal, me conta um pouco da sua rede, me conta um pouco do que você faz para poder fomentar também as ODS.
Claro, o Dia de Doar é um movimento de conscientização pela doação. Então, o nosso trabalho é muito focado em garantir que as instituições que hoje lideram essa transformação social possam se comunicar com a população e dar a dimensão para cada um de nós do quanto essas doações que nós fazemos para essas instituições e organizações sociais são importantes no combate de cada uma das ODSs. Nós, particularmente, trabalhamos diretamente no combate à desigualdade, na redução da desigualdade, entendendo que a descentralização do dinheiro, através da solidariedade e da generosidade, ela é muito efetiva. E a comunicação, com certeza, as redes sociais é o nosso principal canal para conseguir falar tanto com as organizações que lideram essa transformação, quanto com as pessoas que podem doar e realmente investir num futuro melhor. Então, é realmente um contexto muito importante para a gente estar aqui.
E como que surgiu isso na sua vida? Como que surgiu esse movimento? Como que surgiu essa vontade de ajudar, né? De querer ajudar e fazer da sua rede social uma voz que vai ecoar aí por fazer o bem para as pessoas?
O Dia de Doar, na verdade, ele é muito maior do que eu, e eu aqui represento o Dia de Doar, eu sou só a porta-voz dessa mensagem. A gente nasce nos Estados Unidos, estamos mais em 90 países hoje, conduzindo realmente essa transformação pela generosidade radical, como a gente fala no Giving Tuesday, que é esse órgão global que organiza e que conduz as nossas atividades. Então, a ideia realmente é a gente conseguir fortalecer essas instituições, as organizações, para que elas consigam levar à frente essa mensagem, junto com esses outros 90 países que fazem parte do movimento.
Então você lidera aqui pela sua rede através do Dia de Doar, que é um movimento mundial, então, é um movimento global.
Justamente.
E para quem quiser seguir, segue aonde?
A gente está em todos os lugares como Dia de Doar, @Dia de Doar no Instagram, no Twitter, no LinkedIn, no YouTube, todas as redes sociais você consegue acompanhar para sempre saber como participar, como ser mais doador, mais generoso e como investir melhor o seu dinheiro, de certa forma, para um futuro melhor.
E todo dia é dia de doar, Carol?
Com certeza, todo dia é dia
Então-
de doar. E 28 de novembro é o dia de a gente celebrar a doação, realmente fazer uma doação, inspirar outras pessoas e compartilhar todas as doações com a hashtag Dia de Doar, para inspirar cada vez mais pessoas também a participarem.
Muito bom. Então, se hoje é dia de doar, hoje é dia de conhecimento também e dia de conhecer mais sobre a Virada ODS. A gente volta já.
Pronto?
Valeu, muito
Eu que
obrigado,
agradeço.
viu?
Obrigada.
Obrigadão, Carol.
Secretariat of International Relations and SP Tourists. Since 2018, the City Hall of São Paulo has adopted these sustainable development objectives as a priority for their agenda of 2030 from the UN. This initiative reflects the commitment of the city in getting a more sustainable future by respecting and representing the needs of the planet. And other than that, the UN has announced that Virada ODS is the biggest conscientization and awareness event about the 2030 agenda.
Voltamos aqui para o estúdio porque o Carlos acabou de participar de um painel muito importante. Agora, Carlos, eu quero saber de você como sair do mundo academicista para trazer para o cotidiano o que são os ODS, promover esse debate para a população. Eu queria ouvir sua opinião.
Olha, eu acho que era muito importante que toda essa lógica dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável da ONU, que não vão parar em 2030, eles têm que ser para sempre, que isso fosse trazido para dentro da escola, principalmente ensino fundamental, ensino médio. Nas universidades até se fala disso, mas ainda isso não veio para dentro do ensino fundamental, ensino médio, mas não é só trazer uma descrição, tinha que fazer os alunos visitarem cada boa demonstração dos ODS.
Que temos várias, né?
Que temos várias. Por exemplo, no ODS discutido aqui, ODS 12, o consumo e a produção sustentável, o ODS 13 da emergência climática. Tem aqui já inúmeros exemplos de como você faz a produção sustentável de um produto agrícola, de energia, como você faz o consumo sustentável, como o consumo sustentável faz bem para a saúde também, como combater a emergência climática, reduzir as emissões, como nos adaptar aos extremos climáticos. Então, tem belíssimos exemplos. Era muito importante trazer todos os 17 ODS para dentro das escolas, ensino fundamental, ensino médio, levar os alunos para conhecer que isso é o caminho. Porque a nova geração, ela se preocupa muito mais com o futuro sustentável do planeta do que a minha geração, por exemplo, e as gerações que vieram depois. Mas nós precisamos trazer isso para o ensino como um elemento essencial do ensino.
Para servir como raiz, né? Para fincar como raiz mesmo cada assunto desse, e com certeza essa molecadinha que está vindo aí vai ser porta-voz para muitas outras gerações, né? A gente está trabalhando muito em cima da Agenda 2030, mas o que você acabou de dizer mesmo, Carlos, vai continuar e deve continuar, né?
Sem dúvida, porque as mudanças climáticas, para nós vencermos as mudanças climáticas, tem um exercício enorme até meados do século para atingir os limites das mudanças climáticas. Então, todos esses objetivos continuam como sendo quase que um marco existencial, um marco de vida para todos nós, para 8 bilhões de habitantes do planeta.
É isso, Carlos, eu fico muito honrado de tê-los aqui no nosso estúdio. Muito obrigado pela sua participação.
Muito obrigado.
E a gente volta já com mais informações aqui direto do estúdio da Virada ODS.
To incluir, a round of applause to her. Andrea Werner, state congressman from São Paulo, and member of Lagarta Virapupa Institute. A round of applause to her. Silvia Greco, who is our secretary for people with disabilities. Ivan Barão, who I know, anti-capacitist influencer. I believe someone has forgotten, but Mr. Wolf Koss, president of the Olga Koss Institute, also an activist and also a great friend of us, who has a work in the Institute, Olga Koss, who is also here, and a beautiful work who targets people with disabilities. So yeah, let's go. To start the event, and here we are talking about a very important theme, a very relevant theme, which is accessibility and inclusion. So I'll be making my self-description. My name is Silvia Greco. I'm the Municipal Secretary for People with Disabilities. I'm a white woman with brown hair. I'm wearing glasses, black clothes, some black clothes, and orange scarf. I'm not wearing green today, people. Okay, I have black boots. On my side, I have Carol, Wolf, Ivan, and my great friend Andrea. And first of all, I would like to thank you for being part of this event, which is so necessary for the city of São Paulo. That São Paulo is once again in the vanguard of these actions. I would like to thank our Secretary of International Relations, Marta Suplicy, and our Mayor, Ricardo Nunes, as well, for supporting us and allowing us to talk about this topic here, bringing these topics about people with disabilities here. So many people still don't know what is an SDG, and events like this that bring these people together, and we have open access here, we get more and more ways to know, like about this 2030 agenda, which we are already in the half of. We have a few years to conclude it. We have this pandemic's problems, but we need to understand that we're going to have to make this a collective consciousness and make every person think about this topic with care. I'd like to highlight SDG 10, which is about the reduction of inequalities. And the main objective for the Secretary for People with Disabilities, which creates our public policies in order to reach all the other 16 objectives. So when we're talking about inequalities, and we're focusing on the SDG 10, when we're combating like these inequalities that already happen, when we're trying to promote equality of opportunity and respect for all of people, either they have a disability or not. So we're going to begin talking about people here, because people come before their disabilities, and it's very important to say that, because we still culturally have people that say that they have a disability, they carry a disability, and Ivan usually tells people that, well, we are people that have rights, and we understand that, like, we need to understand that people subject to rights, we also have the right to education, culture, sport, leisure, dignity, and we're going to be talking about employment, respect, and all those things. This is our team, this is our action. And we are here composing a panel that is made of people who are, of course, nothing is about us without us, and of people who work and fight for this cause with so much will and such a demonstration of care. Carol, it is a pleasure to have you here with us. Congratulations for all of your work. And I believe there's so much important meaning to have you here in our society, because you make everyone understand that everything is possible because of you. Our friend Wolf Koss here, I've done my love declaration to him before, because if I don't do it every time he cries. But he's a very great friend, and he's married to a very great woman, and they're a very great couple, really great couple. Ivan, even before you climbed the ramp, I was your fan, Ivan, because the visibility that Ivan brings to us all. I tell you that, Ivan, because I'm the mother of Nicholas, and Nicholas is blind and autistic, And there have been so many years to get the visibility that's necessary, and we have never done it for service. But once we were able to see it, I realized how invisible we are. And you do that. You show us with your experience, with your achievements, with your ideas. I'm really crazy to do a check with you because there's nothing like you. It's really important to us. It's really important, and how important you are. And my great friend as well, because before being a congressman, she's the mother of Tel. And I believe our children bring us here before we be in our positions right now as Congress women. We will also be the mother of our children. We also always fight for this cause. And Andrea has fought it for so much, because when she got the diagnosis for her child and she realized there was nothing like that, that there was no one talking about that before, and she can talk about it, and she knows how to talk about it, and she knows how to express herself about it, and she has a very fair fight for inclusion, and I'll always be her #1 fan because of that. So yeah, let's begin talking now about our theme that's so important: accessibility and inclusion. And yeah, I have a script here to follow, but since I know you guys, I would like you guys to start by talking about the importance of this visibility and accessibility when we are discussing people with disability in all of the SDGs, because we are part of all of them and we need to improve all of them. So first of all, I would like to open it up here so we could start a talk. Every one of you would introduce yourselves and give a little bit of our experience. So yeah, I'll be moving on here. I'm a white woman with straight hair, brunette hair, brown eyes. I'm wearing like a blue suit and a dress. I'm on a wheelchair. I'm a wheelchair-bound person. And a disability in my life is a really emblematic thing because I'm 44 years old and I suffered an accident when I was 22. So I acquired my disability 22 years ago on a motorcycle accident. And I have been like half of my life rolling and half of my life walking now. And I'm from Talento Incluir, and we created this consulting services. Before there was like diversity and consulting companies. It's been over 15 years since we created this journey to give opportunities to people who have disabilities so we can give them the dignity that employment gives them, and that so we can propose equity in their relations. When Sylvia begins by asking about invisibility, I believe one of the biggest matters, that most delicate issues that we have is invisibility, which begins in the numbers. The census in the country still is terrible at checking us out and recognizing us, because capacitism in general makes us not measurable. Because even if the census asks us, like in a perfect way, is there anyone with disability in the house? Is there a consensus of what is a disability? Would they be able to say it? Oh, I have a disability, my son has a disability. We know exactly what it's like to have a disability. Is it invisible? Do we naturalize disabilities? Do you have trouble talking about that? Do we have trouble with that because of the way we are raised? Our parents told us, do not look at them, do not talk about them. So yeah, that's how invisibility begins. Because the census shows that 24% maybe not understood. Yeah, everybody questions that. What do you mean 24% of the population? And then they review the numbers from the census, and they get to 8.4%. The world population is of 15% with disabilities. Do you really think in Brazil we have lower indicators than the rest of the world? I've been working with this team for over 15 years now. And as the more we talk about it, the more I see that people with disabilities come out of the hole. So I have now this opportunity here to do a parallel and come out of the closet, because everyone with disability needs to come out of the closet. It's a parallel with another type of situation, of course. The people who have gone far in a corporate career, they have probably hidden the disabilities or the limitations that the disability makes them have, because their parents told them, shh, be silent, don't talk about it, don't mention it, don't comment about it. And it's a very challenging thing for people with disabilities, and need to make people more sensitive about it, more conscious about it. So it's one of the invisibility is one of the biggest dramas for us because we don't feel as a community. And look at the power of that word, community. And as if we don't feel like a community, like a unity in ourselves, we don't feel like that in ourselves. I see some people here with disabilities that I know, but we don't see each other present yet. I believe that is my opinion in terms of invisibility when we're talking about disabilities. So thank you so much for having you here for this event, for the SDG event. Thank you so much.
Wolf, now it's your turn. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a white male, 178 meter. I'm bald, I wear glasses, I'm wearing a black t-shirt, a print t-shirt with the name of my lovely wife here. I'm wearing jeans, a pair of jeans. And I would like to say something important, not only about invisibility, but also attitude. Let me tell you something that I have learned throughout my life, especially as a 72-year-old man. When we work with inclusion, we learn that children do not exclude. Children do not have prejudice. Actually, adults have prejudice. Adults do not educate. Mom and dad say so. I would say that from a very early age, kids do not understand that because kids are naturally honest. They speak their minds. We, the adults, censor kids. My question is, does everyone know what SDGs are? Do people know how they were created? After the First World War, the United Nations was created. You know why? Because we have suffered a lot, a catastrophe, a Holocaust. People from the LGBT community, black people too, minorities as well, religious minorities, Roma people, they have suffered a lot, and the world understood that this cannot be tolerated. The biggest impact of the United Nations was its own creation. They said that we do not want to have another war. In 2003, the General Secretary of United Nations, Kofi Annan, launched the Who Cares When agenda. Because of that, 53 companies from the financial market came up with the SDG agenda. In 2013, the United Nations one more time got together and said the world is going to collapse if we continue treating Mother Earth the way we are treating it. That's why 17 objectives were created. And those objectives are related to transforming the planet in order to avoid its destruction. Those objectives are in the agenda. And the ESG agenda exists because the financial market has adopted it. Corporate governance is basically a treaty where stakeholders and executive directors are present. It is a behavioral treaty that is made up of the collaborators of a company. Sustainability, environmental sustainability is, in a nutshell, and it exists because of a fund that was created, a sustainable fund. And it only exists because in the food chain, the first element that will not survive is the human being. And what about the social aspect? We see many people talking about ESG, they talk about governance, they talk about sustainability, environmental sustainability, but no one talks about the social aspect. The social aspect is something that has to do with human beings, from human beings and to human beings, and made by human beings. And we that work with inclusion, of course, we have to ask ourselves the following questions. The first question: how much time we lived in an unreal world? Because people here, me included, we do not starve for real, right? We do not starve. We know that. We, of course, earn our living, and of course, we have a house, an apartment, a dwelling. All of us, no exception. We have to ask ourselves the second question: how much time do we spend working in an office, for instance? Exactly 2/3 of our lives. Because we are either working or thinking about sustainability and our livelihood. And the second question is: why don't we transform our environment? And how can we do that? The question is how we can embrace and include in our working environment a black person that is old, fat, with intellectual disabilities, physical disabilities, blind, deaf, that belongs to a religious minority, that takes into account the diversity of gender and social vulnerability. We have to take into account 5 variables. The first one has to do with the architecture, because if we didn't have this kind of architecture, our colleague here wouldn't be on stage. And bear this in mind, many theaters and many stages do not have the necessary means for accessibility. Our Senator Maragabili, I saw her some time ago. She was able to sit at a table because the deputy senator, Ilana, was able to create a slope so that she could access the stage after 4 years of her tenure. Let's continue talking about accessibility. I'm not talking about the place itself, but the surroundings too. How we can reach this place. How can we reach our office, for example? How can we go to a movie theater, or another place, for instance? There's a second variable. How we can, of course, welcome those people. Affection. Of course, we feel that, and this, of course, depends on life itself. It depends on how we talk to people. It is the way we embrace and hug people physically. It is the way we start understanding people for real. The third variable is communication. And this means that we have to listen from all directions, from all sources, from inward, from outward, in our offices, for instance. There's another variable: how we can establish and create programs for people with disabilities or people that suffer from a condition, for example, how they can ascend in their jobs. And the last question variable is how we can create programs so that we can make this happen. Actually, let me say something to you. It is within us. It depends on us. We have to change the way people deal with disability. Visibility, we know that's important, but we pretend that it is not real. We see people that are disabled, of course, that have to be included in society. Disabilities have to be noticed. And of course, we have to look at this topic. We shouldn't look through people, but we should look at people. We have to look at their essences. So I invite you to think about that. I ask you to think about the following question: how can I make a person's life better? We can do it. It's possible. So that was my message. I saw that Sylvia looked at me, but I'm visually impaired, so I cannot see her properly. You see, I'm just kidding, of course. I know that time's up, but actually, I don't care. But I'm just kidding. But I would like to say something important to all of you. We have 3 women that changed my life. The first one is my wife, of course, that stands me. But I do not know if I changed her life, but she had changed mine. But I think that that's really tough, of course. She has been my wife for 50 years. We have our congresswoman, Andrea, here on stage. Through her, my wife was able to, my daughter actually was able to find out that my grandson is autistic. You have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much for helping us. We were able to understand our grandson through you. And we have an icon here, Silvia Greco. She's an icon. In our last Virada ODS Virada, I was lecturing, and I saw that Silvia was there in the audience, and people asked her to speak, and she said the following: how can I explain to my son that is autistic and blind, how can I explain racism to my kid? I believe that in our next event, we could say that São Paulo could become the world capital of inclusion. I believe that we still have a long way to go. We cannot give up. Please embrace our cause.
Didn't I tell you if we let him speak, he talks about everything? Yeah, already. Yeah, you're wonderful, Wolf. I know you. I love you a lot. Yeah, but watch out. My wife is a little angry. Yeah, but I love her so much more than you. Don't worry about that. Ivan, I really want to hear from you. Good afternoon. Is it on? Good afternoon, everyone. To all of you people here, it's an honor to be here on the stage, sharing the stage with Andrea, Wolf, Carol, and Sylvia. I would like to thank you all for this invitation in the name of the people from ODS and also the secretary. And first of all, I would like to make a short self-description. I'm a young man of 25 years old, white skin, colorful hair in the core colors pink with purple. It's a mix. I have glasses with prescription glasses. I have a wide smile. I'm wearing a synthetic leather jacket, and I have a T-shirt that which is written "Don't be a capacitist." And I'm sitting on a white chair, and I have my stick with me. And talking about accessibility with me is so much more about talking about the anti-capacitist fight, because accessibility is part of that. There is no real presence of accessibility here, but actually an absence of it. Because when we don't have a ramp, and when we don't have sign language interpreter, or maybe some other thing that may help us and gives us the autonomy for a person with a disability, in order so that they don't become like they stop being a person, and we become what? Nothing. And we need to understand, like in terms of accessibility in parallel with inclusion, everything that is being currently discussed in the public budget not to be seen as an expense or as an extra demand. So telling you a little bit about my history here, my stories, and for the people who do not follow me, who do not know me, I was a typical child with no disabilities when I was born. When I was 3, I had meningitis, and this caused brain paralysis. Brain pause. So up to that point, I was like a so-called normal child, a healthy child for my parents, and I'm the firstborn, so I'm the oldest child. So when meningitis got into my life, not only left marks on me, but also on my family. And I believe that Sylvia, I'm gonna say Sylvia first because I don't want to name everyone who's here. But I believe when we get those diagnoses on a typical family, initially it's like a bomb setting off. And I'm not talking about the disability itself, but the way that we give this message. The doctor, that I would say, it's not only say a professional, that he came to me, to my mother and my father, and said, "Look, your son has a meningitis. He has meningitis, and 20 years ago it was considered a very serious disease and one of the highest mortality factors for children." And he came to them and told them, "Look, your child has meningitis. There are very few expectations for him to be able to walk and talk again." He basically said, "Give up on your child because your child will be another disabled one to the, to the statistics." And that is a damn shot to the heart for many fathers and mothers. It's impossible to be happy with those news. But my parents didn't take it like that. They didn't believe that life sentence that he was giving me. They recognized my diagnosis, but they tried to re-signify it and to fight for my rehab. That's the word, rehab. It was not cure. Ivan was not sick, and I didn't need to be cured from my cerebral palsy, but I needed to have a life that's respectable, just like any other person. Of course, understanding my own necessities there. And one of my biggest necessities at that time, which is not a special need at that time, and I believe special needs is not like a term which we should think like of, extraordinary thing. It's a basic thing, having special needs. Everyone should have some special need. It's accessibility. When I'm talking about accessibility here, I have a cerebral palsy here, so I have some deficiencies in my motor coordination, so I need ramps, I need handrails, I need sidewalks that do not have potholes, so either I will trip, I need my stick, my walking stick. And more than that, in addition to that, when we're talking about accessibility, we're not talking about just construction and architectonic issues, as Wolf has already mentioned. He gave us a small class about every kind of detail here. But we need accessibility, attitude accessibility, which is a thing that all of you can help us with that. I don't want you all of here to hear my words here, to listen to what I'm saying and receive this message, but not absorb it. We need to change that thought. We need to change your mindsets. And we need to change your attitudes so that we are able to re-signify the image of people who have deficiencies in society and disabilities, so that despite the fact that we are disabled, doesn't mean that we lack something, that we just have some specific condition and we need to be respected for our conditions. Wonderful. Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, it's all lawyers, Andre. Yeah, you're good with a mic. Yeah. I'm so honored to be here. Let me describe myself while I assimilate everything I've heard. I'm a 47-year-old woman with a white hair, brunette, straight hair up to my shoulders. I have like something which is pretty much like an off-white collar jacket or dress, a mix of both. I have some I have ADHD, so I'm always moving. My chair is always spinning, and I'm moving my feet. Either one of those. So we're talking about visibility, people who are not seen, they are not remembered. And when we've had a disaster in San Sebastian with the rains there, we've had like a lot of people who were disabled and they didn't have any help. So we had to run there. I had an articulation there with these people, and we sent them wheelchairs, walkers. Ana Paula sent like some alternative hearing aids for people who couldn't speak. You know, some people who were affected by the disaster, they couldn't communicate, and the journalists couldn't help them, and the hospitals couldn't help them. And maybe, well, you know, the hospitals should have these things for alternative communication boards. Should we really wait for a disaster to happen in order to have these alternative communication boards? To understand that people communicate in different ways, and the places who deal with these people need to be prepared for that. Speech is not the only way to communicate. So let's go back then. I'm only here today because I had a child in 2008 that in 2010 was diagnosed with autism. And I used to think that my life was normal up to that point. And I always knew that I didn't fit. I always knew that I would be like a person with disabilities, that I was completely different from other people. I was from the back of the class, you know, I was not a popular child. I was not good in physical education, PE class, and I thought I was broken. And only after my son got an autistic diagnosis, I realized that I was not exactly normal. That the things that I felt also made me neurodivergent. I have ADHD. I have many things from autism from my child. And I started opening my eyes to this thing of human diversity that I didn't realize, despite having an uncle with schizophrenia, and that being a whole, you know, a taboo in my family, and he spent most of his life hospitalized. And it's like an accident in my life. Why did I have an autistic child? And then I look at my family and my husband's family, and I think it would makes a lot of sense that I had an autistic child. And if I had another child, they would be autistic as well, because human diversity includes bodies and includes divergent minds as well. And because we have a problem, and society tends to exclude that which they not consider the norm. The white body with no disabilities, straight, cis, usually a male. And I began to understand quickly that me, as a white woman, a middle-class woman, started to having problems regarding exclusion with my child. My child had his first school door slammed at his face when he was 2 years old. He had just been diagnosed as an autistic, but it was a very small school, and the phonoaudiologist asked him to remove him from there because he had a speech delay. Okay, we have positions for him. He can start here. We can receive your child here. Yeah, I'll be there to send him documents. But there's one thing: he's been considered autistic. And then there was a silence on the other side, and I had to say hello. And and the lady said, "Wait a minute. I'll be right back." And she took her really long, and I was suffering, you know, in my chest, and I knew something was wrong, something that would happen. And when she came back, she said, "Look, I'm really sorry, but our school will not be able to offer what your child needs." And my child was a baby. My son was a baby at the time. How can they close a door for a baby who would, you know, drink from his baby bottle? What was so scary about my child to make a school close its doors at him? What kind of special needs would my child have at 2 years old that the school couldn't offer? And I started to realize that there would be lots of no's and closed doors for my child because he had a different brain, and that his brain made him act completely different things, and that he made him learn things completely differently. And I stopped working to help him in all those interventions. I started a blog in 2012. It was called Lagarta Vira Pupa. Caterpillar becomes a cocoon. And when I made my first post talking about his diagnosis and how hard it was for me and how people didn't understand about it and how many people would gather away from me, there was a multitude of women sending me things in my DMs at that time. and women would say, "What everything you have said really represents me. So I'll send your text to my whole family to see if they understand what I'm trying to feel, what I'm feeling here, how much I feel alone in this moment." And I see all the exclusions that are happening, the denials that my son is facing right now. And this became a support network. And I started to understand that me, from the height of my privileges, everything was easier for me because, the children would be telling me, in the public healthcare system, it takes 2 years to have a diagnosis. Or sometimes there's no intervention, it's once a week in half an hour in a group with a methodology that's not appropriate for that. Husbands leave you. Oh, that's another thing. My husband didn't join the statistics. He didn't leave me because they leave the families when the child has a disability. So we're talking about a bigger majority of solo mothers here. So I started to understand that it didn't make any sense that we didn't think about politics. And I hated politics. I didn't want to vote. You can notice from my accent, I'm from Minas Gerais, and I hated politics. So I started understanding exactly that without politics, we wouldn't have those medications in the pharmacy. We wouldn't have support for those children in school. We don't have employment for those children. So the Caterpillar grew, and it became an institute, and I was elected, but exclusion still happens. We have the best laws for people with disabilities of the world here in Brazil. We have the inclusion laws in Brazil here, especially for autistic people. Law 1264 with helping these autistic people. And we are in a place where people pretend they don't know about the law, which is something that happens here with our staff here. They call us and say, "Oh, the school told us that the child will only be able to stay 2 hours in the school because he has a disability and I have to get him earlier." No, that's not right, people. You don't need to pick up your son earlier because of that. "Oh, he won't be able to go on the school excursion because he's autistic, because he has a disability." No, that's not allowed. They want to charge me additional fees. No, that can't happen like that. So these things happen in a very concrete way by denying the law, in a very subtle way by not having an invitation to go to a birthday party. And nowadays, when I have a son who is completely included, in his school, a public school, and let's celebrate the Viva public schools, by the way. It's a barrier that we have with attitude in general nowadays, because when there is a political willpower, there's a political power behind it. We adapt the environment to have the child. The only thing that stands beyond, between you and those opportunities, it's the attitude. Because if you give the best training for the teacher, but the teacher still looks at the child and thinks that, "Oh, this child shouldn't be here," it doesn't help at all. So, and a final thoughts here, excluding is so much easier and cheaper, people. Keep on giving, money for institutions to keep those children and teenagers excluded. It's easier and cheaper. But it's something that I have said so many times here. But I was not elected to do what is easier and cheaper. I am here to do what is right for my child, and for everyone who is neurodivergent, and that includes myself here, for all the people with disabilities. So we may finally have a state and a city that respects people with disabilities and gives them access to those things, because excluding them is so much easier. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Andrea, let me tell you something. I was a big fan of Abby Camargo. I liked her couch and Teleton as well. I was a big fan of that show. And I said, I do not know why, but I've got the impression that someday I would have a son or a daughter that had some disability. And I adopted Nicholas, and I was pretty sure that was going to happen. And you see, sometimes our dreams, you cannot imagine what's going to happen, right? But actually, I knew that it was going to happen. But it was so good, of course, to adopt my son and to love him, respect him so much. And of course, you have mentioned very important things. And you mentioned a very important topic that is really essential, especially when we talk about SDGs. You mentioned SDG 4, quality education. It's so important, isn't it? Inclusion is important, of course. How we can guarantee inclusive education that is top notch, promoting opportunities, learning opportunities throughout a person's life for all people with disabilities. All people, no exceptions, opportunities, background knowledge, but it's not easy, of course. So I'd like to know more from you about this. If you could shed some light on that. Let's talk about inclusive education. Shall we talk about SDG 4? Yes. It's not fair to talk about such an important topic. We don't have so much time. You see, it's so good to listen to all of you. Yeah, but we don't have so much time. But anyway, when we talk about education, I would say that that was something that I was able to understand. When we talk about structural ableism, it starts from the family. In the family, I had a very good family, well structured. So ableism was not present in my family. And when we talk about health, of course, I was taken care of in Hospital Sara, one of the best hospitals in Brazil. So my mother learned to not to be overprotective, and she taught my sisters too, and my dad. I got my degree, physical education, and then I had the accent, as you know. And then I had a job opportunity. My manager asked me to return to my job, my work, and I was working there again. I was privileged in all those four pillars and was able to understand the whole idea. In this panel, I was not a disabled person in school, you see, but of course I had the experience of including adults that had to study in a ableist school. And in college, we understand an absence of behavioral awareness. Because let me give an example. Some disabled children do not go to physical education classes. So when those kids go to the library, these kids were hindered from making friends, socializing. And that's really important. In our program, we have Katia Remureka, CEO. She has a congenital disability. She's a small lady that is a wheelchair user. She said something really important. It's a good example. We have both studied in the best schools in São Paulo. We didn't know each other when we were kids, but we studied at the same school. And she said the following: while her friends went to the library, actually went to the PE class, she went to the library. And she would study the rules of a game that she had never played. You see what happens when you have a lack of socializing opportunities. So when she talked about education, and Andrea mentioned that as well, I got emotional. Let me tell you why. This morning, we had the grad ceremony of my high school friends. It was going to happen some years ago, but actually they did a prank. But I was a good kid. But anyway, and we didn't have our party. And after 28 years, the students convinced the principal, because of course those kids became adults, and those adults have kids in that school. And of course we graduated. I was not a wheelchair user, you see, 28 years ago. And I noticed something that I was not able to understand. I was separated from the other colleagues because accessibility was not real, it was adaptation. Adaptation means that I need to have help from Bravo. Do you know what Bravo is? It is firefighter. They're all called Bravos in Portuguese. But anyway, there was a firefighter helping me on a ramp. So while the other former students were having fun, I was segregated from the other colleagues. So Of course, since I was there, because the platform is huge, it, uh, I had to be assisted, and everyone was looking at me. You see, nobody listened to me from the organizers. And I said, but I want to be with everyone. I don't want to be segregated. But I was not listened to. I'm an adult woman. I work with inclusion. I'm a protagonist. And I'm feeling ashamed, you see? So, what would a child feel in a school that is considered accessible, but actually they are not accessible? And that's a very good example that exemplifies what Ivan mentioned and Wolfie mentioned. We lack behavioral and adaptation, accessibility, better saying. Sometimes we see people, you don't ask us which way we want to choose. Maybe there is a step, maybe I should be assisted, for example. I want to be with other people. Anyway, that's my idea. I believe that education is not good, especially when it comes to the protagonism of disabled people. Very interesting, Andrea, very strong. Wolf, your turn, please. Actually, I know I have time. So I'm going to make some comments about Andrea's speech and Carol's as well. So, of course, we have to make our presence notable. A small step, I'm old, a small step could be at my age a very tough obstacle. During my entire life, I studied in public schools, and public schools were, and I believe they still are, the best schools that we could have in our country, Brazil. In the past, I don't remember that, but I don't remember having a person with disabilities, people with disabilities, intellectual disabilities, any kind of disorder, hyperactivity. I don't remember that. But actually, you were the majority. But bear this in mind, people were not diagnosed. But actually, that was the way things were. The world has changed if you compare our lives nowadays in the 21st century to the 20th century. Nowadays, we have communication among different devices. And for obvious reasons, education has to be inclusive. I would say that we are on the right track in order to perform this transformation. At the beginning of the year, I was invited to be part of President Lula's council. And then I wondered if I should be part of that committee or not. And then I made a decision. I said, yes, I should go there because I had to be noticed. I had to yell. I had to be heard. Maybe I'm the only person from that council that represents an institution that fights for inclusion. And when we talk about fighting for inclusion, what do I mean by that? I mean fighting for living together in an educational environment, living with and studying with people with disabilities. In 2009, when we had our public tender, and I have a challenge for my secretary, Silvia Greco. It's a challenge for you. We should have those public tenders that could be adapted for people with disabilities, whether intellectual or physical. We saw that people that were chosen, those people actually, they felt insecure. You see, I made a mistake, but actually I corrected that. Okay. And then we created a martial arts program. I'm not talking about a specific kind of fight or a professional kind of fight. I'm not talking about that. Actually, it was a program that could make people be part of that. They could practice sports. This morning, we had a festival. We had 1,000 youngsters with and without intellectual disabilities, with and without physical disabilities as well. And we also had people that were vulnerable from a social aspect. And do you know the most important lesson that we have learned from that experience? Mutual respect. When people live together, they respect each other. In our first cell, I believe we had 12 boys with intellectual disabilities and 6 girls that were socially vulnerable. Those 12 boys were excluded, and the 6 girls were the messy kids. You see, they would hit the others. And I remember during the first class, we had a teacher that had Down syndrome, a black belt in karate, and that martial arts instructor transformed those kids' lives. You know why? Because those kids learned how to listen to people with intellectual disabilities. They learned how to listen to those people and to respect those people. So what I'm trying to say is that inclusion was tangibilized. Last night, at the opening ceremony of Virada ODS, my dear friend Anna made me sit next to Pagoda. I would say that we have 65 or 70% of cells in São Paulo have been done. And with Pagoda, we were able to use our sport programs. All cells in São Paulo have those sport programs. So why am I saying this? What I'm saying is that education is going to be inclusive if we fight for our rights. We do need to live together. Educating is living together, is respecting. Thank you very much.
So I was a child with many disabilities throughout pretty much all my school stage. And I would like to ask you a very honest question. In which moment of school do you mostly waited for? The end? The break? Yeah, that was the moment that my colleagues also wanted. But I have to tell you all that was a trauma moment for me, the break. I hated the break, and every time the siren would run, everybody would stand up and run, and the teacher would say, "Yo, slow down, no hurry," and I had no option. I couldn't run. I could barely walk, much less run. So I have like many memories of a time, and these are not affective memories, that I was the last one to leave the class. I was the last one to be alone in the time of the break. And that lasted, I would say, 20-25 minutes for me. But for me it was an eternity, because I had no people to talk to. I had no one to steal their snacks, because no one wanted to hang out with, the sick boy, the poor sick little boy there. And the teachers would see that, and they did not promote anything regarding that. They did not provoke any changes. in the children. I believe that's very intriguing for me because it's also the responsibility of the teacher, the educational professional. Of course, I don't deposit all the responsibility in the teacher because this is a system that requires capacitation. But the attitude in general, it's regardless of any kind of capacitation. It's a human attitude, and that was naturalized. Ivan will be, sitting down in the corner by himself without socializing with anyone. That was a thing that was deemed natural, and that gave me good fruit and new friendships because when everyone was there, getting dirty, I was sitting down, and in some specific moment, the ladies from that used to sell lunch, they would tell us like, "Oh, you smell so good. Yes, so we're gonna give you an extra snack, an extra coxinha for you." They would talk to me about adult things like the soap opera from the last day, and that was putting me into new types of relationships without having to interact with my colleagues, but interacting with adults, which also cannot be normalized, people, because I wanted to play with children. I wanted to play, to get hurt, to get dirty, but somebody would have to, help me, introduce me to begin that, and I could do that despite not being able to run, and I was not refused from other schools. I was never refused at schools because I had a disability, and this is different from most people because I understand that people that have atypical children have issues with that, but I was not actually completely included because if we analyze the traditional classroom model, it's not accessible for people who have cerebral palsy like me because the corridors are narrow and I didn't have like the same level of coordination as my colleagues because I would be, bumping into the walls, dropping a cup of water, and I would not be able to, I would drop this water on my colleagues' notebooks, and their mothers would be, that child again, dropping water on your notebook. Yeah, are you blind? And I was internalizing those things until I got to a point where I understood that I had to walk straight, I had to see better, which in reality was nothing like that. The environment should be changed to receive me. The environment should be adapted in order to receive a student like me. And everything is okay. And when we are children, we don't understand anything about that. And we make ourselves more and more inferior. And I also did my rehab process with that, and I had to conciliate that with my class schedule, and I had to do it twice a week in the afternoon, and I also studied in the afternoon, and my mother would pick me up after the break in the classroom. And that was a little bit of a strange thing, my mom would show up in the window, the teacher would say, and I would leave the classroom. And that would generate like a huge curiosity in all my classmates, and they would ask, "Where is Ivan going? Teacher, why can't Ivan leave?" And the teacher would say, without any care, "Ivan is leaving because he's going to the doctor." And the people who are going to the doctor, they are what? They are sick. And I was not sick. I was just doing my therapies. And let me tell you that without a minimal amount of care, because the teacher didn't use that situation to educate them, to debate the topic with them in terms of science. Because when a topic is not debated, it's seen as a taboo. And when something is seen as a taboo, it becomes prohibited, forbidden. It can't be touched. And we can't talk about it in the breakfast table. And I didn't want my cerebral palsy to be treated in that way, like as a forbidden topic, as something from another world. I wanted it to be discussed. I wanted it to people to tell them that, well, I have to go to my therapies, but it's not because I'm sick, it's because I have a certain condition. I'm different from you. in a certain way, just like everyone else is different from each other here, but we deserve to be respected. We deserve, I don't like the word equality, but we deserve being treated with better equity in a way, because everyone had different needs there, and they needed to be treated in a different manner. And unfortunately, we don't have any more time. I'd like to tell you that in my school stage, it was dealt more like integration than inclusion. I was registered in school, but I was not actively having active participation in the school. Yeah, we can't only invite people to the ball. We have to invite them to dance. Yeah, that's something that you like, Andrea. Oh yeah, that's my favorite team. I battle for that a lot. I'm really, a fan of school inclusion because I think, no, I don't think, I'm sure. I didn't have any classmates with disabilities when I was a child. And when I was a child, children with disabilities didn't go to school. They were institutionalized, or they were locked in their houses. They didn't go to church. They didn't go to the playground. They didn't go to the restaurant. They were institutionalized or locked away in their houses. And this made me grow without living with people with disabilities. And I'm sure that most of the suffering that I've had when my son was born was because of that. The things that I didn't live with, they were stigmas. It looked like the worst thing of the world, because when we don't live with them, we don't demystify it, and it becomes a stigma. And we will only have a generation of anti-capacitist adults, because when we start understanding like disabilities as like a different hair color, when we start living with disabilities since we are children, because when we see schools that, deal with inclusion since they are young. Oh, this is my colleague here, he's blonde. This is my colleague, he doesn't speak. But they say it in such a natural way. They don't care about it. They don't look at it like if it's a problem. They say, oh, this is my colleague here, he doesn't speak. Okay, let's play. And that is how young children do it. But after they had the experience, like I told you, after Theo had his doors closed at him because of the schools, and I used the scheme here in school that was, they had regular school, but they had special classes. Theo used to be in a different classroom with all the autistic children. I lived 3 years outside of Brazil. I lived 1 year in England and 3 years in Sweden. Just to tell you that we need to lose our complex that we are worse than other countries. There was no inclusion, people. In England, there was no inclusion. They told me that in our neighborhood school there was inclusion, and the director looked at my child and said, oh, he doesn't speak? Okay, he's going to the special room. Oh, without any kind of evaluation, without asking what he likes, what he doesn't like, what he can and what he couldn't do. He doesn't speak, he goes to the special room. In Sweden, the criteria was even more capacitist. They would ask him, oh, the child or teenager who had, and they use this damn expression in English, mental retardation, they would go to a special classroom. And they made an evaluation of him. And we were less than a month in Sweden, and he couldn't speak. He didn't speak Swedish, and I didn't speak Swedish. How could he? And they would speak like, they point blue to me, point the chicken to me. And if he didn't point to the right thing, it's because he didn't understand it. But they put him in his evaluation that he had mental retardations, and that's terrible, people. We don't say those words. It's intellectual deficiencies, not mental retardation. And then they put him in a special classroom. I came back to Brazil, and in Brazil it was the same thing, special classrooms. And in the pandemic, we moved to the countryside, to small cities, small town, and I put him in public schools. And someone told me that Vinhedo's schools, public schools, were very inclusive, and I told him his autistic degree too. He doesn't speak, and he had never been to a regular school. And she told me, you're crazy. I don't have the guts to do that. And they told me, do it. Try to do it. Try to do it for 3 months. We'll adapt things for him. We'll be using a special room for him, maybe if we need it. But yeah, he'll be here. And it was the best thing I did. Like, people who follow me in my network, like, can see, I post his videos many times. They were making an adaptation one time so he could, present a project to the class. You know, without saying a single word. He could put the words that he knew on the board, and he had a pictogram, and he was able to make like his support teacher was there, and in the end of the class, everyone was he got applauses for it. So you know, we need to remember that our legislation right now, our regulations right now, understand what are reasonable adaptations. For example, adapting our curriculum, adapting certain type of material, adapting a certain type of text, because not only having ADHD, he doesn't learn how to read that, so they transform it into images so he can keep up with what's happening. They make it into a comic book. So these are reasonable adaptations. When I'm talking about inclusion, I get hit by everyone. You know, everyone he kills me because I get bad stuff from people. I get hate from everyone because people tell me that there can't be specialized school. And what I think about specialized school is that we have a lot of specialized schools here in São Paulo which have a program with the government, and we have these young adults that are autistics or with other deficiencies, and they have a high level of support who could never have the opportunity to be included in the regular school. And these special schools here are the only network of support for these families. They are the only ones. They are health, they are education, they are social assistance in the same spot. So in the day that the state gives us proper social assistance for the adults who are 30 years old, they shouldn't be in the school. They should be in the center during the day or something, doing something else. But you can't go to these mothers and say, oh, there won't be anything like that anymore. They're young adults. They're not going to the regular school. They have never been included. The state must do their role here to give them appropriate equipment for that type of situation. We need day centers. So why do I take hate from the inclusion people as well? Because from times of inclusion, people say that inclusion is done with love. That the teacher doesn't need to understand anything about autism or any disabilities. Because if the child has an issue and starts, giving a tantrum on the floor, they think it's just a tantrum or a behavior thing. They don't understand what's happening. The more adaptation we have, the less inclusion we have. My child would not be able to be in regular school if there was no adaptation. A wheelchair is an adaptation. Are we going to remove the wheelchair from a student? Hearing aids are an adaptation. Are we going to remove hearing aids from students? These are different types of accessibility, and we need educational accessibility. We need trained teachers. We need classrooms that are not as full. We need adapted material. We need an adapted curriculum depending on the need of the student. We need a mediator inside the classroom with the student depending on the needs of the student. And that is foreseen in our legislation. We have a legislation for that, and it's ideal to have a universal drawing, universal design. I think it's wonderful to have universal design, people. I think universal design is great, and that all the teachers may learn it and may know how to teach it, and regardless of their disabilities or not. But until we get to that point, what do we do with all these children who are now in schools and cannot adapt to the schools, who come back earlier, who are there in the playground, or who are in the back of the classroom playing with Play-Doh? We need to do something about these children. Are we going to deny adaptations for them while we don't reach that universal design future? So I'm very pragmatic. I need to think about, I have my feet on the ground here. So I need to think we need to give small steps, baby steps towards the future until we get to that universal design future. So if we think about inclusion, actually, since we're talking about babies and toddlers, maybe in the future we will not need specialized schools. Maybe we only know if we invest in inclusion in the right way, since they are toddlers until they reach the teenage years.
When we listen to people, we get emotional, don't we? And especially when we give them opportunities and when we use the following sentence, it's everything about us. We cannot do anything without us. And we have heard very important experiences. Carol, I believe that in your party this morning, believe that you got emotional, right? Because now you're talking to us from the bottom of your heart. You're talking about your life, what you have experienced. And that's what we have to listen to. Of course, I am a secretary, and I have to listen to you, of course, and other people that suffer from the same context. Andrea, of course, has to be in the office and has to understand everything. Wolf, of course, could be really optimistic. He wants to have a good institution, but of course, he has to have someone close to him, for instance, so that he can experience this in a tangible way. And you and Ivan are representing everyone, all people with disabilities. You're sharing your experiences. And you were an odd kid, so to speak, right? People said that you were odd, but actually, that could be a good book, right? Yes, we can re-signify that term for sure. And I got to tell too that God, of course, is always right, using mistakes, using problems. That I get really emotional when I listen to you. As a secretary, I'm aware of the challenge. We want to make São Paulo the best city when it comes to inclusion. Actually, we want to become the best. And this is not going to happen suddenly, of course. This means that all governments, current and future governments, have to analyze this. They have to understand this in a step-by-step way, because we can understand that São Paulo is very important. And São Paulo has to be diverse too, has to be as diverse as possible. I would like to thank Anna, our secretary, and Dick as well, another secretary for people with disabilities. Anna is right here with us. I have two questions to ask you. And I have two questions here from the chat. Even though SDGs are not focused on people with disabilities, but they can be applied to everyone. So let me just check one of those questions. Somebody in the chat. Of course, it is impossible to reach SDGs if we don't include people with disabilities. However, many people see this topic as secondary, not important. How can we reinforce that this inclusion is essential in order to achieve sustainable cities that are just and democratic? You see, straight to the point, we have to have opportunities. We don't have to feel pity for people. So what do we have to do in order to make our societies really just and democratic as time goes by, and even more inclusive? Do I have to begin? Oh, maybe we can choose another person, all right? Maybe, let me ask the same question. So is it possible, it's impossible to reach the SDGs without including people with disabilities. Nonetheless, many people imagine this topic as to be secondary, not relevant, and that's really true. How can we emphasize that this inclusion is essential in society in order to have sustainable cities that are just and democratic? So what I'm trying to say is that we have to understand that we are relevant. We have to be protagonists, right? We have to have the first role. So how can we be protagonists? So actually, maybe I'm going to speak too much. No, of course you can. You can. Continue, please. I wouldn't call it secondary, to be honest. It's much more important than the second place, to be honest. But it is secondary because people do not experience that, as Andrea was mentioning. Since we were children, people have to get used to our presence, and this cannot happen without our presence. You see, even Tabata Country, my friend, I'm lending this friend to you, okay? I'm just kidding. I do not know if you know her. She's a wheelchair user, and she was in Travessia, soap opera, telenovela. She is a lawyer, and she works with me. And she tells a very good story that can help me a lot. And I can answer this question really fast. She has a son called Francisco, and this boy is 6 years old. And she was watching the movie Extraordinary. You see, that boy had some birthmarks on his face. And then the daughter asked her, "Why is his face odd?" That was the adjective. And Tabitha was genius. Genius. She said, "It's just because you're not used to." You see, so why is Ivan's speech pattern different? Why is it different? Because we're not used to. Actually, I watch his videos so much that his voice is like a mantra to me. We have to get used to it. In order to do this, we have to be present. That is my important message. We have to be proud of who we are. Just one more second. It's important. It has to do with empathy. As humankind, we have to be more empathetic. And we, as people, understand equity in a very rational way. Too rational. We just have to wear those people's shoes. But actually, how can we do this if we don't have a emotional connection with that person? Empathy is emotional. It is not rational. And there's no way to have empathy with people with disabilities if we do not live with those people, if we do not suffer that oppression. If I tell my friends from school that I felt excluded, today they will say, "Come on, you're strong." You see, I'm guilty for feeling weak. Actually, I'm strong, but you see, this is something that I shouldn't experience. And I'm trying to imagine a kid that is 17 or 16 years old experiencing this kind of thing. And I'm also a mom. I have an atypical daughter. She has been diagnosed. She's a borderline case. It is not an atypical condition, but of course many scientists talk about that. It is a behavioral disorder. She is 17 years old. So when I tell society that I have this child with a borderline disorder, I have to assume, of course, that I haven't dreamed about having such a child, of course. But actually, you have to be transparent about that. You have to show that's real. So when I say this, my daughter helps me. You see, she says that we should make people know that she has been diagnosed with borderline disorder. That's why I'm talking about this topic in a very open way. But let me tell you something. People that have been excluded, as a mother of an excluded person, those roles complement one another. Sylvia says something really important because you are presenting the topic of our session today. But of course, it's good to have everyone here, the ladies here. This applies to everyone. We coexist. I cannot live by myself. I live with my husband, with my daughter, with people that work with me. And actually, Cissa, thank you very much, and Marcia, for being here, and Jojo. We coexist in our society. So anyway, what is the pain of a mom with a child with disability feels? I mean, that's very intense. So I believe that the solution is, so we have to get connected to our society. We have to be empathetic as much as we can. Thank you very much. I'm very emotional. That's very common, of course. We do have to get emotional. But today I'm even more emotional. It's a beautiful experience. After her speech, actually I feel dizzy, but okay, let's talk about SDGs. But I have even started, and you're saying that I don't have time. Come on. Actually, you see, we don't have time. Why does the world talk about SDGs? SDGs talk about themselves. They are obvious. How can we have a better society in terms of justice? It's not simple, of course, just coming here and say that we have adopted an objective, for example, an SDG objective. That's obvious. I'm just talking about that. I can say that I'm handsome, But of course, I have to have a mirror in my house so that I can look at my reflection. And my question is, how can we have a better society in terms of justice? And I believe there are three ways for us to have a better society in terms of justice. There are three paths. One of them has to do with laws, through laws. In all countries around the world, especially in Brazil, there are laws that are not respected. And we see this in the Brazilian law on inclusion, on participation, on quotes. There's another option, adoption, and the other path is via communication. And when I speak, I'm not speaking on my behalf. I'm speaking on 4,500 people's behalf that, of course, chose me as their representative. Each person here does not speak for himself or herself. Everyone here, of course, is speaking based on experiences and feelings and ideas that were created, were raised throughout their lives. There's just one way of changing the world, either through pain or through love. I believe that we are going to tread on a path based on love, but with pain. We have to have laws that are really monitored, respected, otherwise they wouldn't exist. Okay, so now let's talk about getting the first place. I believe that we should ask ourselves, why aren't we in the first place, always third or second place? Sylvia said something interesting at the very beginning of her speech. She talked about visibility, being visible, how we can somehow use social networks and social media to, of course, enter different realms. And I'm really glad for this acknowledgement. But at the same time, I get bothered because most cases, I'm the only person with a disability in that place, in that environment. And to be really honest, I'm the only person who talks about inclusion and our fight against anti-capacitism. Those topics are essential. I'm really proud of that. But sometimes other people with disabilities should have been invited. I've seen this in many events because we are people too. We have a plethora of idiosyncrasies. Ivan, Baron, Carol, André, they do not represent the whole myriad of our community. That's why the more we go to different places talking about different topics, the problem is going to get easier. Why do we have just one center with that disability that was elected in Brazil? Because according to the Brazilian census, I think that we have 45 million people with disabilities. Why don't we have more people representing those people in politics? Maybe we lack something that Carol mentioned. We have to have unity, integrity. Maybe we should ask ourselves, and we should get bothered by that. We and other people too, you that are watching me, you that say that you are our allies against anti-capacitism, against capacitism, because through fight, of course, we can move forward and make sure that our rights are truly respected.
This thing about visibility in the place of disabled people, it always catches me. We're talking about a country that is patriarchal, and since 2016 there was no female bathroom in the Senate. We're discussing not having a ramp for a wheelchair-bound woman, but there was no bathroom for women in the Senate until 2016. This says a lot about our country. We're talking about women in politics, and I'm talking about women. You know, it can be cis, hetero women, white, and if we go like black women with a disability, that would take a long time. When we will reach that? I'm from a progressive party. I've been from one that was even more. But even the people who call themselves progressists, and they forget the people with disability when we talk about the minorities. And I like to, it makes me angry that you shouldn't mention them. I should tap them on the back and say, yeah, disability people. They mention the black people. They mention LGBTQIA plus people. They never mention people with disability. They never mention people with disabilities. People with disabilities are still invisible. And a big part of the reason is that they are not even invited. And if they are invisible all the time, if they are not dear or wanted, even in the progressive field, we're talking about politics, why don't they get out of the closet, the ones that have invisible disabilities? So many people that I know that have invisible disabilities, and they don't tell anyone, they don't tell in their jobs, because they will suffer some kind of pushback. If I tell people in my job that I'm autistic, they will never be promoted, because they will tell me that I can't manage people, that I will not be able to manage a team, that I have absolutely no empathy, all those sentences that people say. So how are we going to make people, all those cliches, how are they going to make people get out of their closets and, stop being invisible if we repress people who have visible disabilities or the people who have come out of their closets? We don't give them any speech, we're not amplifying their speech. I came here first, but now so many people with disabilities are here. How I, myself, as a person who has many followers, who is an influencer on the internet, how do I amplify the voices of people with disabilities? I know of my place, and I know it's important to have mothers in this fight. Everyone has their role in this. But at the same time that I help people to bring the light to people who have disabilities, when I was telling Sylvia here in the next room, when Tel was diagnosed, I found one person in Facebook who was in the beginning, Kerry Magro. It was a male autistic guy there, and he was the only one that I found to follow. And nowadays there are so many more. Do you follow them? Do you keep up with what they do? Do you see what they're doing? Do you help them amplify their voices? Do you share their content? I think this is a work that we have to do, so that people who have these invisible disabilities may feel more comfortable to talk about their conditions, and that society has more in touch with these disabilities and understand that this is human diversity. This is not only about, not the person needs to change, we need to change the environment around. We need to adapt the environment. We will not have a sustainable society and development if it's not for everyone. It has to be for everyone, or it's not for anyone. If a person who is wheel-bound can't get to the stage, they are already excluded. If a person with intellectual disability in school, they are being excluded. And it's not because of their disabilities. It's because there was no accessibility, no adaptability there. In this case, architectonic adaptability, and in school, an educational adaptability. So we have all these roles here, and we need to understand as a society that's so much better here. And people think so much more about, sharing videos of people, disabled people doing things that people with no disabilities can't do, and say, oh, this is an example of overcoming things. But we can't put a ramp for these people so they don't have to, climb the thing with their own arms without using the ramp. We don't want examples of, overcoming difficulties. We want a society where there are not that many difficulties, to do simple things like getting a cab or getting a bus or going to school and learning something. The barriers are in our society. This is the disability model, to give access, to understand what we need to modify in our behavior, because that attitude barrier is the biggest one. to make people who have disabilities be seen, and that people who have these disabilities may feel comfortable in order to be seen. And then we will be a real society for everyone, for actually everyone. Can you believe that there are people who say, oh, there's Sylvia again, from the Secretariat of Disabled People. Yeah, they will be putting their fingers everywhere. Oh, there's a parade, they will join the parade. We're everywhere, we want to be everywhere, because of Secretariat, and we need to be involved with all the other secretariats. And we represent so many disabilities, and not a single one, but so many different disabilities. And this is our role here. And our role here is to give more and more visibility to our cause, to our fight that is not easy. It's an immense challenge for us, but our love for the cause and our wish to make it all happen is so much greater than that. And we are sure of that. Being here in this spot here in this afternoon, and this is an historic moment for all of us, Wolf. So they were saying the future, oh, they were discussing like this SDGs here, and they mentioned accessibility and inclusion in the city of São Paulo. But what will be the fruits of this discussion, of this panel? I think it's a good reflection for all of us here to think that the people with disabilities, they become adults and they get old, because we're talking about so many public policies, so many things regarding education and other things, because we're talking about the first years of childhood, we're talking about elementary school, everybody's beginning school, and after that, what happens after that? What becomes of them when they are adults? Don't they need jobs? Don't they need income? Don't they need capacitation? Don't they need a life? And these families who have this care with their children, don't they also need to be taken care of? So look at how big this challenge is, and how much all these SDGs have to be aligned, and we need to talk about them, and we need to show them how much we want these things to happen for the people with disabilities as well, but for all people. We don't want to be better or worse than anyone else. We want a society that's fair and just and equal. And we are here this afternoon to talk with these people who have so much capacity, so much content, so much experience, to talk to you all, so that we could transmit everything that we have said here to social media, to other places, by amplifying these voices, which are so important and needed in our society, so we can make our society more and more fair by every day. So I'm really thankful for your presence here, and I would like to ask you, just like to give you a final thanks and considerations here, because this event continues, people. The SDG Virada ODS continues, and we'll have like 6 p.m. here, Planten Raiz with Olodum, and then Maria Rita. Everyone feel free to participate in these concerts. And tomorrow we'll have more discussions, more important panels, and the Secretariat for the People with Disability will be here. They will be here talking about public policies for our Secretariat. And I would like to say that our Secretariat has open doors for people, because I have been able to do that. This is my tenure here has been even more democratic and open, because our cause, it doesn't have a soccer team, it doesn't have a favorite team, it doesn't have a political party. We're so much more than that. We defend a cause. We are here defending a fight. We have a flag, and our flag is for, the people with disability. We are here to champion them, and they need to be included and loved. So I'm going to give the mic now for you to make your final considerations. So first I would like to thank you all for being here next to you all. I would like to say, let you give like a little marketing here. I have a book, Anti-Capacitist Manual, I and Billy Saga, which is an activist for inclusion. He's a wheelchair-bound man just like me. Between many other things that he's a rapper, he's an artist, and he's a head of diversity in Claro, and we have written it together. And so more people understand what is capacitist and how to stop being capacitist. And I also have to tell you that I have this goal here in the corporate world. to increase the number of followers. And last year I had to go from 2,000 to 6,000, and I reached 6,000 in the last year of December. But that, yeah, it worked. But I need to reach 10,000, and I have about 7,000 people. And if you follow me, it will help me. But yeah, regarding the types of contents that I will put there, my name is Carolina Ignarra. Carol, CarolIgnarra. That's my name on Instagram. So that's my marketing here. And my final message is I would like to give all my blessings to the gods, to the gods from social media who've made our voices become amplified. Ivan is a guy who really represents all of that. Ivan. Social media. I'm gonna tell you, when I was as a 44-year-old woman, I really resisted, being on social media because I resisted it. I only put like pictures of my birthdays or pictures of when I was with my family. I didn't use social media in favor of the team that I was already working with and the team in which I exist. But from people like Ivan and Victor and people who are mothers of autistic people and other autistic people on social media, man, it must be really good to be born with a disability in this generation, because this generation is so much better, because this, in social media we feel part of things. And I would like to give a final message here that technology must be used in the favor of humanity. And for us humans with a disability, we need that. And that we have accessibility in it, because we can't just consume some types of disability be able to consume this content. So first of all, 6,001. No. Now I have 7,700 people. Yeah, one more now. Thank you very much. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you that it's great to have another follower, and it's really hard for me to put more content there because that's not my main job, and because, well, I resisted social media. I'm enjoying it a little bit now because of the returns that I have, because we see it reaching people, we see our voices being amplified, and there's no price for that. Thank you. No. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And 16 years ago when we began, we were ignorant of everything regarding inclusion. We started with 2 workshops for 18 people, and we were 4 people working together with that, and nowadays we are over 180 associates working day and night for inclusion, and we deal with like over 4,000 participants. We're going to Brasilia and Rio, not because there's a desire to expand, but because we have been invited and summoned to take our programs to these cities. I would like to end this afternoon here by asking you all a question, and by transmitting to you a question that my grandson asked my daughter. One day, coming back from school, he turned to his mother and said, "Mom, I am different from my friends." And my daughter answered, "Everyone is different. Since everyone is different, everyone has their own documents, their IDs, everyone has their own faces, and everyone has their own digital prints." And that made me think, what will be of our child and grandchildren, of our children and grandchildren when we're not here? Let's change the world. Nothing without us, nothing from us without us. Thank you.
One more time, I would like to thank for the opportunity for talking about my experience, my life. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. For people that who don't know me, I would like to ask you something. If you do want to follow me on social media, and if you want to know more about a young man with brain palsy, you can, of course, see Carol there, Andrea, myself, Tabata, Sylvia. Of course, you can follow mothers and dads that are atypical. And the keyword is humbleness. We have to listen to people with disabilities and learn from them. By doing this, we are going to be able to have a future. And why not an anti-capacitist present? I believe that everyone here knows Ivan, right? And that's really cool because Ivan is very original in his content. He's a content creator. They're really cool. And activism in general is too radical, so to speak. So if a famous person or celebrity says a capacitist word, people cancel that person. But Ivan was able to open the doors, established a bridge by talking to people, and of course highlighting some comments in a very subtle way. By doing this, these people were able to talk to him and open doors. Ivan was the first person, maybe the only person to do this kind of action. That's why he deserves so much success, because of course we have to educate people in a more subtle way, right? In my past, I was capacitist. I remember when I wrote some texts in the past, and I'm really ashamed of those texts. I would never have written those texts, of course, if I knew. But of course, we live, we learn. That's why we have to be patient. We have to educate society regarding this topic. So the Lagarta blog actually stopped because I have been elected. The Lagarta blog was based on me. I was the decision maker. So now we have to understand our path towards the future, because now I have an office and we work a lot, right, Tom? Yeah, that's true. We have autistic people, people with disabilities in our office, atypical people, black people from the outskirts. So let me say something. The office is open to you. Please go there. T45, ground floor. Please talk to my staff. Please talk about your demands, because finally we have an office that is entirely focused on this topic. Now, because of this, people can address their demands. And of course, you can go there, count on us, count on our inclusion office. I am at your disposal on social media. You can just type Andrea W, and then you can find me, Andrea Werner. Thank you very much for the love. Anna, please send our love to Marta, our lovely secretary, because she's always paying attention to those demands, those calls. We're going to have the international exhibition against racism, Farol in Portuguese. And she's really proud of that event. And our mayor, Ricardo Nunes, supports the cause too. I'm thrilled as a secretary. I'm thrilled to be here. But let me say something. As a mother too, I'm thrilled to be part of this very interesting conversation for our society. Wolf mentioned something that I said last year. And I'm going to wrap our session with that message, that quote, because I had my son Nicholas, and he's not here because there was a soccer match of Brazil, the national team. Everton, Rony, and other players were there. You see? So he's a Palmeirense. He cheers for Palmeiras, the soccer team in São Paulo in Brazil. But anyway, I forgot that lady's name. I'm sorry. I forgot the lady's name. Ayotameti. Nicholas and I were watching TV. We were together during the pandemic, of course, solitary. And we were watching George Floyd's news, talking about racism and George Floyd's death. And my son Nicholas asks me lots of questions, and he keeps asking me the same question over and over again. Why has that lamppost exploded? Things like that. And then I choked, so to speak. I had to breathe in, and I had to explain him the meaning of racism. But a child, my son was born blind, so of course he doesn't care about who is white, who is black, fat people, people that are slim, heterosexual people, homosexual people. And he always says, I have to have a girlfriend, you see? But then how could I explain that to him? And I struggled. That was really tough to teach him, a very tough topic to explain. Explain to a blind person what racism is, that is deeply rooted in our society. Unfortunately, people think this way, and I reached a conclusion. It would be better, of course, if people had the mindset that my child has, a blind person's mindset. He sees people with his heart. Of course, for obvious reasons, the world will be different. Everything that we're discussing nowadays and right here, this event, this wouldn't be a topic. It would be second nature. We could just talk about people in a very general way. Society has to learn from blind people. The society has to learn from people with disabilities. Society has to understand and learn that it's way better to see things in people with your heart. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, everyone.
It's time for you humans to stop making excuses.
ODS aqui na Praça das Artes, e a gente tem a extensão do show da virada também, da Virada ODS, aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú, que vai começar a partir de agora. A gente tem o primeiro show, que é Olodum com Planta e Raiz. Nós temos também a DJ Vivian Reis, e já ela já vai dar o seu show no palco principal também, que é a Maria Rita, o show tão esperado dessa noite. Então, tudo isso que vocês conseguiram acompanhar aqui pelas nossas redes sociais, através do Terra também, a gente vai ter outros assuntos também abordados a partir de amanhã. Às 10 horas da manhã a gente começa a transmissão aqui para que novos assuntos, novos desafios que a gente vai ter juntos, eu e você, todo mundo fazendo parte desse movimento dos ODS, você vai conseguir acompanhar a partir de amanhã também nas nossas redes sociais. Amanhã tem uma nova programação, então o que eu vou pedir para você? Vai lá no site Virada ODS, qual que é? Confirma para mim o site, Virada ODS, sp.sp.gov.br, é isso mesmo, Virada ODS, sp.sp.gov.br, ou também lá no nosso Instagram, @ViradaODS. Lá tem toda a programação de amanhã e você, junto com a gente, junto com todo mundo que está fazendo essa grande festa, desse grande evento, já consegui acompanhar esses 2 dias. Esse foi o primeiro dia, a gente tem o outro dia amanhã. Realização da Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, da SP Tours, da Secretaria Municipal de Relações Internacionais. Nossos agradecimentos também para os nossos patrocinadores, Portal Terra, Sprite, Coca-Cola, Cristal, Shopping D, Roda Rico e Santa Rita. Eu sou Guto Melo, amanhã estou de volta para que a gente consiga fazer o segundo dia da Virada ODS, mais um sucesso. Junto com cola aqui com a gente também, já comenta, já siga nas redes sociais e a gente se vê por aí. Valeu, tchau!